Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Look carefully. This is the ultimate armament Haki. Before Rox finished speaking, he clenched his fists and the strength of his muscles surged, erupting with terrifying power. Then, on his fists that seemed to be made of steel, a shiny black substance flashed, and it looked as hard as meteorite iron. As we all know, the outer color of armament Haki will gradually become a deeper black as it upgrades from the primary level to the top level. At present, Rox's ultimate armament Haki has reached a certain level of darkness, turning into a shiny black state. The specific difference is probably the difference between matte black and glossy black. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous look flashed between his pupils, and he looked at Luo Hu with a strong smile on his face. This punch will be heavy. Ha 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 ha, come on, let the horses come over here. From today on, no one in this world can kill me instantly. As for those who can't kill me in seconds, they are just weaklings who can't catch up. Luo Hu let out weird villain laughs, and his entire image leaped up, like an evil big pirate's. In front of the murderous aura lingering around him, even pirates of Rox's level seemed somewhat normal. Boom! After a loud bang, Luo Hu quickly exerted force. A huge force emanated from his body, instantly shattering the patterned shirt on his upper body. Steel-like muscles emerged, his body swelled, and thick light blue veins moved on his body surface. Dragon scales and Haki covered his entire body, and his entire defense reached a limit. But this is not the end. After using all the devil fruits that can increase defense and strength, for natural elemental abilities with extremely strong damage penetration, namely magma, lightning, ice and laser, gradually condensed behind Luo Hu. Rox is very powerful. You must use all your energy to deal with him in order to survive more rounds and absorb enough basic attributes. Rox, who was facing this scene, also showed a little envy on his face. He stared at the lingering devil fruit ability on Luo Hu and sighed, what a pervert. If I had so many devil fruit abilities, I might have ruled the world long ago. Swish! The next moment, Rox's body disappeared in an instant at an astonishing speed. With an extremely powerful aura, he teleported directly in front of Luo Hu. A palm with an extremely hard armament Haki that revealed terrifying destructive power chopped down fiercely towards Luo Hu's forehead. From these fast and fierce movements, you can't even tell that this guy just wants to improve Luo Hu's realm level through one-on-one combat. It's just like they are enemies. They are extremely jealous of each other when they meet, and they can't wait to kill each other. In this regard, the rhesus monkey, which is also quite fast, is certainly unwilling to sit and wait for death. When communicating and fighting with someone like Rox, you can't treat him as an ordinary person. Rox is not a rule-abiding person like Whitebeard. If you fight Whitebeard in a one-on-one duel, the opponent will consider the opponent's life safety and stop fighting at the critical moment. Otherwise, in the summit war scene in the original story, when Whitebeard pinched Blackbeard's crown and released the seismic wave, he could easily shatter Blackbeard's head to the ground. Although Whitebeard did not kill Blackbeard entirely because the other party shouted, "Dad," loudly at the critical moment, this is enough to show that Whitebeard is a man who abides by the rules. Even though his son betrayed him, which hurt him deeply when he was already seriously ill, he still chose to forgive his foolish son. However, Rox is different. Although he said it was a one-on-one fight, it was obvious that he wanted to kill. Just don't follow the rules. Taking action is a swift and decisive way of killing. Luo Hu's body shook and he stomped his foot. A huge hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters exploded directly on the ground of Hakinosu. His burly body covered with dragon scales tore through the airflow. He was like a cannonball with an ignited primer. He quickly turned into lightning and rushed over. His pitch-black punch hit Rox's palm directly and fiercely. Bang! The two men's hands, wrapped in the tough armament Haki, collided with each other almost in the blink of an eye. The airflow at the entire scene exploded, and a dull sound broke out. The two men were like ancient ferocious beasts, fighting each other with their physical strength. Power surged through Luo Hu's body one after another, and the blue veins that looked like dragon tendons surged with terrifying power. After slightly stepping on his feet for a few seconds, he directly pushed Rock's body, which was filled with the aura of a sea overlord, back 3 steps. With the power, fruit and the ability of mythical beasts, Luo Hu's power level exceeds that of Rock's. However, this is only a slight advantage. You know, Rox is just an ordinary person, he doesn't belong to any special race at all. Just relying on the perseverance and talent of an ordinary person, he has achieved such strength. It's simply a pervert. Nice power. Too bad your Haki level is still a little weak. Rox, who was beaten back a few steps, spoke in a deep tone, then pounced again. Instantly. The two of them started to attack each other's body at a speed that even observation Haki could hardly catch, attacking every possible flaw area. Both of them are jet black, with Haki wrapped around their bodies, as if their bodies are made of diamond. There was a continuous dull roar at the scene. The terrifying power of the two men was fully exerted to the ultimate. Every punch and every palm represented the most powerful force above the sea that hit the body firmly. The scene was full of air waves and explosive auras. Even the extremely densely packed buildings of Hakanosu were directly smashed into pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two men. The scene was in ruins. Even those little pirates who chose to come closer to watch the battle would be destroyed in an instant by the incoming air waves, with their bodies blown to pieces. This horrifying scene instantly made the spectators at the scene so shocked that they retreated several kilometers before they dared to stop and watch the fight. Even top pirates like Whitebeard and Golden Lion would choose to retreat dozens of meters and watch the battle from a distance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Sea Overlord Rox's super strength talent. Strength attribute increased by 50%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level has been raised to ultimate level 10.99%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level has been raised to ultimate level 39.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level has been increased to ultimate level 50.18%. The moment the system prompt sounded, Luo Hu immediately felt his own strength, which was already far beyond Rox, and instantly received another huge boost, becoming even more terrifying. It's a supernatural power attribute that directly increases strength by 50%. It's really a good thing. If this G punch goes on, 5 Elders' head will be smashed right into pieces. After his strength increased significantly, Luo Hong didn't hesitate and punched Rox hard and fast on the spot. Rox, who already had top-level fighting experience, acted decisively, thrust his fists across his chest and blocked the attack with incredible speed. However, the reality was that Rox felt like he was blown away. Bang! Luo Hu's fist hit Rox's arms mercilessly. The scene instantly erupted with a more dull explosion than before. At this moment, after Luo Hu, whose strength was already invincible, wrapped Haki around his right fist, it was as terrifying as an invincible and supreme sword. Even though Rox's own strength level was not bad, after Luo Hu possessed the same supernatural power attribute, he was directly knocked back more than 10 meters. There were faint signs that the whole person was shaking. It's obvious. Luo Hu's terrifying power made even a strong man like Rox unable to resist. What a terrifying talent. Then the captain will have to operate seriously next. Rox, who was knocked away by Luo Hu's punch, did not feel ashamed. Instead, he admired Luo Hu's terrifying talent. With pirates of the same level as Luo Hu assisting him in attacking the world government, then ruling the world will be a piece of cake. After a moment of surprise, Rock straightened his body and slowly drew out the 12 great swords from his waist. Rock's sword is the blood-killing demon sword, one of the 12 supreme swords. It is said that this magic sword has killed countless powerful people along with Rock's. Due to too many killings, layers of bloody murderous aura have lingered on the blade, which is terrifying. Luo Hu looked at Rox, who had already drawn his sword in front of him, and naturally clenched his terrifying fist wrapped in two-color Haki without hesitation. The only sword he had, which was mostly damaged, had been given to Mihawk to use, so at this moment, even though he possessed top-level dual-sword swordsmanship, he could only fight with his fists. However, at this moment, Whitebeard, who was closest to the two people, smiled. Kulalalala, how can a great swordsman fight without weapons? Laozi's Kuzagonkiri is a famous sword that is ranked among the 12 supreme swords. I'll lend it to you first, brother Luo Hu. Whitebeard, who benefited greatly from this battle and gained a lot of Haki training experience, laughed and took out the machete in his hand. After performing some fancy moves on the spot, he then made an action of throwing a javelin and threw it directly to the ground in front of Luo Hu, where it stuck deeply into the soil. At this moment, all his strength burst out, and Luo Hu used the blue dragon fruit. His slender body looked like a dragon man. With such a strong physique, Luo Hu easily pulled out the Tsong Yunxia from the ground, which was shaped like the Qinglong Yenhua sword but much heavier. Okay. Thank you, Newgate. Luo Hu felt full of energy as he held the heavy machete in his hand. No wonder everyone who has used this weapon throughout history has such a majestic spirit. It turns out that holding this kind of heavy cold weapon in your hand gives you a really different feeling. Luo Hu thought to himself. This weapon of Whitebeard is indeed very suitable for his current situation. However, due to the declining relationship between the two parties, they could only sigh in despair. After all, even female pirates like Charlotte Lin Lin, who spends all day looking for people to have children, understand this. Even in the world of pirates, we must practice justice and benevolence. If Whitebeard hadn't broken into Devil's Island and brought him back to Hakanosu, Luo Hu would most likely have died at the hands of Admiral Kong, the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters at the time, and Garp and Zephyr, who came to support him with all their strength. In that case, no matter how talented he is, he won't be able to display his full potential. The situation at that time was extremely bad, even if Luo Hu could quickly increase his strength and reach the same level as Garp and others. But so what? Even if they were at the same level, there was no way they could beat those three terrifying perverted marines. Fortunately, Whitebeard arrived just in time and helped Luo Hu to hold the situation back, so that he would not be caught in a righteous beating. So no matter what, Luo Hu would never betray his own heart and take away Whitebeard's Tsong Yinxia. Of course, this is just Whitebeard. If this sword fell into Blackbeard's hands, Luo Hu would rush over in a minute and crush his head to pieces and soak it in wine. Come on. Rocks. Let me see how powerful you, the overlord of the sea, are. Luo Hu's extremely clear voice fell directly into everyone's ears. These heroic words immediately shocked all the pirates. Among them, Charlotte Lin Lin, who is beautiful and has an incredible figure with long legs, couldn't help but squeeze her body together and trembled uncontrollably. She really loves young hunk like Luo Hu. If Luo Hu's strength wasn't so terrifying, Charlotte Lin Lin would even dare to kidnap Luo Hu and throw him into her room, and have a fierce fight with him. Ha 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 ha. As you wish, little devil. Rock's tone remained unchanged, but his aura suddenly solidified. At the same time, along with the armament color, Conqueror's two-color Haki wrapped around the blade, and a black and red lightning thunderstorm began to surge. Crackling. Next moment, Rock's figure disappeared instantly. He used the ability of the teleportation fruit and teleported directly in front of Luo Hu in a short distance. He attacked out of thin air and immediately slashed down with a fast and fierce horizontal slash from his sword. Luo Hu was naturally unwilling to be outdone and raised the big guandao in his hand high, surrounded by a black thunderstorm. He smashed Rox's head with a powerful force. The weapons of both sides directly exploded with an extremely heavy force through the air and collided violently. Both of them are entangled with Conqueror's Haki at the maximum level. After the two supreme swords collided with each other, thousands of extremely dense black thunderstorms were generated, which continuously bombarded the surroundings and created small pits, as if directly turning Hachimos into a terrifying place like a meteor shower falling. As the black thunderstorm exploded, an extremely powerful air wave was generated directly in the center of the two people and rushed towards the sky with great force. Under the influence of this air wave, the white clouds in the sky above Hakanosu, which had originally turned from sunny to cloudy, were instantly shattered to the ground and completely dissipated. Faced with this situation, Luo Hu and Rocks fought hard against each other, and the Haki all over their bodies became even more terrifying. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color instantly. On the entire Hakanosu island, all the pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million fell to the ground with foam at the mouth, unconscious. The entire ground of Hakanosu even began to break apart under this collision. It looked like it was about to completely disintegrate. After the confrontation lasted for more than 20 seconds, Luo Hu took the lead in drawing his sword, and suddenly stepped forward. The wide blade of the Konjiunki instantly swept across the front, slashing continuously, not giving Rocks in front of him any chance to breathe. Clang 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 clang. The dense clanging sound of blades, like metal rock music, continued to erupt. Rocks, who was very skilled in swordsmanship, was able to block every attack from Luo Hu's impenetrable guandao. But at this moment, Rock's forehead was already covered with layers of cold sweat. Because he was shocked to feel that the swordsmanship skills of this little boy Luo Hu were constantly improving, and now he was about to reach the same level as him. And during the fight, only Rocks could feel how terrifying the muscle strength of this kid Luo Hu was. That strange power made even a talented person like him feel a dull and uncomfortable pain in his chest. He has always relied on his natural strength to bully others, and it is never his turn for others to overwhelm him, Rocks, with their strength. This was the first time in Rock's decades of life that he had seen a kid who was more terrifying than him in terms of strength. Pervert. It's such a pervert. Rocks could imagine that from today on, there would be another sea overlord in this world who was at the same level as him, or even stronger and younger. Such a monster was created by him personally, so those old guys and the 5 elders must be having a headache, right? Thinking of the scene where 5 elders was so angry that he vomited blood, Rocks could hardly suppress the crazy pleasure in his heart. He doesn't care what Luo Hu thinks. As long as he can discuss the world government, that's what he wants to do. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Ito Ryu sword technique attribute, ultimate. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level is, ultimate level, 69.12%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level is, ultimate level, 86.96%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. The current level is, ultimate level, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. The current level is, ultimate level, 20%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. The current level is, final level, 59.1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. The current level is, ultimate level, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special application skills of observation Haki. Peek into people's hearts, foresee the future, see and kill, listen to the attributes of all things. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Logia dark fruit ability attributes, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Paramecia teleportation fruit ability attribute, 100%. After about 3 or 4 hours of fierce fighting with the pirates who were the overlords of the sea, Rocks. The corner of Luo Hu's mouth curled up into a contemptuous smile that was the same as that of the Dragon King, the king of medicine, the god of medicine, the king of army, Shura, the medical saint, the medical immortal, Shura, the king of soldiers, Yama, and the domineering president. From this moment on, his overall strength, whether it is swordsmanship, physical skills or conqueror's haki, has completely reached the same level as Rock's. Rock's decades of sword skills, combat techniques, and physical training were deeply engraved in Luo Hu's memory like a slide. Even because of the multiple devil fruit abilities inside his body, Luo Hu's overall combat power is already far superior to that of Rock's, the overlord of the sea. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to fight me so fiercely without losing. Luo Hu. You are the first one in history. Gradually realizing that he was no match for Luo Hu, Rock simply stopped fighting and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at Luo Hu in front of him, whose whole body was beginning to radiate dark power, Rox felt a sense of relief. He personally created the most terrifying monster in history. A monster that is more powerful than him and has perverted to ultimate. Become the second captain of our Rox pirates. Luo Hu. The status of captain is no longer in line with your current strength. This great pirates group will be the first ever pirates group to have 2 captains. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? After Rox finished speaking, his terrifying gaze moved directly in front of the captains of the several major teams and looked around at everyone. These guys, 1 or 2 of them, are men with conqueror's haki. It is not so easy to re-establish a position with the prestige of a captain among these strong men. However, to Rock's surprise, this matter went so smoothly. Whitebeard, as the guy who has the closest relationship with Luo Hu and is also the captain of Rock's Pirates' first team, voted in favor on the spot. The remaining captains, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Achiku, Charlotte Lin Lin, and John, widened their eyes in disbelief at the words of Rox, the only captain, but ultimately did not say much. After all, Luo Hu's personal strength is there. That was the existence that defeated the overlord of the sea head-on. It's not their turn to complain about a strong man of this level. As for the other captains who were knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki in the aftermath of the battle, they were instantly stunned by this horrifying news. Rock's Pirate is going to be a 2-captain team. Did Captain Luo Hu really defeat Captain Rox just now? Doesn't that mean we will have 2 Overlord-level warriors in our team? This is definitely the most horrifying and explosive news ever. There is a group of people in this era with a bounty of over 100 million. If it were in the future, everyone would be a very powerful person, and they were all stunned in shock. They had never thought that Rox D. Zebek, a supreme overlord of the sea, would actually establish a status and position exactly the same as their own. After all, there has never been such a position as deputy captain in Rox Pirate. Now, a double captain level team has been formed. It's outrageous. Since everyone has no objection, I declare that starting today, Captain Luo Hu will officially become one of the 2 captains of our Rox Pirate. Rox was very satisfied with the performance of these captains. After all, a new captain suddenly emerged above these guys who had the qualifications to be kings. It's somewhat disrespectful to them. But Rox never expected that these guys were so clear about their own strength and status that they didn't dare to jump out and yell. If things had been going as they had in the past, these guys would have made a scene if he had wanted to set up a deputy captain to take over the position. And now, all of a sudden, a new captain was appointed, and John, Silver Axe, Achiku, Charlotte Lin Lin Golden Lion and the others didn't even say a word. Just like that, Luo Hu's identity was accepted. As for Whitebeard, who has always been the strongest and has the best one-on-one ability among these captains, he has always behaved indifferently and does not seem to want to fight for power at all. Ha 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 ha, brother Luo Hu, I never thought that my great pirate's Golden Lion Shiki has been fighting in the Rox pirate system for more than 10 years, and has never been promoted to the position of vice captain. You've only been here for less than half a year, and you've already been promoted to the same captain level as Captain Rox. It's really like the waves behind are pushing the waves in front, and we, the waves in front, are all beaten to death on the beach. Although Golden Lion agreed very readily on the surface, he still felt a little jealous behind the scenes. However, at this moment, Whitebeard, who had the best relationship with Luo Hu, smiled and spoke happily. Kulala, Shiki, the fact that Luo Hu can be one of the two captains is a testament to his ability. Back in the Valley of the Gods, Luo Hu killed 2 enemies who were members of the Knights of God on the spot. If you can achieve this level of strength, then I, Newgate, will also support you in becoming the vice-captain. But if you want to be the captain, you're not strong enough. Kulalalalal. Whitebeard took that Song Yinxia passed back by Luo Hu and laughed at Golden Lion's expression that looked like a resentful woman. But to be honest, although Golden Lion personally feels a little jealous, he still approves of someone like Luo Hu becoming the captain. After all, he really saw the Haki that real pirates should have in Luo Hu. Unlike those adventurous pirates who only know how to play pirate's house and make noise all day long, Luo Hu is really extremely cruel. Whoever stands in the way will be chopped into pieces by one sword. The period during the God Valley War was enough to prove that people like Luo Hu were definitely not little pirates living in a greenhouse. A war that lasted less than a day. He went straight into the wind and rain and killed the world government, including Marines, CP agents and even celestial dragons, totaling more than 10,000 lives. The blood at that time gathered together to form a huge lake of blood. If such people cannot be called pirates, then everyone else is probably just playing house. Hehe, Captain Luo Hu, then we will rely on your support in the future. Captain Luo Hu probably doesn't like gold and treasures very much. If you like, I, John, am willing to manage the gold on behalf of the captain. Mamam Captain Luo Hu, you won't reject me again on such a happy day. I'm really good at what I do. After making sure that Captain Rox had no intention of joking, a group of captains gathered forward, began to congratulate and tried to get closer to the new captains. When Rox was the only captain, they hardly ever saw the captain, and Rox didn't bother with them. But Captain Luo Hu is different. He is not only young, but also very easy to talk to. As for Charlotte Lin Lin, the bad girl Poseidon, she has always been thinking about Luo Hu's body, but everyone has long been accustomed to it. With her strong physical talent, this guy is either pregnant or on the way to pregnancy almost every year. And her life is like giving birth to babies, often 7 or 8 babies, all of them are different. After the captain-level pirates finished their congratulations, Rox waved to several nearby pirates and ordered them to go to his room and pick out a brand new captain's cloak for Luo Hu to put on. Officially established Luo Hu as the second powerful captain of Rox Pirate. Oh Lololoyalu. Brother Luo actually became one of the 2 captains of Rox Pirate. He is worthy of being my Kaido's big brother. I really hope that one day I can compete with a great swordsman like the captain in swordsmanship. After watching Luo Hu successfully put on the captain's cloak, which was made entirely of black satin, Kaido and the others were so excited that their tails were lifted up to the sky. They originally belonged to the 7th Squad under the jurisdiction of Luo Hu. And Luo Hu is now the second captain of Rox Pirate. Doesn't this mean that these ordinary pirates have directly become official crew members of the Rox Pirates? This is the official crew of Rox Pirate. One's social status can be said to have been raised in an instant. Not to mention issues like status and face, just the bonuses that Rox Pirates pay out every year from protection fees are enough to support them for the rest of their lives. As long as Rox Pirate doesn't collapse. Then they have mastered it. A real iron rice bowl. After Luo Hu put on the cloak of captain's rights, Rox also very appropriately stood up and spoke about the rights that he should have as captain of Rox Pirate. In fact, the power is not much different from what Luo Hu announced when he became the captain of the team. It's just an addition to the previous content, that pirates at the squad leader level must also obey the captain's command. As for the protection fees paid annually from the islands under the jurisdiction of the Rox Pirate, the dividend ratio received by Luo Hu was appropriately increased by 10%. But Luo Hu is not very interested in these. After all, he already has so many gold Baileys on him that he can't put them down anymore. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. After Luo Hu made up his mind to rob the world government's gold, he no longer recognized money and even didn't need it. Rox waved his hand, and a little pirate next to him with a plain bounty of about 100 million or 200 million Baileys directly handed over a pitch-black scabbard. This sword is the Black Snake Sword, one of the 21 great swords. Your previous sword is broken, so you can use this one temporarily. Although the quality is a little bit worse, it's still okay. I'll give it to you when the team obtains a supreme sword-level blade in the future. Rox casually handed the scabbard in his hand to Luo Hu. This large, sharp sword with a 21st grade blade sounded somewhat ordinary in Rox's words. But it is precious enough. If a sword of this level is put in an auction house, it can still be sold at a high price of 1 billion to 2 billion Baileys at the current market price. After so many years of development, Rox Pirate's internal financial resources are indeed very rich. Luo Hu did not refuse and took the Black Snake Sword, which was completely black and looked like a black knife. After all, he is still lacking a handy weapon. The Black Snake Sword can be used as a makeshift weapon, and it can also be used to chop celestial dragons and the like. Avoid hitting others with your fists, which will cause blood, flesh and water to fly everywhere, because the blood will spurt onto your own body. Friends from Changsha know it. This thing really can't be washed off, you can only change clothes. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, nearly half a year had passed since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Because of the great victory in the war with the world government, the power of the Rox pirates has increased dramatically again. All kinds of pirates groups, big and small, in the second half of the Grand Line gathered together again at Rox Pirates and chose to join. At this moment, the power within the entire Rox Pirate is even more than twice as terrifying as before. Pirates of all sizes gathered together, clamoring to overthrow the world government and defeat the naval headquarters. The next day, Rox, one of the captains of Rox Pirate, called on the captains who were traveling around to gather at Hakanosu. The purpose is to launch the first general attack on the world government. This is the first time in the 800-year history of the world government that kill the pirates of Mariehua, the sacred place of celestial dragons. Luo Hu, who is also at the captain level, naturally had no objection to Rox coming to discuss the battle plan. Rox's desire to be the world's hegemon has nothing to do with him. He just wanted to roll all the celestial dragons together and chop them into sesame paste. World government has been established for 800 years. According to the family system of the original 20 kings, after more than 800 years of development, the number of celestial dragons on Mariehua's side must be no less than 100 million. After all, according to calculations, apart from the Nefertari family withdrawing from the celestial dragon system, there are still 19 celestial dragons families in existence. These 19 celestial dragons families, excluding the king at the beginning, also include wives, children and the like. It's not too much to have 10 direct celestial dragons and 20 collateral celestial dragons in each family, right? If we calculate it this way, it would be 19 times 30 is equal to 570, which means that the number of celestial dragons that officially possessed the status of celestial dragons since the year when the world government was first established reached 570. Moreover, things like celestial dragons have always been hereditary by Qinbing. As long as his father is a celestial dragon, the child born will be born with the noble status of the world's aristocratic celestial dragons. Let's assume that these 570 celestial dragons do nothing on weekdays, just eat, drink and have fun, and give slaves a good health care from time to time. Then according to the normal birth plan and population growth index, the celestial dragon's family can give birth to a child every 30 years, and the number of people will double. Then it is estimated that all celestial dragons are elderly people, and their number is reduced every 90 years. The celestial dragons ruled the world for a total of 800 years. According to the mathematical formula, we can calculate. The number of celestial dragons above the red line has reached at least 100 million. However, the specific situation needs to be analyzed specifically. If there are really so many celestial dragons, then we cannot support them even if we squeeze the whole world dry. Therefore, celestial dragons are divided into direct descendants and collateral descendants. Only those who inherited the bloodline of the 20 kings from 800 years ago are true celestial dragons. As for those other crabs, they do not belong to the category of celestial dragons, but are very ordinary cattle and horses. It just has certain human rights and is dedicated to serving the orthodox celestial dragons on the red line. For example, among the high-ranking agents in the huge CP organization, there is a high possibility that some of them may have the bloodline of celestial dragons. Of course, even if there are a series of reductions due to birth, aging, sickness, death, close relatives marrying, disability, accidental death, etc. Then the number of authentic celestial dragons living on the huge red line must be more than tens of millions. It is the existence of this group of parasites that has caused countless countries in the world to live in misery. Celestial dragons, who never take part in production, enjoy support from all over the world and live a life of luxury. And he has the F***G power to kill people at will. And every 3 years, a human hunting program is carried out, killing the lives of an entire country. It is conceivable how serious the sins committed by celestial dragons over the past few hundred years are. Even so, there are still people who think that the harm caused by celestial dragons is far less than that caused by pirates. How many people can pirates kill in their lifetime? And celestial dragons' 3-yearly human hunting program kills entire nations. Considering a large country like Alabasta with a population of about 20 million, it is not too much to calculate that a small country has a population of 3 to 5 million, right? That is to say, celestial dragons kill more than 1 million people every 3 years. This level of killing and cruelty has far exceeded the harm caused by pirates. On the contrary, although Rock's Pirates is known as pirates, it also gathers extremely vicious pirates under its banner. But the island countries that accepted the protection of Rock's Pirate are still living very well. At least the protection fee set by Rocks is much lower than the gold in the sky. Even some islands from countries that export their beautiful scenery to Rock's Pirates all year round will be exempted from a portion of their protection fees. In this comparison, world government is the real large-scale pirates group. Of course, Luo Hu never thought that his pirate's identity made him a good person. He has killed many people, more than 10,000 people. A thief is just a thief after all. Pirates are not good people, this law will not change. But if we really talk about the harm, pirates are far from being able to catch up with celestial dragons. Under such circumstances, it is hard to say what kind of justice the Marine, a department that claims to be just, actually has. Although most of the ordinary soldiers in the Marine have a belief in justice. But having faith is one thing. What is done is another matter. At least Luo Hu wouldn't feel guilty for the thousands of Marines he killed in the Valley of the Gods who were specifically there to maintain the celestial dragons and carry out the massacre. Celestial dragons absolutely damn well. Those who maintain celestial dragons must also be killed. No exceptions. The second half of the Grand Line, Hakinosu Island. All members of Rock's Pirate gathered at the port. Captain of the 1st Division, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The Captain of the 2nd Squad, Golden Lion Shiki. Captain of the 3rd Squad, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin Lin. In addition, the 3 squad leaders Silver Axe, Achiku, and John, whose bounties are over 1.5 billion, have all been assembled. At this time, the number of teams led by other captains of all sizes seated at the port is as high as more than 150 ships. The total strength of these numerous pirates is already much greater than the total number of pirates in the previous Battle of God Valley. It is even much higher. And this time the operation order has included all the crew members of Rock's Pirate. All the pirates who had any connection with the Rock's Pirates received the assembly order. Even Miss Ba Jean, a woman who calls herself a scientist but doesn't have much fighting power, has caught up with the pace. As for Shaki, who used to quarrel with Miss Bakin frequently, after the Battle of God Valley, he fell in love with the vice-captain of Roger Pirates, Shilbaz Rayleigh. Therefore, we requested to leave the ship in advance to Captain Rocks and the second Captain Luo Hu, and they were not included in this operation. The above are all the factions of Rock's pirate. The total number of troops is as high as 200,000. This time, almost everyone, regardless of gender or age, was mobilized to completely drag the world government, their mortal enemy, into the abyss. At the scene, there were only the female pirates who were specially ordered by Luo Hu to stay and take care of Enel, and the two little kids Mihawk and Crocodile. Everyone is waiting. Rocks D. Zebek, the number 1 captain, and Luo Hu, the number 2 captain who is as strong as Rocks. Ha 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 ha. This really makes my blood boil. Even though Lousy can't beat that Rocks guy, if I can leave a mark in history, it will be enough to prove that I, Golden Lion Shiki, am an unrivaled legendary pirates. Standing next to Whitebeard and the others, Golden Lion curled his lips into a cruel sneer, revealing the unique temperament of a great pirate. Kulala la 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 la, Shiki, if you can't beat Rocks, can you beat Luo Hu? You are not qualified to be a legend. Whitebeard, who was standing nearby and holding Changyunki tightly, reminded Golden Lion in a calm tone, in order to let this guy not be too arrogant. He was too familiar with that B***************** D Shiki. Day by day he was thinking about forming his own flying pirate group and becoming the new overlord of the sea. But he was not strong enough, so he just wanted to skip work and poach these captains. People like Rocks can keep Golden Lion alive for so long. That's quite magnanimous. Apart from Whitebeard, who was always bickering with Golden Lion, at this moment, the captains like John and Achaku were just standing there in silence without saying a word. Since the end of the Battle of God Valley, the three of them have also gone through some recuperation and their injuries have basically recovered. However, this collective action is completely different from the previous God Valley War. Going into direct war with the world government that has been established for more than 800 years is something that the captains at the bottom of the list do not want to see. In the last war, the three of them were nearly beaten to death by the Knights of God. If there hadn't been some lucky accidents at that time, which led to the powerful Captain Rocks, their entire team might have been destroyed there. Therefore, their captains, who were slightly weaker and could only barely compete with the Admiral, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, did not have such great courage. Of course, this is just because they, as high-level pirates, value their lives more. As for the extra-story pirates at the bottom, they have already fallen into passionate and crazy expectations. They fantasize about following Captain Rocks to destroy the world government and become the new celestial dragons. At the scene, more than 200,000 pirates were noisy, all of them were full of passion, brandishing their swords and shouting. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all those damn celestial dragons. We are going to follow the footsteps of Captain Rocks and Captain Luo Hu and destroy this damn world. No one can stop us, the Rocks pirates. We will win. Let those hypocritical guys go to hell. As the crowd shouted slogans of war, the time passed. A burst of thick black smoke suddenly billowed out from the Rocks pirates' main battleship, the Sword of Zebek. There were about 200,000 pirates at the scene, and countless eyes were fixed on the darkness emitting thick Haki. Rock's figure slowly rose from the black smoke, and the terrifying Haki that he couldn't control emanated from his body caused tens of thousands of pirates to break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Rocks. 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 Feeling this depressing atmosphere, countless pirates continued to shout with their blood boiling. It seemed like the atmosphere on the scene had reached its peak. At this time, Luo Hu, the second captain of Rock's pirate, was sitting quietly on the deck without showing up. Following closely beside him was Kaido, who was extremely young but already quite capable. Brother Luo, don't you plan to show up at such a grand event? This is the best time to win people's hearts. Kaido looked at Luo Hu, who was unmoved, with some confusion. In his opinion, at this moment when all the members are gathered together, Luo Hu, the second captain who has equal power with Rocks, should show up. Otherwise, it would be a waste to get the captain's position. Luo Hu, who was sitting on a chair smoking the noble cigarettes that Rox brought specially, slowly exhaled a smoke ring after listening to Kaido's words. I have to say, the cigarettes sent by these countries under the protection of Rox pirates are really delicious. The taste is a bit similar to Wang Yuan's Furong Wang, but the taste is a little mellower. What do you need such a big reputation for? The famous philosopher Monkey D. Garp once said that if you want freedom, you don't need such a high position. Let Rox handle this kind of publicity-seeking matter. Luo Hu spoke in a calm tone, not caring at all about reputation or anything like that. Kaido stood there thinking for a moment with some confusion, but did not respond. Put the cigarette in your hand into the ashtray and put it out. Luo Hu glanced at Kaido, who still didn't understand what he meant, and after thinking for a while, he directly warned him in a low voice. The world government has been established for more than 800 years. How can it be destroyed so easily? You just need to remember that if the situation goes wrong, just transform into a dragon and fly away quickly from the Red Soil Road. Deep within the holy land of Mariehua lies a great terror that even the Rox don't know about. Luo Hu looked farsightedly at Rox, who was still mobilizing for war. As an outsider who traveled through time, he certainly knew that the real power holders of the world government were not the 5 elders who claimed to be the world's highest authority. The one who truly controls the world and the government is the one who has been in the comics for 20 years but has never shown his power. Guys. Today. We, the Rox pirates. We have gathered 200,000 powerful pirates. What is our goal? Yes. To pull those guys who call themselves gods off the stage. And, after today, we who survive will take their place and become true gods. I know that a large number of you were not pirates before. Instead, you are civilians from the countries protected by the Rox pirates. Because of the high sky economy pressure from the world government, your country can't support such output, so the whole country has joined us Rox pirates. But that was all in the past. From now on, you will be exempted from having the same identity rights. Rox pirates doesn't need you to toil for 12 hours only to get enough Bailey to barely feed yourself. We are going to take back our rights, gold, and status. You've also noticed, right? In recent years, commodity prices around the world have skyrocketed. It's even reached a point where ordinary people can't even get enough to eat. Do you know how much Bailey's a bottle of rum costs in those countries that are controlled by the world government using gold from the sky? 400,000 Baileys. If converted into coins, this amount of money wouldn't even fit in a carriage. Who is the cause of all this? Rox, standing on a tall building, shouted loudly, his whole body overflowing with Haki. It's celestial dragons. They destroyed our country's economy. That's why we've become such rotten people. If it weren't for Captain Rox, we might still be begging those nobles for a pitiful salary and food that's barely enough to keep us fed. Give the order, Captain Rox. Let's bring those damn celestial dragons down and show them what it's like to work 14 hours a day and still not have enough to eat. We also want to eat reasonably priced bread and drink cheap rum. Kill all the celestial dragons. As Rox shouted loudly, the more than 200,000 pirates on the scene instantly became excited, waving their blades with excitement on their faces, wanting to fight hard. The Golden Lion and others nearby also showed expectant smiles. To them, Rox is a crazy guy. But as a pirate, isn't this the kind of crazy life you want? If life is just a dull day and night toil and then hand over your meager salary to celestial dragons, then why bother to become a pirate? Moreover, this time, their target is directly towards the world government. If successful, their identities as pirates will be directly changed. This incredible wealth makes the already ambitious pirates look forward to the ultimate. Among all the people at the scene, it can be said that only Luo Hu and Whitebeard did not care at all. Luo Hu only wanted to kill celestial dragons, and all other trivial matters were not important at all. As for Whitebeard, he has long wanted to leave Rox pirate and form a team with family as the bond. The reason he participated in this final war was just because he wanted to repay Captain Rox. After all, although Rox usually does things unkindly, Rox Pirate still protects his hometown Sphinx Island. It was reasonable for Whitebeard to help this guy finish the last war before leaving Rox Pirate. After all, Whitebeard also believes that he is just an ordinary pirate. However, the world of pirates also requires justice and benevolence. Do things with a clear conscience. But we can't be like those Marines who say one thing and mean another, even though they know very well where the source of the world's evil comes from. But they still choose to turn a blind eye and act as a front for others to protect evil. If you say that a world ruled by rocks is more chaotic than a world ruled by celestial dragons, then that's a matter of opinion. After all, Rox is pervert. But they have not yet reached the point of being so cruel that they would massacre a country by force every once in a while to prove the authority of the gods. Aren't the countries protected by the Rox pirate forces also doing well, with civilians even having an easier life than those who have joined the world government? Alright. Guys. Let's go. Our destination is Mariehua, the sacred place of celestial dragons. After delivering his rum price speech on the Sword of Zebek, Rox chose the moment when popularity reached its peak and issued the order to set sail. P.S. The author's book currently has a maximum readership of only 200,000. The novel has entered a silent period and is expected to be out for a long time. The author's personal writing skills are not good enough, so you can only make do with it. In addition, the author has also seen many readers discussing whether the Emperor-level combat power is too exaggerated. Here the author believes that in the Rox era, the levels of the Emperors were equal. There may be a slight difference in combat power, but the absolute gap is not big. After the three admiral representatives of the Great Pirates era, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the combat power of the admiral level is weaker than that of the four emperors. It can be clearly seen that in the latest plot, after Luffy transformed into Nika form, he can already beat Restore into a sauce-flavored pancake with one hand and pinch the face of 5 elders with the other hand with ease. Even with such fighting power, Kaido, the old four emperors and the strongest creature in the world, was still able to beat Luffy back to his original form with one blow. Even if they hadn't been stuck in a round-robin battle and had to waste a lot of energy creating smoke and clouds to keep an island afloat, Kaido was also able to easily defeat Luffy, the new four emperors. Moreover, Garp, a veteran fighter, threw a total of 3 punches when fighting against former Marine Admiral Akiji on Honeycomb Island. The first 2 times he directly pinned Akiji into the pit on the spot. The last time it was because of Shilu's stealth sneak attack that the fight ended in a draw, and they hit each other in the face. From this point it is enough to see that in the Rox era, Jiang Huang was an existence of the same level. Moreover, during the Summit War, if Garp really went up to attack Akainu, Akainu would definitely die. After all, when Akiji competed with Akainu for the position of Marine Marshal, it took 10 days and 10 nights to decide the winner. However, a veteran Marine like Garp suppressed Akiji with just a few punches and kicks, making him unable to get up. If it weren't for Kobe, Garp would definitely be able to clear the Honeycomb Island alone. In summary, the authors believe that the generals and emperors of the Rox era are of the same level. The emperors in the Great Pirates era were much higher in rank than generals. One admiral could not possibly defeat 4 emperors. Of course, 2 admirals would definitely not be able to defeat 4 emperors either. As for the 2 Marine admirals Fujitora and Green Bull, who came on as substitutes, they were even weaker. Even Green Bull could be frightened so much by Red Hair's conqueror's Haki that he could barely speak. This kind of expressiveness would be quite explosive in any era. The setting is probably like this. There are a lot of water characters. Holy Land Mariehua. The news that Rox pirates are back in full force after half a year has spread throughout the world, and the world's power halls have naturally received this news as well. However, compared to the deserted appearance of the Hall of Power in the past, the hall at this moment was crowded with a large number of middle-aged men in expensive uniforms. These men with extraordinary temperament stepped on the jade floor with their carefully crafted leather shoes and whispered to each other. What on earth are these old guys, who are said to be the highest powers in the world, doing? Can't they even deal with a mere bandit? That's right. We gave them such high power, but now they have come up with something like this, allowing a group of pirates to attack our holy land of Mariehua. I think the advice given by the head of the Nader family is correct. Perhaps our 18 families should unite again, withdraw from the world government and establish a new government that is more suitable for us. The current world government is extremely corrupt. The amount of heavenly gold is being reduced every year. Isn't this going to cost us our lives? Without heavenly gold, what will my slaves eat? What will I use to buy slaves? How can they say such things? The patriarchs of 18 families, along with several bodyguards, gathered in the World Power Hall, creating a very lively scene. At this moment, the door of the Hall of Power, which was carefully carved from the trunk of the expensive precious tree Adam, suddenly opened. Four old men with extraordinary temperaments that were even better than those clan leaders and a middle-aged blonde man walked in with steady and powerful steps. After seeing who was coming, the clan leaders who were still giving angry speeches about the new government suddenly fell silent. As the most powerful people in the world, the five elders' own strength and status are definitely enough to suppress them. In addition, every clan leader is a shrewd old thief and no one wants to be the first to step out of the door. They are all waiting for someone to take the lead and start a rebellion against the five elders' regime to gain more benefits. However, the five elders simply glanced at the mob and ignored them, walking straight to the center of the meeting room in the Hall of Power. As five elders took their seats, the three CP governors with the highest combat effectiveness in the CP organization slowly walked up to the back of five elders and others and stood quietly. The three CP governors were of different heights. Even the shortest one was about 3 meters tall. He looked like an iron tower, staring at everyone with terrifying eyes. According to the original conclusion, their CP organization is just the guard dog of celestial dragons. But now the rules have changed. The latest order from the five elders and others is that if there are troublemakers among the celestial dragons' families, they can use the power of the five elders and others to kill them without mercy. This power is roughly equivalent to the power of the 9 members of the Knights of God, who are composed of strong men selected by the 18 family patriarchs. Under the watchful eyes of the CP organization's governors, the celestial dragons' team leaders took a few steps back, anger revealed in their eyes. People from the CP organization, whose original identities were just guard dogs, dared to stare at them like this. This is simply treason. It's treason. The dog I paid for actually dared to bite its owner. What's the point of keeping such a dog? Has the Marine team not arrived yet? Call back and ask Kong how the preparations are going. Us. Ahem. Topmen. We team leaders still have something to say, orders or something, we'll get down to business later. Topman Vachali, who was sitting in the center among the five elders, turned his head to look at the CP governor next to him, intending to give an order. However, before he could finish his words, the head of the Nad family, who represented the strongest of all the celestial dragons' families, clapped his hands and interrupted him. Hearing this, Saint Wachali slowly turned his head and stared at Saint Nad Nigeria in front of him with his sharp eyes, like those of an ancient ferocious beast. Do you have any comments? Saint Vachali spoke in a calm tone, as if it did not stir up any emotion at all. Ha 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 ha, Topman. Is this your attitude when you talk? Don't forget that your so-called supreme power is only obtained by our families uniting together. If you lose the support of us family leaders, what power do you have? So speak with some respect, you be asterisk 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 D. Do you want us 18 clan leaders to form a new government? As soon as the words of the Nigerian Saint Nader fell, they instantly won the response of the 18 family patriarchs present. The clan leaders who originally did not dare to be the first to stand out all shouted and cheered for clan leader Nad, the most powerful clan leader in the family. Chief Nad, rise up. No matter what, the ancestors of our 18 families have all emerged from the sea of fire and swords. In terms of merit, they are much greater. Even the world government was established by our ancestors together. It's time to exercise our power. Good job. Cheer up. We can't lose face. The Nader family has the closest cooperative relationship with us. The patriarch of the Fegaland family, which had the most marriages, also stood next to the patriarch of the Nad family with a western sword in his hand. Although he did not speak, his attitude was already very clear. As the two most powerful families under the world government, the two patriarchs believed that they were fully qualified to confront the five elders, the so-called highest powers in the world. After all, Zhu alone is one of the top strong men in their two families, and there are no less than 6 of them who have joined the Knights of God. With such a huge family force as support, the Nad family and the Figaran family were able to stand in the Hall of Supreme Power so firmly and scold the most powerful 5 elders, Topman Saint Vacheli, in person. Looking at the two family patriarchs who were causing trouble in front of him. Several 5 elders paused for a moment, then slowly raised their heads, looking calmly at Saint Nad Nigeria, the patriarch of the Nad family, and Saint Fegaland Jellingren of the Fegaland family. After listening for a long time, I finally understood that the patriarchs of your two families came here on purpose to cause trouble. The government has approved such a high amount of extra money for your two families every year. Isn't it enough for you? You actually came here to find an excuse to establish a new regime. If you are tired of living, you can just tell me directly. I will personally use this first-generation Kitetsu to send you to see the emperor. The god of finance, Nasajuro said with a chill in his tone as he placed his samurai sword flat on his knees and carefully wiped it with a precious golden cloth. However, facing the murderous aura from one of the 5 elders, Nasu Shuro, the patriarch of the Nad family smiled faintly. After brewing his thoughts on the spot for a while, he immediately began to speak very sharply in foul language, which was the most sharp and foul language he had used in the decades since he was in charge of the family. Ha 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 ha, you're saying we came here on purpose to cause trouble? If it weren't for you old guys being useless and bringing all the pirates into the Holy Land, would something like this have happened today? Let me talk about you again. I haven't even talked about you, Nasu Shuro. Don't think you can act like a master just because you have a samurai sword. Listen to me. You are just a stinky Japanese slave. I don't know how you, a mere fellow from a small place like Wanakuni, were elected as one of the 5 elders. If you don't know how to use your power, then give up your position and I will personally take charge of the situation. The words spoken by the patriarch of the Nad family were not reserved at all, which immediately attracted the fierce and dark gazes of several 5 elders, like those of Lion Majesties. Among them, Nasajuro who was scolded the most, directly pulled out the demon sword first-generation Kitetsu that was placed on his thigh, revealing a sinister ghost aura. Who do you think you are? You are a piece of trash, and you think you can claim the highest power in the world. If you, the so-called celestial dragons, are treated more leniently, will you all be eager to jump out and become the masters? Before Nasajuro finished his words, the demon sword in his hand, which was filled with the spirit of Devil May Cry, pointed directly at the throat of the Nad Nigerian Holy Land. However, out of consideration for his political status, Nasu Sholangshin did not directly pierce the vitals of the patriarch of the Nad family with the demon sword in his hand. Because he knew that the man in front of him was still some distance away from the highest combat power. But the strong men in the Nad family who support him behind the scenes are no joke. Especially since the deputy leader of the Knights of God, Saint Nadnern, is his younger brother. If this B************* D is killed at this critical moment, it will inevitably lead to a series of irreversible consequences. First of all, if there is an internal conflict within the Knights of God, it will definitely be a big benefit to the upcoming Rocks pirate. This was an ending that Nasajuro didn't want to see. Moreover, these old men came here this time just to persuade the patriarchs of these 18 families to send troops to resist the Rocks pirates. In addition to being able to better preserve the forces under their hands, the more important thing is to weaken the 18 celestial dragons' families that are already trying to become independent. Zheng was about to open his mouth to continue insulting the patriarch of the Nad family in the holy land of Nashowling, but he was surprised when he saw the other party's sudden action. He was even shocked when the black knife in his hand was only 1 millimeter away from stabbing his vital throat. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back, and his whole body trembled slightly. But after all, as the patriarch of the Celestial Dragons clan, what big scenes has he not seen? After a brief moment of fear, Chief Nad realized instantly that the D5 elders, Nasu Shuro, would never dare to kill him. Otherwise, once their Nad family and the Figarand family leave the Holy Land together, then, the overall strength of the entire government will inevitably drop by more than 30%. The first is the leader of the Knights of God, Saint Figarland Galen, who will definitely take the members of the Knights of God away from the Holy Land. In addition, if the other clan leaders who are waiting to see how the situation changes, leave the Holy Land and establish a new regime, it is conceivable what kind of heavy blow the world government, which has stood for 800 years, will suffer. What's more, Rock's pirate has already set out from the second half of the Grand Line and is staring at Mariehua eagerly. In this critical situation, there is no way that the damn Japanese slave Nasu Sholangshen would do anything to the patriarchs of their 18 families. Humph. Do you want to kill me? Do you dare to kill me? Nad Nigeria had a vicious look in his eyes, and he wanted to get back at the Japanese who frightened him so much that he was sweating all over. He slowly stretched out his right hand, first slowly tested the demon sword that Nasajuro was holding at his throat, and then gently moved away from it. After discovering through observation Haki's induction that the damn Japanese slave Nasu Juro really didn't dare to touch him, the Nigerian Saint Nad relaxed instantly, exerted force with his right hand, and in an instant he knocked the demon sword in Nasajuro's hand to the ground. After completing this series of thrilling actions, the Nigerian Saint Nader slowly pulled out an expensive cigar wrapped in gold wire from between the lining of his suit, stuffed it into his mouth, and slowly lit the tobacco. He started smoking right in the Hall of Power in this world, in front of all the 5 elders. At this moment, the confidence, arrogance in the eyes of the Nigerian Saint Nader were fully revealed. He stared with alert eyes at the Zamboran V. Nasashuro saint in front of him, whose face had fallen into utmost embarrassment. Then, under the gazes of countless family patriarchs, he lightly flicked the cigar ash in his hand in front of Nasu Shuro. With a very natural and unobtrusive tone, UND snorted again and humiliated. Snort. Dead Japanese slaves are dead Japanese slaves. I don't dare to operate, why are you raising your hand? If you are AB*************** D from Wanakuni once, you will be a Wanakuni for the rest of your life. Snort. Dead Japanese slaves are dead Japanese slaves. I don't dare to operate, why are you raising your hand? If you are AB********** D from Wanakuni once, you will be a Wanakuni for the rest of your life. The words of the Nigerian Saint Nader have just fallen. On Nasajuro's bald head, blue veins suddenly appeared standing up. Although what the damn Nade family patriarch said was indeed right. He is indeed a samurai from Wanakuni. However, as he had been proud of his identity as a samurai all his life, he would never allow anyone to insult his identity as a samurai. And this D in front of him actually dared to say such taboo words, and said them in front of him while severely humiliating him. If this guy is not killed, it will definitely have an immeasurable impact on the future development of his conqueror's Haki. This D might even become a huge demon in his mind during his cultivation. As we all know, the progress of Conqueror's Haki requires strong courage and strength to improve on its own. If he was publicly humiliated today and didn't react at all, then it is absolutely certain that his Conqueror's Haki will never reach perfection in this lifetime. However, just as Nasajuro was hesitating whether to chop off the D's head with one blow. The god of environment, Marcus Maz, who had long white-beard hair and remained standing, smiled and walked forward to control and ease the situation and said, "Chief Nade, please calm down first. I believe this matter will be resolved satisfactorily." After slightly calming down the Nad family patriarch's ruthless verbal attack, St. Marcusmaz turned around and moved directly to the sides of St. Nashowling to start planning something. The two people exchanged a few words in an extremely subtle voice. The anger on Nasajuro's face gradually subsided, and he looked directly at Nad Nigeria Saint as if he was looking at a dead person. "Since you are so confident that you want to become one of the most powerful people in the world, I will give you this opportunity. But this is conditional. If you want to become the highest power in the world, you must prove that you have the strength and skills to do so. Of course, if the other clan leaders want to get involved, you can do that too. My position as the most powerful person in the world is open to you." After Nasu Sholang stared at the Nigerian Saint Nader in front of him with an expression like a pool of stagnant water. His gaze also turned directly to the remaining dozen or so patriarchs of the Celestial Dragon's family. "Oh. I didn't expect that you, an old man, still have some self-awareness. Since you sincerely want to give up the position of the highest power in this world, then I will naturally take over with all my heart. What are your conditions? You can express them generously." When the patriarch of the Nad family, Nad Nigeria Saint, heard that a guy from a small place like Nashowling was actually willing to give up his position after hearing what he said, he naturally became very interested. As one of the Celestial Dragon's masters who had been in a high position for a long time, he certainly knew what huge benefits he could bring to the family once he became one of the most powerful people in the world. As of now, none of the world's most powerful people are from the 18 Celestial Dragons families. Now that such a great opportunity is before him, he must fight for the interests of his family. Of course, in addition to the head of the Nader family, who showed great interest in this, the other Celestial Dragons' heads also pricked up their ears without hesitation and listened carefully to Nasu Sholang's conditions. Obviously, these people also want to participate and grab a piece of the pie. "Tell me the conditions." Saint Nasu Sholang. "No matter how difficult it is, among all the clan leaders among us, there must be one person who can achieve it." "That's right. Although our strength has not reached the highest standard of combat power, there is no way that ordinary people can be our opponents. Come on. You guys have been staying in this position for hundreds of years. It's time to make way." The patriarchs of more than a dozen Celestial Dragons families spoke in a tone that did not allow anyone to refuse, as if they had already found a loophole in the words of Saint Nasajuro and wanted to directly swallow up the other party's position of the highest power in the world. The instigator of all this, Saint Marcus Mas, had a look in his slightly narrowed eyes that showed a hint of success. He and several other 5 elders looked at each other, and stood up to make promises to the dozen or so Celestial Dragons clan leaders who were clamoring to replace Nasu Sholangshing. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Since Saint Nasu Sholang has spoken these irrevocable words, we must take them seriously. The 4 of us are here to make a promise to the dozen or so clan leaders of yours. As long as any of you meets the requirements of the Nasu Sholang Holy Land, we will directly recommend you to become the new 5 elders. I will directly replace Zambaran V. Nasajuro as our new colleague. And I will also apply to that master at the right time to allow you to gain the ability of immortality. Among the 5 elders, Saint Vorchali, who has the most transcendent status, the strongest strength and always occupies the C position, spoke to the bustling group of people in a serious tone. The group of guys who were already making a lot of noise became even more excited after hearing Saint Vorchali's assurance. They didn't hear anything else clearly. However, the 4 words, immortality, are directly engraved deep in my mind. As the most precious race in the world, they no longer lack any kind of material foundation. Every celestial dragon starts at birth. The only thing they want is to be immortal like the 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world, and live in harmony with the whole world. No one wants to face a lonely death. Even an ordinary person has a desire for eternal life. What's more, they are celestial dragons who have already enjoyed all the material comforts and spiritual abundance in the world. Great! The chance to become an immortal. Is it already in front of me? Don't speak too soon. Who will take the highest position of power in this world? That's another story. You bastards, are you trying to pick a fight with me at this critical moment? I think you want to test whether my sword is sharp. Chief Nad, Saint Watchily said it. This time everyone is in fair competition. Besides, your sword is sharp, so my sword is not bad either. The originally harmonious team of celestial dragons family leaders in the crowd instantly became a mess because of the appearance of the word, eternal life, and they were even wary of each other. The 5 elders who saw this scene looked at each other and smiled kindly. After all, they are just some good-for-nothings. These guys, who stay in the holy land of Mariehua all day long and have never experienced the lower class of society, how can they be so scheming? They just put out a little bit of temptation, and these guys swarmed over like wild dogs eating shit. This group of bastards also want to break away from the Holy Land and establish a new regime. Just kidding. If Lord M had not taken the lead at the beginning. They didn't know that all the more than 10 families were smashed into pulp by the rubber fist of Joey Boy. How could they have the chance to survive till now? Wokurise looked at Nasajuro, who had calmed down, and signaled that he could state the conditions for competing for the highest power position in the world. Nasujiro nodded. Then he turned around and walked to the table next to him, pulled out a bounty order for Luo Hu and placed it in front of a group of Celestial Dragons clan leaders. This kid is the current second captain of Rock's Pirate. As long as any one of you can put his head in front of this old man, then I will leave the highest position of power in this world to that person. Nasajuro spun the bounty order in his hand in a circle, making sure that every patriarch of the Celestial Dragons family could see it clearly. At the same time, he spoke lightly to the patriarch of the Nad family in front of him in an almost provocative tone. And this guy nicknamed the Devil is also a vicious pirate who killed your son, Najabantania Saint. Humph. You are a dog that can't spit out ivory. You really shine when you are given a little sunshine. Don't I recognize this lowly pirates? If he dares to show up in the holy land of Mariehua this time, I, the tribesmen under my command, can tear him to pieces alive. Just be prepared to move your position out of the Hall of Power. I'm afraid I'll have to waste my breath to chase you away later. The Nigerian Saint Nad looked with disdain at the Nashowling saint in front of him who was trying to provoke his inner anger. As a qualified patriarch, Nad Nigeria Saint thought he was extremely smart and could see at a glance the hidden calculations of Nashiro in front of him. Isn't it just to provoke his anger in this way, so that he can go straight after the pirates who killed his son? He's not that stupid. As the patriarch of a clan, of course he has to send other clan members to surround and kill the other party. His own strength is not that strong, so how could he possibly go on the field himself at the beginning? When Nasajuro, who was holding the bounty order in his hand, heard the other party's confident words, he naturally smiled for the first time in a long time. Ha 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 ha, since Chief Nader has such high confidence, then this old man is looking forward to your good news. As I said before, my position is in the Hall of Power. If you have the ability, send someone to move him away. Nasajuro laughed loudly, then directly pulled out the first-generation Kitetsu that had already sunk into the ground and put it back into the scabbard. Just as the Celestial Dragons leaders who had gathered together began to walk back, each leading their troops to prepare to encircle and kill the Rock's pirate. On the other side, the Naval Headquarters team walked step by step towards the Holy Land of Mariehua from the Naval Headquarters' exclusive stairs, and they also moved with their own unique expressions. Currently, the highest commander in the Naval Headquarters is Naval Headquarters Marshal Kong. Under Kong's banner, 3 Admiral-level warriors, Garp the Fist, Black Arm Zephyr, and Buddha Sengoku, followed closely behind, walking up the stairs with different thoughts in mind. In addition to them, these Admiral-level strongmen, the remaining Vice Admiral Marines had already received transfer orders from the world government and were deployed in various locations in Mariehua in advance. Woo ha 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 Zephyr, why do you always have a gloomy face? Do you remember what I told you about fake fighting before? Anyway, every time the world government launches a large-scale operation, it's just to protect those stinky celestial dragons. There's no need to take it so seriously. Garp muttered nonchalantly while he put his arm around Zephyr's shoulder as he stepped on the stairs that the world government used to land on the Red Line. In his opinion, he shouldn't be asked to come here to protect celestial dragons. The more rubbish-like celestial dragons die, the cleaner the world will be. He wasn't willing to go into a fight with pervert pirates like Rox just for this bunch of trash. Who is Rox? That is the purest pervert among perverts. Conqueror's Haki has already reached the ultimate perfection. Fighting against such a person, seriously speaking, even an Admiral-level warrior would really get his head chopped off if he wasn't careful. This extremely dangerous evildoer is no joke. However, just as Garp was preaching about the harm that the celestial dragons were doing to the world and how he would never do anything against them, Marine Marshal Kong, who had been walking in front and leading the way, turned around with a look of rage and veins on his forehead and started scolding Garp, the young man. Garp! You'd better shut up. How can you say such things? You'd better not cause any trouble when we get to Mariehua. Otherwise, even if I wear my mouth out, I still can't protect you. As the current Marine Marshal, he knows best how complex and powerful the forces within the world government are. To put it bluntly, the saying that has been circulating within the CP organization is that the naval headquarters is just the external facade of the world government. You are really right. If the government feels that the current Marines are no longer useful, they will definitely clean them out without hesitation and replace them with a new group of people. Don't doubt the power of the government. Being able to rule the ocean for more than 800 years in such a world with extraordinary powers is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Let's not talk about the other celestial dragons' family members who are all born with certain talents. Just one of their Knights of God, consisting of 9 strong men all ranked at the Admiral level, is enough to destroy their naval headquarters. Although, 2 of the 9 powerful members of the Knights of God were hacked to death in public by Luo Hu, the current second captain of Rock's pirate, in the Valley of God. But Kong heard it very clearly. In just half a year, the Knights of God had already recruited 2 more Admiral-level warriors and restored their original structure. In just half a year, 2 more strong men were selected to serve as members of the Knights Templar. Kong Gu couldn't even imagine such a speed. Ever since he took office as the Naval Headquarters Marshal, it has been very difficult to promote an Admiral-level strongman in the past 6 months. Even Sengoku, the newly promoted Admiral, had no choice but to be promoted due to time constraints. If we really talk about actual combat power, Sengoku is obviously not as strong as the Naval Headquarters in this era. Wahahahaha, so you can't say this kind of thing? I'm so sorry, Mr. Marshal. Just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. I never said celestial dragons are trash. Seeing that Kong was really angry, Garp too could only take back his words in disappointment. However, even though Garp made such a retreat that he thought was very appropriate, Kongu still glared at him and scolded him. Shut up. This scene naturally made Garp's originally smiling expression turn into one full of dissatisfaction. Garp walked into Mariehua with an unhappy expression on his face. When he saw the 5 elders and others sitting in their original positions at this time, his expression suddenly became more profound. At this time, there was no one in the entire Hall of Power except the 5 elders, a few of the world's most powerful people. Beside them, there stood 3 governors with the highest combat power in the CP organization who had appeared in the Battle of God Valley. The war situation this time has become so serious that even the director and deputy director of the promotion layer and the 3 highest judges of Eni's lobby have all gathered together. In addition, the top talents carefully selected from the more than 180 member countries of the world government were all assigned to the periphery, following the Marine Vice Admiral and the senior agents of the CP organization, who were specifically responsible for blocking the captains of the Rock's pirates. Except for the members of the Knights of God who kept a mysterious look and sat in the distance, and other powerful celestial dragons who did not show up, the background of world government was basically all here. Adding together the total number of strong men, the number of people who can reach the highest combat power standard has exceeded 30. This does not even include those strong people who are close to the Admiral's strength level. If we add the elite Marines, CP agents, generals and other miscellaneous personnel scattered around the Holy Land of Mariehua, there are a total of nearly 300,000 grassroots combat forces. Watching the terrifying background of the world government. At this moment, Monkey D. Dragon, who had turned into a gust of wind and was hiding high in the sky, couldn't help but gasp. When he was in the Marine, he had always heard that the background of the world government was never as simple as it seemed. But after seeing it for the first time today, I was still shocked. There are dozens of strong people who can reach the Admiral level. And each of them has an aura like a monster. Extremely terrifying. Dorag even began to feel fortunate that no strong men stayed behind when he went around to release the slaves in the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, with his strength at that time, he would definitely not be able to escape death. However, before the shock in Dorag's eyes subsided, a group of celestial dragons with unusually graceful postures began to walk out of the residential area deep in Mariehua. These celestial dragons all followed a strict formation order and walked in their own family's exclusive positions. Walking in the front are the patriarchs of the 18 celestial dragons' families who have an even more transcendent status. Hundreds of thousands of troops in the vast Mariehua looked at the group of celestial dragons behind them with shock. This is the world's aristocratic army that nearly 200 member states around the world desperately support. The number of people is extremely large, with nearly 50,000 celestial dragons. And every powerful celestial dragon had a rebellious look on his face. They are the backbone of the world government. Compared to other celestial dragons whose bloodline is weak and they are basically the same as ordinary people. Each of them is a warrior with powerful bloodline, inherited from the royal bloodline that founded the world government hundreds of years ago. Wow, ha 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 ha. It's so lively today. All the low-class untouchables have come to the red line. This time, the patriarch of our family will definitely seize the position of the highest power in the world and bring supreme glory to the Nader family. As for this pirates who is regarded as a prize, I, Nadritson, will personally take his head off. A young and energetic celestial dragon from the Nader family shouted confidently while holding a bounty on Luo Hu's head. Naturally, his words aroused the dissatisfaction of the other 17 young people in the celestial dragon's family. Hee. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. The head of this pirates must be taken by our family. Although there are a few more powerful people in your family, the world's highest power is too complicated for you to grasp. Among the mighty group of celestial dragons, there were voices of dissatisfaction among them. Indeed. Whoever can marry this pirate's head, then the patriarch of their family will automatically be promoted to the 5 elders, one of the highest powers in the world. This God-given opportunity can greatly enhance the strength of our family. We must not let anyone else have it. When the time comes, I will be the first to rush to the front and kill that pirates. A group of elite celestial dragons discussed enthusiastically for a while about who would go up first and take the lead. After a while, they returned to their nature and started discussing new topics. Hey! By the way, have any of you gone to Sabaody Archipelago to buy slaves recently? I heard that the auction house there has recently started buying and selling beautiful merpeople again. Another mermaid? Although they are rare, I get tired of playing with them too much and each of these mermaids has a cold body inside, which is not fun at all. If you ask me, it would be more comfortable to buy some slaves from the fur tribe to train them. And let me tell you, the body temperature of the fur tribe is really super high. I'm not lying to you at all. Even if you take medicine, you can't stand that feeling. Someone in the celestial dragon's crowd uttered an exclamation of amazement, which immediately sparked an even more excited discussion among them. Wow! This celestial dragons is so perverted, but Lousy just likes him inexplicably. Such a pervert. When I have time, I will definitely try your method to see if the temperature is really super high. Manually funny. Hee, this is really exciting. Standing with a group of you, I can learn a lot of new knowledge even without talking. I thought I was pervert enough, but now it seems that it is far from enough. Hurry up and get rid of this damn rocks pirate. I can't wait to try it out and see if it's really true that I can't bear the medicine. The topics discussed by the elite celestial dragons, whose eyes were becoming more and more perverted, were simply embarrassing for the soldiers who were on high alert for the battle situation. When facing the pirates, they are always able to occupy the highest moral position and point fingers. But every time when it comes to the escort mission of celestial dragons, whether it is the marine or other soldiers, they always feel that they are the villains. There is no other reason. Celestial dragons is really fun. They really can't hide their weird habits at all. Fishmen, snake men, birdmen and all kinds of weird races cannot escape their punishment and manipulation. Sure enough, is this the upper class? Even every pervert is so weird. After this group of celestial dragons warriors had been talking non-stop for more than half an hour. At some point in time, a large number of dense black spots began to appear above the red line, where the sky was originally high and the clouds were vast. It took only a few minutes for these black spots to move from far away to near and directly reach the sky above the holy city of Mariehua. Even this time, many of the soldiers responsible for guarding the holy land of Mariehua had already participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. But whenever they encounter the pirate warships in the sky, they always feel panic. Golden Lion's lion fruit ability is really a strategic level ability. Attention, attention. The Rocks pirates have arrived. The Rocks pirates have arrived. All units are ready to resist the Rocks pirates. People from the naval headquarters and the CP organization will go first. The Marine Chief of Staff, who was in charge of commanding the soldiers to plan the attack, was holding a den mushy in his hand, and kept making serious voices to remind hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers to be on guard against the Rocks pirates. However, before he could finish his words, a celestial dragon wearing an expensive celestial dragon uniform suddenly appeared and took away her den mushy. Although Chief of Staff Crane didn't quite understand what the celestial dragons were trying to do, he respected his ideas. After all, this is a world aristocrat. She is just a small chief of staff at the naval headquarters, and she is someone you can't afford to mess with. Hey. Can you hear me? Can the Rocks pirates hear me? I am from the celestial dragons Natter family. I heard that there is a pirate pariah nicknamed the Devil in your stinking pirate team, right? Please inform that pariah to prepare his head. This is very important to our Nader family. After the young celestial dragon who was specifically responsible for giving speeches finished his words, there was an instant commotion and shouting among the Nader family behind him. Hey, Marine over there, get out of the way. And the CP agents, please don't block the way. Raise the flag of our Nader family, and everyone else retreat. This so-called Rocks pirate must be defeated by our family first. A group of celestial dragons were full of confidence, and they all gathered in the front row, even pushing Marine and others to the back and engaging in a direct confrontation. Rocks pirates preparations. Luo Hu, who had been attracted to the deck by the celestial dragons shouting, was naturally very excited as he looked at the ignorant pigs below. Originally, he thought that he needed to wait for other pirates to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of Marines, CP organization's senior agents and other guard dogs before he could break into the Holy Land and kill celestial dragons. But no one expected that these celestial dragons had some kind of crazy idea and all the strong men from 18 families gathered outside the Holy Land. There are tens of thousands of people. Luo Hu swore to heaven that he had never seen so many celestial dragons in his life. And each of them is actually a powerful celestial dragon. It seems that the silly image that celestial dragons has always had outside is still somewhat false. The truly powerful celestial dragons always stay in the well-equipped holy places. They simply don't bother to go to the civilian areas which they call the wandering land. But none of that matters now. Luo Hu is already very clear about his current combat capability. As long as his strength has not reached the admiral level, the highest combat capability of the naval headquarters, then he will definitely be defeated once they meet. As soon as it shows up, it's gone in seconds. No one below the admiral can last even a second. As for Haki, if his strength could just break through to the ultimate level of admiral of headquarters, it would take less than 10 minutes at most to kill alone. Ha 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 ha, Captain Rocks, can we launch the attack now? As long as Laozi waves his hand, our army of hundreds of thousands of pirates can rush to Mariehua in an instant. Mama, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if there are any strong ones among these celestial dragons who are willing to have a child with me. A child with the blood of celestial dragons plus my talent will definitely not be inferior to anyone. Kulalalala. Although I didn't win Zoan's devil fruit before, this ability seems pretty good. A group of squad leaders were all in an excited stage, looking forward to the upcoming huge war. For the strong, ordinary life has long been boring. Only this kind of bloody fight can make them feel excited. Just as Rox was staring at the 5 elders and others who were slowly walking out of the Holy Land, Luo Hu jumped directly from the side of the deck into the air, and directly completed the floating flight state with the ability of Thunder Fruit. Rox glanced at Luo Hu's actions with a slight sidelong glance. Although he had no idea what Luo Hu was trying to do, based on his understanding of this guy, once he made a move, it would definitely be aimed at the celestial dragons. Flying in the air, Luo Hu raised his hand straight up to the sky at an angle of about 70 degrees. Then, drop after drop of boiling magma began to drip from between its fists. Meteor volcano. Boom 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 boom. A violent roar occurred. After Luo Hu's calm tone fell, one huge magma fist after another began to form, and exploded rapidly into the sky with an extremely high impact force. The boiling magma quickly flew high into the sky, and in just a few seconds, it instantly transformed the original blue sky and white clouds into a beautiful cloud of fire and smoke at dusk. Hey! Captain Luo Hu, what are you doing? Throwing all the lava into the sky, can this kill the enemy? That's right. In my opinion, Rock's pirate should only have one captain. Bullshit. Haven't you ever been to school? Haven't you learned about the capsule casting of concrete structure number 42? After these magmas rush to the sky and then fall down, the damage caused is not just as simple as burns. This is a high-altitude magma meteorite fall that is no less than a volcanic eruption. Among the pirates, some were confused, some were skeptical, and of course there were also some scientists who claimed to have been educated for a few years and came out to explain Luo Hu's actions. Although there are some strange remarks in the process of this explanation, generally speaking, there are not many mistakes. The celestial dragons warriors of the Nad family below were naturally very confused and looked up at the beautiful fiery clouds in the sky. However, this extreme beauty did not last long and was completely broken. One after another, huge blocks of magma fell rapidly from the sky after losing their initial momentum. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to them. After seeing this scene, the naturally confident celestial dragons warriors of the Nad family suddenly changed their expressions and began to flee in panic. Hey, is this true? You must be kidding. How the hell could something like this fall from the sky? This is a catastrophic devil fruit ability. How damned. Which idiot was the one giving the orders to move all of us to the front? As celestial dragons, shouldn't we stand at the back and wait for the Marines and CP agents to go up and consume us first? That's right. This commander really has his A** hole above his mouth. He farts as soon as he opens his mouth. Thousands of celestial dragons with the surname Nader wanted to quickly hide among the Marine and CP organizations to avoid the disaster. But it was too late. They had previously called all the Marine and CP agents to the rear through Den Mushi and now they were asking for trouble. The 5 elders who had been standing at the back looked at each other and smiled knowingly after seeing this scene. Lord M. Saint asked them to eliminate the other 18 celestial dragons' families. They were originally worried about how to kill these bastards on a large scale. Now, everyone is rushing to give up their lives for the so-called short-selling rewards. They are simply brainless. Don't say they didn't have a chance to take off the evil ghost's head. Even if the 18 celestial dragons' family members died or were injured and desperately got Luo Hu's head and placed it in front of the 5 of them, it would be of no use. How could the position of the world's highest power fall into the hands of these guys? Celestial dragons are also divided into levels. How could a mere descendant of a king who lived 800 years ago have any qualifications? Only those in the faction of Lord M. Saint can be considered true celestial dragons, okay. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of dense and chaotic roars coming from the sky, and pieces of lava dripping with magma were bombarding down from the sky like meteors and meteorites. It hit the group of Nader celestial dragons hard. After falling to the ground of Red Line, these huge blocks of magma directly smashed the solid ground into huge holes like meteorite craters. And each piece of magma will explode and scatter after hitting the ground. The magma drops like raindrops invade and burn everywhere, rushing over in large pieces, wanting to support the CP organization and marine soldiers of celestial dragons. What's even more terrifying is that after the explosion, these magma blocks actually emitted a faint smell similar to that of rotten eggs that irritated everyone's throat. Oh! It's so hot! How could this guy do that? My skin is already burned, where's the doctor? Come here quickly. Where are the Marines? Hurry up and help me block the lava. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. None of them is useful at the critical moment. Help, I really don't want to die. Please take me with you. My legs were broken by the lava. After a round of lava bombardment, the Nad family, who were at the forefront, suffered heavy losses. The scalding magma blocks fell from great heights, bringing with them a terrifying impact force that instantly killed every celestial dragon that was unfortunate enough to be bombarded, and smashed into pieces on the spot. They were originally full of confidence, but after enduring the scorching heat, they instantly turned into a mess, howling miserably and wailing non-stop on the spot. It can be said that in just less than 3 minutes, the magma fist that Luo Hu fired into the sky had directly killed nearly 3,000 celestial dragons of the Nader family. This doesn't even include the celestial dragons whose arms and thighs were burned off by the lava and have become half-crippled. However, how could Luo Hu, who had become addicted to killing, stop there? Floating in the air, he saw that the meteor volcano was surprisingly effective, so he increased his strength again and continued to shoot into the air. The magma blocks that kept falling from the sky mercilessly reaped the lives of the Nad family one after another, until only a few hundred people out of the entire clan of more than 5,000 people escaped back to Mariehua, and the attack finally stopped. At this moment, all the marine soldiers, CP agents and countless pirates in Mariehua widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at the lava flowing all over the ground in front of the holy land of Mariehua. The high temperature reflected in the fiery red sky blows on everyone's face. Coupled with the corpse of Madara, and the celestial dragons that were burned by the magma and emitted bursts of meaty aroma. Everyone just felt that Luo Hu, the leader of the pirates, was really a man who was like a god of death. Under normal circumstances, the death of one of the celestial dragons would be a devastating event. And now, this terrifying guy Luo Hu had just appeared on the scene and he had already killed more than 3,000 and nearly 4,000 celestial dragons. Such a record is simply terrifying. Captain Luo Hu. This is really too much. Kill, kill, kill. A mere group of so-called celestial dragons are nothing to be afraid of. I want to personally apologize for my previous ignorance of Captain Luo Hu. Captain Luo Hu is really a very powerful pirate. Even Captain Rocks can't match him. What do you think? Does Captain Luo Hu have the ability to fight 5 elders alone like Captain Rocks and still come out unscathed? That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, Captain Rocks has been famous on this ocean for decades. Captain Luo Hu is very powerful, but he probably can't achieve the same record as Captain Rocks. Captain Luo Hu just killed more people, but if we really talk about combat effectiveness, he is definitely not as good as Captain Rocks. Seeing Luo Hu kill thousands of celestial dragons, known as the world's nobles, with just a wave of his hand, a group of pirates in Rock's pirates shouted excitedly with excitement. What does this mass death of celestial dragons mean? Doesn't this represent the position of God that Captain Rocks promised to them? As long as they kill all the celestial dragons, they can directly replace the celestial dragons and become the new gods. Thinking of this, the pirates were so excited that they wanted to rush down and fight bloody battles right on the spot. However, at this moment, the originally confident patriarch of the Nad family had already been so shocked by this horrifying scene that he stuttered and almost couldn't speak. This, damn pariah pirates. I'm not done with you. The Nigerian Saint Nader's face was extremely distorted, and he immediately dodged several times and rushed to the front of Luo Hu, intending to challenge Luo Hu alone. The strong men of the Nad family who saw this scene chased after him with severe headaches. Among them, Nadkazan, who had participated in the Battle of God Valley, was so angry that he wanted to rush forward to stop the patriarch who had already gone crazy. He knows best who Luo Hu is. The members of the Knights of God, which were once in full strength, were ambushed by the pirates and 2 of them were seriously injured and killed. If the leader of such a group of pirates rushed forward, he would be killed within 3 minutes. For the sake of the family's plans, even if the situation ahead is extremely dangerous, Kazan must rush to the front and bring back the patriarch. Ha ha ha. Brothers. The Nader family has been half destroyed. We must take the head of that pirates. Let's join forces with the senior agents of the CP organization belonging to our faction. And call the Marines to join us. We will definitely be able to surround and kill that pariah. The position of the world's highest power is right before your eyes. The remaining 17 Celestial Dragons clan leaders in the Holy Land of Mariehua who had not yet taken action saw that Chief Nader was rushing forward to die as if he had gone mad. They all burst out laughing and slapped their thighs. The Nader family is the most powerful of all the Celestial Dragons families. Logically, it should be the easiest to kill Luo Hu and chop off his head, and gain the highest position of power in the world. However, their cleverness backfired and they actually rushed to the front of the first wave and were directly killed or injured by Luo Hu. Although this number of people is not enough to cause any serious damage to the Nader family, these are all young elite warriors in the family. Each one of them is very valuable. Amidst the noise, Luo Hu's ultimate observation Haki swept across the entire Mariehua. Instantly, he sensed the aura of more than 100,000 celestial dragons, naval headquarters soldiers, and high-level CP agents locking onto him. Ha 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 ha. How dare you, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, show off your shame. Numbers are useless in the face of absolute strength. With an extremely strong murderous intent, Luo Hu turned into lightning and thunder and rushed directly to the red line, drawing his sword and engaging in a head-on battle with a group of strong men. In a flash, dozens of heads could be seen flying up almost everywhere on the red line every second. The blood of celestial dragons, marine, and senior agents of the CP organization flowed all over the ground, making the soil of the red line even darker red. Kololololol, this is so exciting. Being young means being energetic. Whitebeard, who was standing on the boat holding Tsong Yunxia, became uncontrollably excited after seeing Luo Hu rushing down to kill. His originally calm mood seemed to be directly infected. He set his sights on Admiral Buddha Sengoku, the most powerful member of the naval headquarters, who had transformed into a golden Buddha in the crowd. At this point, Whitebeard, who had already eaten the shock fruit and was developing very smoothly, could already feel that his 12th consecutive victory against that D Sengoku was about to come. Sengoku, who was rushing forward to support the patriarch of the Nad family, naturally sensed Whitebeard's fierce gaze. The two sides looked at each other for a second. The kusunokiri in Whitebeard's hands suddenly shook. Then, he jumped high in front of the Buddha. He raised the big guandao in his hand above his head, and the earthquake power was wrapped around the blade. He chopped it down quickly and mercilessly. Damn Newgate. You be ********** D again. Looking at Whitebeard who was slashing at him with the knife. Sengoku's expression was extremely disgusting. Whitebeard is like nougat, smelly and hard. After so many fights, he has no chance of winning, but he has to fight. Big Buddha shockwave. Facing Whitebeard who was already sticking to his face, Sengoku quickly raised his two golden arms and pushed them forward, directly compressing and bursting out an extremely powerful shock wave that slammed into Whitebeard's body. However, at this moment, Sengoku's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the white halo wrapped around Whitebeard's large sword. What is this? Shock fruit. Sengoku's face suddenly changed. The vague speculation in his heart finally turned into reality along with the cracks on the screen created by Whitebeard. The monster Whitebeard actually ate Paramecia's shock fruit. This terrifying devil fruit ability will definitely cause horrific destructive power in this guy's hands. As expected, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, after Whitebeard chopped the air with his sword, a shocking earthquake suddenly erupted. Caught off guard, dozens of marine soldiers close to Sengoku were instantly shaken, and the light waves turned into a blood mist flying all over the ground. Sengoku, the newly appointed top combatant admiral of the naval headquarters whose strength has not yet reached the prescribed limit, was instantly knocked above the red line by Whitebeard. Under the gazes of 5 elders and others watching the battle, Garp picked his nose while walking forward with an unhappy expression. Whitebeard, who had gained an absolute advantage, showed no mercy. He took a step forward with a grim smile, and a circle of earthquake light suddenly appeared in his right hand again. He pressed it firmly on the head of the big Buddha who was lying on the ground and unable to get up. Boom! An extremely violent vibration occurred, and a roar like a dragon turning over appeared. Whitebeard's punch was full of explosive power and directly smashed Sengoku's body into the thick red line. Under the body of this golden Buddha, there is a huge crack that extends for nearly 1,000 meters and covers the entire continent. Sengoku slowly regained his human form, sweating profusely as he looked at Whitebeard in front of him, who looked like a god of war. For the first time, he felt a lingering fear towards this man. Whitebeard combined with Paramecia's shock fruit is like adding wings to a tiger. This fruit seemed to be specially designed for him. It had a graceful and powerful posture, and its destructive power was second to none. Kololalala Sengoku, you're still so weak. You're no match for lousy. Call Garp over too. Whitebeard grinned, standing there confidently waiting for Sengoku to climb out of the pit while quietly waiting for Garp the Fist who had rushed in front of him after several consecutive collisions. The 3 of them can be considered old rivals. They would fight each other whenever they met by chance, no matter what. However, in the past, they always met on the sea and could not move freely. Once a fight started, the ships and islands would be destroyed. It's different now. Standing on the heavy red line, he can finally fight with full firepower. This thick land can withstand any attack from anyone. Even if the damage is huge, it is just like a mosquito bite to this continent. The 3 of them confronted each other, sparks flashing in their eyes. Little ones. The day of becoming a god is here. Charge to Mariehua and chop these bastards to death. Launch a general attack. All troops attack. So Wei observed the situation and found that 5 elders and others had no intention of stepping forward to stop them. Rock suddenly drew his sword from its sheath and shouted in a sinister tone when he saw his nephew's location in the holy land of Mariehua. Under the control of Rox and the ultimate of the flying pirates, all the Rox pirate crew members, more than 100,000 people, quickly rushed towards the red line against the wind. The densely packed pirate ships dived towards Mariehua. The movements were exactly the same as the controls in the original Valley of the Gods. The numerous pirate ships in the sky smashed countless CP agents and marine soldiers guarding celestial dragons, causing countless losses. But that's not all. After the pirate ships landed, groups of vicious pirates began to jump from the deck onto the land. In an instant, a swift fight broke out between the two armies. Blood flowed everywhere and broken limbs flew everywhere. Countless sweet smells of blood lingered at everyone's noses and could not be dissipated. An unparalleled battle is about to begin. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions mixed with sword energy and bullets roared and flew everywhere. In the aftermath of the battle between countless powerful people, 3 or 4 unlucky guys were killed on the spot almost every second. Especially the unlucky ones around Whitebeard, Garp and Sengoku, there are a lot of them. On the other side, Luo Hu was getting more and more excited the more he killed. There were hundreds of thousands of enemies in front of him, madly blocking his way. Almost every strike of the sword would directly split dozens or even hundreds of heads, causing death. Among those who were killed instantly were marine soldiers, marine generals, high-ranking agents of the CP organization, and a small number of Celestial Dragon's warriors who shouted that they were charging for the glory of their family. Luo Hu originally did not intend to commit so much murder, he just wanted to rush into the Celestial Dragon's group and kill them. But the facts are always contrary to reality. He didn't want to kill these marines who had little to do with him, but they were just going to rush up to attack him with machetes. Facing these marines who were fighting hard to protect the Celestial Dragons and wanted to kill him, Luo Hu had no mercy at all. Every swing of the sword unleashes the ultimate swordsman's flying slash, which can directly devour dozens of lives. At this moment, only a few minutes had passed on the battlefield, and more than 7,000 to 8,000 horrific corpses had already piled up around Luo Hu. These guys, who are so weak and whose Haki isn't even Grandmaster, are simply courting death by rushing forward. And every time after killing dozens of lives, Luo Hu would directly absorb an extremely small amount of three-dimensional data. Although these weak guys cannot provide too many attribute values, if they are killed directly, they will still be forced to absorb the last bit of attribute balls from the opponent. Although the amount that each small Karami can provide is extremely small, a mosquito leg is still meat. Luo Hu's current personal combat capability has reached a top level and cannot be improved any further. Even if he continued to fight with people of the same level like rocks, he would not be able to gain any improvement. The only way to keep the data growing is to absorb all the attributes inside the enemy's body through a large number of killings in order to gain a slight increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 0.021. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 0.001. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 0.371. With another sword, he killed 80 or 90 soldiers mixed with celestial dragons, and Luo Hu once again felt that his body's strength had been slightly improved. It's no use just killing these useless things. We have to find some stronger ones to kill. While Luo Hu swung his sword to kill hundreds of people around him and created a vacuum zone, he was thinking about who to find to perform the operation. Soon, his eyes went straight to the other side, where the Saint of Nad Nigeria, who had been running away and trying to escape back into the depths of Mariehua, was rushed over by the other armies. In the battle just now, Luo Hu's sword Soul Haki had already sensed this guy. Judging from the way this family came forward to provoke him at the beginning, it should be the family of the Saint of Tania in Nadu State whom he killed before. Thinking back to when I was on Devil's Island, Naduban Tanya was still threatening to use the power of his family to kill him. Now, in the blink of an eye, their entire family has fallen into a battle royale situation. Old thief! Don't leave! Luo Hu holds a sword in his right hand. The muscles all over his body began to tighten and swell rapidly, one after another, thick black veins popped out, and even the skin was covered with layers of dark green dragon scales. It looked extremely terrifying, and the defense was extremely high. As the patriarch of a family, don't you even want to avenge your own family's blood feud? Thousands of people from your Nad family died in my hands. Hee, weird laughter, forget it, I don't ask for any loyalty or morality from you celestial dragons, just turn into my food. Zhou Shen, who transformed into a half-dragon man, shone with thunderous lightning one after another, and he also faintly exuded the ultimate conqueror's Haki deterrent power of Luo Hu. That power is so terrifying that it is beyond words. With the help of Thunder Fruit's extremely high speed, Luo Hu's terrifying figure instantly rushed to the front of the patriarch of the Nader family, the Saint of Nader, Nigeria. On one side, the patriarch of the Nad family was stunned and looked in disbelief at Luo Hu in front of him, whose Haki was leaking out and whose body was covered with dragon scales, looking like a monster. He himself is also a strong man who has fully awakened Conqueror's Haki. But when he really faces Luo Hu, a strong man from the overlord level of the sea, he always feels inexplicably shocked. Don't kill me, I don't want your head anymore. Let me go, I want to go back to the Holy Land. Chief Nad kowtowed and apologized desperately, trying to escape. Facing terrifying pirates like Luo Hu, he had no chance of winning at all. Even the Conqueror's Haki, which once made him so arrogant and conceited, shrank back like a scabies. However, how could Luo Hu let go of such good nutrients? Although the strength of this middle-aged celestial dragon is only about the level of a pseudo-admiral, it is also a rare good commodity. Luo Hu's eyes were as fast as lightning and full of murderous intent. Without any mercy, he raised his fist and threw it down. The terrifying black and shiny fist like Kong instantly slammed into the chest of the Nad family. The fist tip was scorching hot and filled with magma. The terrifying power burst out with waves of air. Boom! There was a violent explosion. With just one punch, the Nad family patriarch, Nad Nigeria Saint, whose strength had been raised to the pseudo-admiral level and who possessed Conqueror's Haki, let out a whimpering scream and had half of his body shattered on the spot. Amidst the blood, the Nigerian Saint Nader, who was broken into two halves by a punch, had a look of great resentment in his eyes, and staggered as he tried to crawl away again, but the next moment, a foot with Haki engraved on it instantly stepped on his forehead, causing it to shatter to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 13. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 0.77. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 35. After absorbing all the attributes of this pseudo-admiral level celestial dragon's patriarch, Luo Hu felt a weak heat current flowing through his body. Although it was not a very obvious improvement, for someone at his level, it was already a great breakthrough. Just as Luo Hu continued to look around the battlefield, trying to find more celestial dragons, his action that endangered the situation on the battlefield directly attracted the attention of the 9 members of the Knights of God. In addition to the members of the Knights of God, the remaining 17 patriarchs of the celestial dragons' families also rushed forward as if they saw an opportunity and chased after them. Faced with such a strange scene, Luo Hu frowned. What on earth are these guys doing? Why did they all rush over and beat him up as soon as they saw him? Although Luo Hu also thought that he was quite strong, he really had to face so many strong people at once. Even if that guy Rox came over, he would be beaten into pieces on the spot. 17 pseudo-admiral level celestial dragons family patriarchs. Plus 9 members of the Knights of God who are clearly at the highest level of combat power. The background of celestial dragons is simply terrifying. Launch an attack, let's go together. With so many strong men, we will definitely be able to chop his head off. Our Pietro family will definitely have the first member with the highest power in the world. The head of that evil ghost must belong to our Luobao family. You also want to seize the highest power in the world. It's just a dream. 9 members of the Knights of God. Plus 17 family patriarchs with strength close to Admiral are coming together. There won't be any accidents this time, right? Even if that Rox comes, he won't be able to withstand such a siege. What's more, we still have 5 of the world's highest powers that have yet to take action. There are also 3 judges. Director Impel down. And the Marines people are here too. This time we must definitely kill this pariah. The moment the members of the Knights of God set off, the other 17 Celestial Dragons clan leaders quickly followed as if flies smelling meat. These 17 middle-aged clan leaders were all as cunning as monkeys, and none of them was willing to take action at the beginning. As soon as I saw an opportunity, I took it. Immediately, they rushed forward like a swarm, trying to grab the person's head. Ha 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 ha, Luo Hu Brad is finally going to suffer now, right? This level of battle didn't even wait for me, the Great Sky Pirates, Golden Lion, Pirate Sky Admiral, Sir Shiki, to join in. Mamam this time, I'll go up and help you reluctantly, but there are conditions, Brother Luo Hu. Do we really want to go? If the 3 of us rush up, we can only stop 1 or 2 people at most. It seems like we can die easily. Seeing that the strong men from the world government began to launch a large-scale attack, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin and others naturally rushed forward, unwilling to be left behind. As for John, Ochaku and Silver Axe, the 3 last-place pirates, they were hesitating, neither retreating nor staying where they were. Ha 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 ha. These celestial dragons are really generous. 17 celestial dragons chiefs, 9 celestial dragons knights. The Marines are coming too. Since you guys like to join in the fun so much, then come on. After waiting for a while and seeing that those 5 elders showed no intention of attacking, Rox could no longer hold back his hungry sword. The next moment, the supreme sword was unsheathed. The scarlet sword blade revealed an extremely strong murderous aura. Rox had an evil smile on his face, and his aura reached its peak. The real overlord of the sea who has ruled the ocean for decades, majestic and terrifying. Rox Pirate. Increase your strength. Charge forward with this captain. Rox swung his sword forward, and a burst of scarlet sword energy opened up a bloody path horizontally. Then he waved his hand, and took the lead, teleporting to the front without any hesitation. After seeing their captain one rushing forward with such enthusiasm, the group of pirates who were fighting desperately suddenly shouted as if they were injected with chicken blood. Damn it! Kill, kill, kill. Lousy can't help it. I want to kill a celestial dragons too. Both captains of our Rox pirate have rushed forward. If you are still standing there and don't dare to go forward, you might as well go home, chop off your P*** and learn how to breastfeed. Hey, hey, hey. But the holy place Mariehua built by these celestial dragons is really G luxurious. Even the floor tiles are made of G jade. It's more than just jade. Don't you see that those windows and the objects on the ceiling are all made of real gold and silver? It's really abominable. Lousy used to sell buns in Ford Kingdom. He earned that little money every day. I can't even buy a floor tile even if I work for 100 years. That's so sad. The protection money our country pays them every year is all used for this kind of thing. That's Lousy's hard-earned money. We must make them spit it out. The pirates who were fighting hard and getting closer to the holy land of Mariehua were all stunned after seeing the huge and luxurious castle. They had never seen a house decorated with gold in their lives. They would never have imagined that the floor tiles that these world nobles stood on were all made of crystal clear imperial green jade. Thinking back to their life as slaves before becoming pirates, a group of pirates seemed to be able to better understand why Captain Luo Hu was so keen on killing celestial dragons. It's so G infuriating. Lousy is working hard in the rear. The money earned is used to support this bunch of garbage. Who wouldn't be angry about this? Just as a group of pirates charged forward swearing, Rock's figure teleported directly to the vicinity of Luo Hu. The next moment, the ultimate conqueror's Haki exploded and swept the entire place. Boom boom boom. Rock's aura was fully open, and Conqueror's Haki covered a large area as if it was free. Under the influence of this surging Conqueror's Haki, in just less than 3 seconds, 70,000 to 80,000 weak soldiers and pirates nearby were knocked unconscious on the spot and foamed at the mouth. Just as the rocks were preparing to support Luo Hu, the 5 elders, who had remained unmoved, suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Damn it, Rocks, why is he so ignorant? Can't he just keep watching? We can't let these two guys stand next to each other, otherwise no one will be able to stop 2 Sea Overlord level pirates at the same time. We must stop one. The 5 elders murmured to themselves, and then all 5 of them took action in unison, all of them using the ultimate conqueror's Haki and blasting towards the rocks in unison. In an instant, the depressing atmosphere on the entire battlefield became even more severe. The marine soldiers and CP agents who had just woken up fell into coma again as they wished. Not only that, with the actions of the 5 elders, the entire battlefield was like a powder keg with gunpowder triggered. Inside the marine, all those who have Conqueror's Haki are unlocked. Marshal Kongu, Hero Garp, and Sengoku. The 3 most powerful judges of Eni's lobby. Impel down the director. Plus some other high-ranking officers who had luckily awakened Conqueror's Haki. Even the 17 leaders of the Celestial Dragon's family couldn't stand the discomfort of being affected by other people's Conqueror's Haki, and all chose to fully activate Haki. Kolalalalalalalal, so many strong Conqueror's Haki people. As expected of the Celestial Dragons who are born with the ambition to be kings. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, their level of Conqueror's Haki is not good enough. Mama, how do these Celestial Dragons do this? Each one has a Conqueror's Haki. After the words fell, the 6 captains of the teams, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, were naturally not willing to be outdone, and they also unleashed their top-level Conqueror's Haki to influence the overall situation. Does this mean you're just going to start fighting? Feeling the Conqueror's Haki coming from all directions, Luo Hu swung his sword again to kill more than 400 enemies that gathered around him, and then the ultimate conquerors of the same level as rocks also burst out. The roaring sound continued. Over the entire battlefield, more than 40 or even nearly 50 Conqueror's Haki energies were frantically bombarding and mixing together to explode into waves of terrifying air waves that rose and fell one after another. The entire battlefield was filled with dark red Haki energy. It was as terrifying as if it had been baptized by a nuclear bomb. On such a battlefield, it is hard to say whether ordinary people can resist the shock of Conqueror's Haki. Anyone with a slightly weaker physical condition would be instantly turned into a bloody mist by dozens of Conqueror's Haki. On the battlefield outside the entire Holy Land, at this moment, 70 to 80,000 weak guys were killed almost instantly. Instantly, the entire battlefield was filled with blood mist, extremely scarlet. The red soil became even more crimson and moist under the influence of this drifting snow mist. Damn you guys! Don't release Conqueror's Haki again. You are killing your teammates. The Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land, stop coming out. You are not strong enough to withstand Haki. The chiefs of staff who were watching the situation watched this horrifying scene, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they quickly grabbed the Den Mushi and shouted. With this group of strong men with Conqueror's Haki making trouble, the entire battlefield can be said to be in complete chaos. The Celestial Dragons who didn't have much strength but liked to come out to watch the battle suffered particularly heavy casualties. Of the 70,000 to 80,000 people who died in the explosion caused by Haki, at least 50,000 of them were contributed by these ordinary Celestial Dragons. Inside Kawa. Is this a war between the 2 most terrifying organizations in the world? They are all conquerors, Haki owners. Damn it, why can't Lousy possess Conqueror's Haki? Is it because my determination to kill all the pirates isn't strong enough? Fortunately, Marshal Kong left the 3 of us at the naval headquarters to guard the battlefield before he left. Otherwise, it would be easy to die if we rushed into a battlefield like this. Even a man like Vice Admiral Garp was sweating profusely. Sitting in the conference room of Naval Headquarters, Borsellino, Sakazuki and Kazan were watching the battlefield situation through surveillance cameras, looking at the Conqueror's Haki that filled the screen with shocked expressions. Although there are many Conqueror's Haki owners in this era, this is the first time I've seen dozens of them appear at once. Nearly 50 people competed for Conqueror's Haki, and the unlucky ones were all those ordinary celestial dragons and weak marine soldiers and pirates. After venting and releasing Conqueror's Haki for such a long time, all the strong men tacitly took back their conquerors. Because, if these people continue to make trouble, then the next war will basically be fought by only them. Under the concentrated impact of Conqueror's Haki, even the strong men at the Vice Admiral level of the Naval Headquarters could not withstand it and were sweating profusely, lying on the ground unable to move. Rocks. Don't be so arrogant. We have been able to stand on this sea for more than 800 years because of our absolute strength. Today you will lie down on this noble red earth road and rest forever. Topman Vacheli, one of the 5 elders, said this in a calm tone, and then he rushed forward like a wild boar and took the lead in charging. At this moment, the aura of Saint Wacheli has reached an extremely terrifying level. While rushing around, his entire body suddenly twisted and turned into an extremely huge monster shaped like a wild boar. Vachelishing is the Fengshi form of a Zoan devil fruit-type mythical beast. After transforming into a giant wild boar, Saint Vacheli's body has become so huge that it has reached a height of nearly 10 stories, and his strength is extremely great, with amazing destructive power. In just a moment of collision, hundreds of pirates who were blocking the road were trampled to death. The situation was extremely cruel, and almost all of the pirates were turned into minced meat. But this is not the end yet, as the 5 elders are the highest authority in the world. All 5 of them have the same Zoan devil fruit ability. After Saint Wacheli transformed into Fengshi, the other 4-5 elders naturally did not want to be outdone, and all of them turned into monsters that were rarely seen in the world. The first one is Marcus Matse, who transforms into the mythical bird Izuna Tenma. After a sharp scream, Saint Maz spread his huge colorful wings and flew away. His huge beak suddenly opened, and in front of the shocked gazes of the pirates, he directly erupted a vast and extremely hot column of fire, which hit the group of pirates gathered together, causing huge casualties. In addition to Saint Maz, who has the ability to fly, Saint Shepherd 10 Peter disappeared on the spot and escaped into the red line. It directly transformed into a terrifying sandworm with a body length of nearly a kilometer and a mouth full of densely wriggling sharp teeth. Peter Saint suddenly disappeared into the mud, and reappeared with a mouthful of acidic mucus, spraying it directly on countless pirates who were fighting desperately. Under the attack of Peter Saint's sulfuric acid saliva, these weak pirates were corroded almost instantly, leaving only a lonely skeleton standing in place, completely losing their lives. Foolish. Do you think that rocks alone can lead you to the Holy Land? Little do you know that you are able to set foot on this continent only because we have other needs. Except for the 3-5 elders who took the lead in taking action, the remaining 2 people, Saint Zambaran Nashiro and Saint Jagarsha Satan, were transformed respectively. The horse-bone form of the mythical beast, and the Gyuki form of the giant spider. With his skeleton-like body, Nasujuro's speed was greatly improved. After dodging several times, he instantly killed 7 or 8 captains from Rock's pirate. His methods were extremely sharp and there was no drag at all. What is even more amazing is that, in his hand, the jet-black first-generation Kitetsu is actually also a supreme sword that has been refined into a black sword state. As for the remaining Saint Satan, although his performance was not as stunning as the other 4-5 elders, he was able to instantly smash dozens of pirates' heads by relying on his unique evil eye ability. MJU4NDA2NTC30DM1ND3NJK2JY smiley face. They are all mythical beast abilities. It's really a headache. Rox pressed his temple numbly, looking at these 5 elders who smashed the battlefield into pieces as soon as they appeared. And gradually surrounded him. Marine Marshal Kong. The Admiral Black Arm Zephyr with the highest combat power. Impel down the director and others. And 3 top judges from Eni's lobby. Although with his current strength, he can kill any 5 elders or admiral-level strongmen in an instant if he fights alone. But even he couldn't withstand the attack from these 5 old men and a bunch of top fighters. 5 elders are all mythical beast fruits. Unlike Rox, who was having a headache, Luo Hu, who was in the center of the battlefield, had already received reluctant support from the trio of Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin, and John. With the arrival of these guys, Luo Hu's pressure was instantly reduced by more than 50%. Although the strength of these guys can only be said to be barely okay. But at least Luo Hu no longer has to face 17 Celestial Dragons chiefs while being wary of sneak attacks from members of the Knights of God. Shiki. The captain and vice-captain of the Knights of God are now in your hands. Lousy, go kill those 17 Celestial Dragons first. Seeing that Golden Lion was fighting vigorously and became more and more excited the more he chopped, Luo Hu simply smiled and threw all the pressure onto them. Ha, don't worry, Luo Hu. With Lousy here, they definitely won't be able to get through. The Golden Lion, who was competing with the leader of the Knights of God, Figuran Garansheng, in swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities, laughed loudly, then suddenly raised his hand and instantly summoned 1 red lion head after another made of huge red lion sand. Lion Majesty. Govern place earth coiling. Golden Lion controlled more than a dozen giant lion heads with great majesty and began to tear apart all life on the scene. The Marines and countless Celestial Dragons warriors within the Golden Lion's attack range were almost all staring at the huge lion in front of them in amazement, unable to extricate themselves. These lions made of sand are even bigger than Saint Vacheli. If you were to take a bite from this thing, who knows if you would be crushed into a meat paste. Damn it! What kind of weird devil fruit ability is this? It is impossible to destroy this kind of monster-level thing with ordinary attacks. Where's Garansei? Aren't you the user of Paramecia's destruction fruit? Hurry up and smash all these lions. Looking at the Celestial Dragons among the flying lions, they immediately shouted anxiously. Also in the middle of an exciting duel, Golden Lion's Garansheng frowned when he saw that his compatriots behind him were being chased into such a miserable state by a few broken lions. These guys clearly don't have that much strength, yet they still clamor to go to the battlefield. It's simply a bucket on top of a bucket. Now there is no point in rushing out, not to mention it will only slow him down. It's so shameful. But these guys have a cooperative relationship with his family after all. With the benefits of this cooperation, Negarin Saint naturally would not watch these compatriots being killed by Golden Lion. As his mind raced, Jialan Sheng swung his sword and slammed the Golden Lion away, sending it flying several dozen meters. Then, a scarlet energy ball appeared in his palm. Boom! The moment this scarlet ball of energy flew out, it directly pierced through 3 or 4 sand lions in succession, and smashed them all into pieces amid a loud roar. Ha, we're finally saved. Why are all these big pirates as strong as monsters? Fortunately, Jialan Sheng is here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing that the Golden Lion's attack was completely ineffective and a group of exhausted Celestial Dragons were running for their lives, the warriors quickly squatted on the ground with their legs spread out, gasping for breath. However, before these Celestial Dragons could catch their breath, a terrifying figure suddenly teleported over. You so-called Celestial Dragons, are you trying to take Lousy's head in exchange for the position of 5 elders? The figure that suddenly appeared was Luo Hu, who had just bypassed all the strong men and got to the rear. After Luo Hu, who possessed multiple devil fruit abilities, performed several consecutive teleportations, almost no one noticed his movements on this chaotic battlefield. Looking at the panting Celestial Dragons warriors in front of him, Luo Hu's blood seemed to boil and he was so excited. Those strong men are basically all acting together now, and it is impossible to kill alone. But these so-called Celestial Dragons warriors are different. For these poor weak fellows, it was basically as easy as killing chickens and dogs in the Valley of Gods. Evil Ghost Luo. How could this guy, Mashaka? A group of celestial dragons turned their heads and looked around in shock. But he found that there was no strong person around. Almost all the strong men from the government were restrained by the captains of the Rock's pirates and could not move for a short time. However, before the celestial dragon's shock had subsided, a flash of swords and sabers came flying towards them. Oink oink. Taking advantage of the moment when no one could stop him, Luo Hu drew his sword and chopped at tens of thousands of celestial dragons' warriors without showing any mercy. At this moment, the strength has been improved to the ultimate level. Luo Hu, who had even surpassed rocks, the overlord of the sea, was killing people as easily as killing chickens. Every sword energy he threw could kill more than 1,700 celestial dragons. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Retreat. We are not capable of fighting against these pirates. We must send the 5 elders to deal with them. Go, go. Don't block Laozi's way, you are such an idiot. Watching the horrific scene of thousands of compatriots being killed with every attack by Luo Hu, the confidence of tens of thousands of celestial dragons warriors who were originally confident were shattered in an instant. At this moment, what the hell is the glory of the world's nobility? What the hell is this family power? All those clan leaders who had worked so hard to fight for the highest position of power in the world, had all come to nothing. No one dared to stay in front of the evil ghost Luo Hu. This kind of guy is really like a devil crawling out of hell. Anyone who stands in his way will be cut down like leeks, one after another. No one survived. Tens of thousands of celestial dragons are trying their best to escape back to the Holy Land. But, how could Luo Hu let go of such a great opportunity? He stood there with a strange laugh. Then his palm suddenly touched his body on the spot, and at this moment, the power of the super popular meatball fruit instantly erupted, and the whole person's body seemed to instantly cross time and space, completely shattering the space, and flew directly in front of everyone in an instant. Magma dripped. Thunder roared. The yellow lasers that filled the entire sky shot at the densely packed celestial dragons in front of them with all their might. All their escape routes were completely blocked. The scorching magma, the explosive thunder, and the extremely penetrating lasers instantly turned the nearly 10,000 celestial dragons that were densely packed at the scene into minced meat. All the life essence of nearly 10,000 celestial dragons warriors turned into nutrients, which continued to nourish Luo Hu's body. Luo Hu felt his power growing again, and continued to chase the defeated celestial dragons with a smile on his face. However, just as Luo Hu took his first step, a very clear female voice suddenly appeared, and then the other 16 celestial dragons clan leaders all rushed to Luo Hu. Humph! Little devil! Are you so bold as to wantonly massacre my people? Luo Hu was surprised when he saw the female celestial dragon's leader appearing before him. He rarely sees such strength among female celestial dragons. Today, the 16 clan leaders who are the leaders of the world's nobility are standing here. You have no way to escape. Ha ha ha, what the chief of the Churia's palace said is right. But Saint Wochuri said that only one of us can become the 5 elders and take over Saint Nasujuro's position of supreme power in the world. How should we distribute the heads of these little ghosts? It's better to draw it carefully. The 16 celestial dragons clan leaders gathered in front of Luo Hu and began to discuss openly how to divide the spoils of victory. The arrogant and conceited attitude on their faces is simply unacceptable. It's like there is always that one guy in a group of relatives who gets a little bit of money and becomes arrogant and weird in all kinds of ways. Look at the one closest to you. And her appearance can also be called top-notch, and her long legs are even close to the pirate's Queen Xia Lia palace. Luo Hu smiled faintly. The muscles all over the body began to tighten and expand rapidly, purple, black and thick blue veins began to emerge all over the body, and the extremely dense dragon scales began to fit together and stick tightly to the skin of the whole body. Beams of blue-purple lightning surrounded him, and even red magma began to drip faintly from his fists. At this moment, the half-dragon form of Luo Hu's whole body strength solidified to the ultimate level. Haki level was fully activated, and the muscles of the whole body were working in an extremely coordinated manner. After he stared fiercely at Xia Lia Sigong, who was closest to him. With a loud bang, the thunder fruit mixed with the teleport fruit burst out at an extremely high speed, and Luo Hu flashed in front of the opponent almost in an instant. What? How is this possible? How fast is this? Looking at Luo Hu, who suddenly appeared in front of her, Xia Lia Sigong, who was well-maintained and extremely delicate, like a beautiful young woman, suddenly showed extreme fear on her pretty face. Although she appeared to be very confident in her words just now, that was only when Luo Hu was surrounded. If we really talk about strength in a one-on-one situation, she knows very well that White Zetsu will be killed instantly. There is no possibility of any surprise. Xia Liasi Palace turned her body and tried to quickly escape from Luo Hu's attack range. But it's too late. Under the shocked gazes of the other 15 Celestial Dragons clan leaders, Luo Hu acted brazenly, and his hand, like a giant dragon claw, quickly grabbed Xia Lia Sigong's fair neck. The 5 dragon claws suddenly pinched together, and with a snap, the terrifying power ultimate erupted. The magma thunder spread out instantly, covering this beautiful body tightly. Ah! My head is so hot, ah! Xia Lia Sigong, whose vital parts were instantly pinched by Luo Hu, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even though her body had reacted instantly and wrapped the armament Haki all over her body, she still couldn't withstand the double bombardment of magma and thunder. Coupled with Luo Hu's terrifying right hand that was strangling her delicate neck so tightly that she couldn't breathe, Xia Lia Sigong only felt a sense of crisis of dying. Damn it! Release Xia Lia Sigong. You untouchable. Don't sink deeper and deeper into the path of evil. Quickly release Xia Lia Sigong, and we can still give you a good death. Seeing that the Xia Liasi Palace was instantly trapped and fell into a serious crisis, the other 15 Celestial Dragons clan leaders stamped their feet anxiously and shouted angrily. They didn't dare to take action in such an extremely serious situation for fear that Luo Hu, the evil ghost, would accidentally strangle Xia Lia Sigong to death. Yes, until this moment, these Celestial Dragons were still very confident that their 16 clan leaders could directly surround and kill Luo Hu. He, do you want her? Then I'll give it back to you. Luo Hu, who originally had the attitude of playing around, was shocked when he heard these Celestial Dragons' bosses actually kept calling them untouchables, with 2 vicious words. Luo Hu no longer hesitated and attacked with all his strength. His 5 dragon palms, like hydraulic presses, were covered with blue veins and blood vessels. He exerted force quickly and burst out with extremely terrifying power. Boom! Xia Lia Sigong's delicate face was instantly crushed by Luo Hu's terrifying power. Even with the armament Haki that greatly increased her defense, she still had no power to resist and was crushed to the ground. Groups of fresh attribute balls were once again integrated into Luo Hu's body, allowing his already terrifying ultimate physique to grow even more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 27.99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 11.63. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 36.11. Looking at the group of horrified Celestial Dragons leaders in front of him, Luo Hu shook off the sticky liquid on his hands indifferently. Then he smiled again and threw the remaining half of the body in front of the Celestial Dragons chiefs. This is what you asked for, now I give it back to you. After she finished speaking, Xia Lia Sigong's half-delicate body was still twisting and struggling frantically because her nerves were not yet dead, and her hands and feet kept flapping and shaking on the ground. Damn it! We can't tolerate this guy any longer. We must work together to chop off his head. Chief Don Quixote is right. We must work together to kill this evil ghost. We can no longer hold back. The combined fighting power of our 15 clan leaders can definitely easily destroy this damned pariah. But, let me make it clear in advance that I am quite old, and you younger clan leaders should respect the elders and love the young and take action first. Seeing Xia Lia Sigong, who was at the same level as them and had similar strength, being killed instantly by Luo Hu, the remaining 15 celestial dragons leaders retreated a few steps and talked a lot. They all want to obtain Luo Hu's head in exchange for the position of the highest power in the world. But no one is willing to be the first to take action. After all, the bloody fate of the two celestial dragons leaders, Saint Nader Nigeria and Xia Lia's palace, is still laid out in front of everyone. The patriarch of the Don Quixote family, who was named by everyone, laughed without changing his expression. Ha 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 ha, are you scared like this by just a lowly pariah? Since you insist on giving the position of the highest power in the world to our Don Quixote family, then I will take it. Wait a moment, I will take the lead to control this evil ghost, and you all will follow up and quickly concentrate your firepower to kill him instantly. Whoever performs the best, I will vigorously support his family after I obtain the highest power in the world. In front of all the celestial dragons family leaders, Saint Don Quixote Rogers announced with great confidence. Although Luo Hu has the power to kill any of their clan leaders instantly, he is completely different from ordinary celestial dragons clan leaders. With the power of the union fruit, there is no way he could be killed instantly. He was very confident that this difficult devil fruit ability could at least allow him to hold on for more than half an hour. During this period of time, the other dozen or so clan leaders were not just sitting there doing nothing, and they had plenty of time to kill the evil ghost Luo. Don Quixote Roger, under the approving gazes of the mobile clan leaders, slowly walked out and stood in front of everyone. Good job. Let's see what he does. The union fruit is a very powerful Logia devil fruit. Don Quixote, you can't lose face. The celestial dragons family leaders were discussing this. And his whole body Haki is ready to seize the opportunity when Luo Hu is restrained and kill him instantly. However, the next moment, an unexpected event occurred that the clan leaders had not expected. Chief Don Quixote was standing in place, and before he could even start, his whole body turned into elements and a black shadow that was even faster than before flashed by in an instant. Whoosh! Luo Hu's devil-like body instantly appeared in front of Don Quixote Roger. The black and red two-color Haki instantly wrapped around the dragon claws, and a slap was swept out quickly and fiercely, with great force and violence. Almost the only sound heard at the scene was the crisp bang. Don Quixote Roger's head was slapped by Luo Hu and exploded on the spot, breaking into pieces. He was deader than dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 64.77. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 11.10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 49.31. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Logia Union Fruit ability attribute. After slapping Chief Don Quixote in front of him into pieces, the remaining 15 chiefs of the Celestial Dragons family finally realized that something was wrong. Their faces changed drastically and they retreated in fear. But things have developed to this point, how could Luo Hu let these guys leave? He, little thing, where do you want to run to? The celestial dragons that can escape from me have not yet been born. Luo Hu looked at the celestial dragon's leader who was fleeing in front of him with an extremely cold tone, and then he showed his signature villain smile. Then, the whole person turned into a ball of thunder and flashes and disappeared quickly. The half-dragon man's body, which was over 6 meters high and nearly 7 meters tall and seemed to be made of black steel, created a strong wind when he teleported, making the air around him hum with black smoke. You're about to die, and you still dare to run away. You don't even take me seriously. Luo Hu stepped on the ground, and with a bang, his claws covered with green dragon scales tore through the air. With an extremely terrifying momentum, he quickly and fiercely grabbed the body of a lagging celestial dragon's chief like a meteor. At this moment, Luo Hu's whole body, whether it is strength, speed or Haki, has been upgraded to the ultimate level. Every move is the most terrifying attack in the entire ocean. The celestial dragon's chieftain who was caught up first didn't even have time to turn his head to block the attack. His pupils suddenly shrank and gradually lost color. Phew! The sound of the dragon claw piercing through the flesh was heard. Luo Hu's black hand wrapped with two-color Haki pierced through the body of the celestial dragon's chief on the spot. The extremely hot magma that was emitting sulfurous black smoke instantly spread along the wound to the opponent's internal organs, limbs and bones. The whole person was roasted into charcoal almost in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 9.93. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 8.32. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 43.66. After killing another celestial dragon's chief, Luo Hu's physical strength was slightly improved as he wished. Although this improvement is very small, it is the most valuable for Luo Hu, who has now improved his body and other attributes to perfection. Because people who have reached this level can basically no longer gain any improvement. The terrifying strength of the whole body will only gradually decline as the age increases. Slowly corroded by age and becoming weak. This is a fact that no one can escape from. Strong and gifted men like Roger and Newgate, one of them had tuberculosis and chose to surrender to the naval headquarters when his body was about to collapse, and the other was so old and bruised that he was beaten by a group of weak New Age admirals in the Summit War. This damn B*****************. D. He's a thunder fruit user. We can't get away from him at our speed. Those useless pieces usually look so powerful, but now they are all restrained and unable to move. You can't keep running like this. Otherwise, they will definitely catch up and kill you one by one. However, before the celestial dragon's leader, who couldn't stand the pressure and started cursing, could react, Luo Hu's terrifying half-dragon body teleported past again. Came behind him. The black shadow cast by the terrifying body that is nearly 7 meters tall is as dark as if it came from the abyss of hell, revealing an endless, strong and solemn murderous aura. Little thing. You, damn, I. Feeling the figure behind him that looked like a demon from hell, he spoke incoherently and panicked to the ultimate level. Boom! A ball of terrifying hot magma erupted instantly, smashing the body of the celestial dragon's chieftain into pieces on the spot. The charred body roasted by the high temperature exploded on the spot like fireworks, and he could not die. Chief Char. Watching yet another celestial dragon's chief being devoured by the evil spirits, the expressions of horror on the faces of the dozen or so remaining chiefs were even more terrified, and they screamed miserably, trying to seek help. At this moment, they have lost the last bit of fighting spirit. Seeing Luo Hu, the terrifying pirates whose body is covered with celestial dragon's blood, they are terrified as if they have seen a devil. Run! This guy is hiding in the Holy Land. He doesn't want to leave any chance for us to survive. You must run to the Knights of God. Only these guys can help you resist this evil ghost. As long as they are celestial dragons, none of them are innocent. The few remaining people, seeing that they could no longer escape, immediately knelt down and burst into tears. They looked extremely miserable with tears streaming down their faces. Even Jesus can't save these celestial dragons' leaders today. As long as his strength has not broken through to that of the admiral of this era, he will definitely not be able to withstand his second attack. But the next moment passed. A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. Of course, apart from the group of people who had already left the Holy Land, the Nefertari who established a country might be an accident. So, after their brains became smart for a moment, they united together and began to rush towards the location of the Knights of God who were fighting fiercely with Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku. What a bunch of rubbish. With the death of the last few celestial dragons' chiefs, Luo Hu immediately began to calculate the attribute values he had obtained in this wave. However, how could Luo Hu, who had already been killing people, let these old men go? The two dragon claws covered with dragon scales moved several times in succession, directly grabbing several celestial dragons' chiefs one by one on the spot, holding them all tightly in their hands. The next moment, the arm muscles exploded quickly and almost instantly squeezed the several figures into a state of explosion. After discovering that he had killed more than a dozen celestial dragons' chieftains and absorbed their attributes, his overall strength, agility, and stamina attributes had only increased by less than 100 points. Luo Hu's inner irritability instantly surged. But Luo Hu didn't care about this scene at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his terrifying body disappeared in an instant, and he chased after him. Bang! Looking at the few remaining celestial dragons in front of him, Luo Hu slammed his two iron fists directly into the middle, and the few remaining celestial dragon clan leaders suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The terrifying figure flashed continuously, attacking left and right with several fast and fierce elbow strikes, making it impossible to react at all. The two celestial dragons' chieftains' heads were directly cracked on the spot with elbows. They collapsed on the spot with a bang and lost their lives instantly. After all, the Nefertari family had already voluntarily cleared their identities long ago and were unwilling to be the greedy celestial dragons anymore. Even if they are old, they are just old celestial dragons. After just a few minutes, those celestial dragons' chieftains who tried to escape were like mosquitoes trapped in a mosquito net. None of them could escape. They were slapped into a pulp by Luo Hu, who was chasing them madly. A few smart guys in the crowd suddenly realized that no matter how hard they tried to escape, they could not return to the Holy Land. Snap! After shaking off the blood and celestial dragon's organs and tissues on his hands, Luo Hu checked the latest notification messages. Really damn celestial dragons. One or two of them seemed to have reached the level of pseudo-admiral. I didn't expect that the three-dimensional attribute values dropped after killing them would be so small. I watched helplessly as the original 18 clan leaders were killed or injured almost instantly, leaving only a handful of them. A slap wrapped with two-color Haki swept out, fast and sharp, and with a bang, it directly blew a figure to the ground. With only this little improvement, Luo Hu would be several steps away from his goal of instantly killing the admiral of this era. No. We were wrong. From today on, we are willing to give up our identities as celestial dragons. We only ask for your permission to live. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I really know I was wrong. I will never be a celestial dragon again. Please let me go. It seems that if I want to further improve my strength, I have to find the real top combat power to start with. Swish. Just the Knights of God. After killing several of the slowest guys in succession, Luo Hu relied on his almost inexhaustible physical strength to teleport and chase them again. Hey hey hey. Captain Luo Hu. Stop playing with those losers. Come and help us. There are too many people in the Knights of God, and they are all very powerful. If you don't come to help, we will really die here in the holy land of celestial dragons. Seeing that the Captain Luo Hu did not challenge high-level fighters in a duel after killing 18 celestial dragons' chiefs, but instead ran to swing his sword to kill thousands of ordinary celestial dragons' warriors again, John, Silver Axe and Achiku, who were anxiously fighting with the members of the Knights of God, cried and shouted. The Knights of God have now made up for the previously lost members and have restored their structure to 9 people. These celestial dragons' knights include a powerful leader and 2 vice leaders, who are respectively restrained by Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, and Kaido, and in turn who also transformed into a half-dragon form. John, Silver Axe, and Achiku were all trying their best to fight 1 against 2 but were beaten miserably. However, although these people usually behave rather timidly. But at least at this crucial moment in the battle, he was still very brave to fight back. Even though he was outnumbered 2 at once and was badly beaten, he had no intention of retreating directly. The Knights of God. We just killed 2 half-crippled ones last time. I didn't expect that the world government would replenish its combat power in just half a year. Although the strength of these two celestial dragons knights is a bit weak, they can still barely keep up with the pace and can barely reach the highest combat power in this era. Luo Hu swung his sword again, releasing an extremely powerful sword energy that cut off hundreds of heads of people blocking his way, and blood splattered all over the ground. A sharp cold light flashed in the depths of his pupils. The target was directly aimed at the figure of one of the vice leaders of the Knights of God who was beating Kaido. Facing these Knights of God composed entirely of celestial dragons, Luo Hu would not hesitate at all when taking action. With the movement of the sword, the head will definitely fly dozens of meters away without falling to the ground. The only meaning of his existence in this world is to kill all celestial dragons. Not a single one left. Only by chopping these bastards to pieces can I get rid of the depression that has accumulated in my heart for so long. Kaido. Get out of the way. Stand aside and watch carefully. This sword will be very cool. Looking at Kaido, who was covered in blood and had many cuts on his body, Luo Hu gave the order in a cold voice. With his current top-level strength, as long as Haki has not reached the ultimate level, he will definitely not be able to withstand more than 3 moves. Only by practicing Conqueror's Haki to the level of completely breaking through the barriers and becoming the highest combat power of this era can one barely compete with Luo Hu. Of course, this confrontation still needs to be understood with caution. After all, an enemy who can hold out for 100 rounds can be called a confrontation, and an enemy who tries his best but can only hold out for 10 rounds can also be called a confrontation. Orlololoyalu, all right, brother Luo. I'm leaving now. He was trying his best to resist. Kaido, who was attacked by a deputy leader, immediately turned into a huge blue dragon over 1,000 meters long and floated high above Mariewa after hearing Luo Hu's order. However, what surprised Kaido the next moment was that he saw a young marine floating in the air. Moreover, this young marine's strength is already extremely terrifying, and the Haki temperament revealed in his eyes and eyebrows shows that he is obviously the owner of Conqueror's Haki. However, the two figures floating in the air just looked at each other, then ignored each other and quietly watched the changes in the war situation. After all, at such a critical moment, no one wants to waste energy fighting wildly when they meet. Ha! Want to escape? Suddenly, Luo Hu sensed something, and two ferocious gazes, like thunder and lightning, locked onto the deputy commander of the Knights of God who was about to escape hundreds of meters away. The terrifying half-dragon beast's body turned into a laser and flashed past in an instant. Swish! The figure who had exerted his ultimate speed instantly chased down the vice-captain who had beaten Kaido to a half-crippled state. Damn it! How many kinds of devil fruit can this damn devil have standing on his body? The figure of one of the vice-captains of the Knights of God, just a moment after sensing Luo Hu's gaze a few hundred meters away, realized again that Luo Hu's terrifying figure had actually chased him in front of him. While being surprised at the various devil fruit abilities surrounding Luo Hu's body, he quickly wrapped his Haki around his body in an attempt to defend against Luo Hu's murderous intent. But at this moment, relying on his Haki purity to resist Luo Hu's attack is obviously a pipe dream. After he instantly completed the Haki entanglement and his entire body turned black, Luo Hu's black snake sword, held by his bulging arms, chopped down almost instantly. Die! Amid Luo Hu's chilling laughter, the jet-black snake sword silently cut through the air and directly hit the crown of the vice-leader of the Knights of God, forming a Scarlet Conqueror's Haki energy ball. Luo Hu used all his strength to hold the sword with both hands. The veins all over his body became extremely thick and looked extremely terrifying. It seemed that he was invincible. The vice-captain of the Knights of God, who was wrapped in Haki for defense, naturally did not want to be outdone and raised his fist to push upwards desperately. However, his Haki level is still much weaker after all. Even for Luo Hu, who had just broken through to the ultimate but was already far from perfect, it was still not enough. After several minutes of confrontation, the armament Haki on his two pairs of fists began to show signs of being broken. Soon, the haki on the two fists began to fade, and traces of blood seeped out from the gaps between the fists. At this moment, facing the evil spirit alone, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart beat wildly to an ultimate level, as if it could jump out of his throat at any time. He could feel that pirates of Luo Hu's level were no longer someone he could deal with. Not to mention that he was just a deputy captain. Even if the captain, Saint Fagaland Gallon, took action himself, he would definitely not last more than half an hour before being killed and devoured by the evil spirits on the spot. The evil murderous aura hidden deep in Luo Hu's pupils seemed to be able to pierce his soul directly. How terrible. This feeling is as if facing a top-level evil ghost that has actually crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Ea. He shouted desperately, but it was of no use. Next moment. Oink. Luo Hu's sword energy, which had turned into a dark black color, instantly broke away from the blade like a moon-eclipsing Yoruchi, and chopped directly at his hands that had lost the armament Haki defense. You dare to fight back without knowing whether to live or die. Isn't it better to just wait for death? Luo Hu spoke in a cold tone and sheathed his sword. This represented the highest ultimate swordsmanship in the world. The sword energy that was chopped out was like the judgment of God, instantly cutting off the two fists of the deputy captain and directly sinking into the thick red line to a depth of tens of kilometers. My hand is broken. Damn evil ghost. After having both his fists chopped off and completely losing the means of survival, the deputy leader of the Knights of God became like a mad beast, his eyes were red, and he completely lost the last bit of his sanity and started to rush towards Luo Hu's position while roaring on the spot. Boom boom boom. Under his crazy stomping, even the hard red line was directly trampled into dense cracks like a spider web. His figure rushed out madly, and then he suddenly raised his whip kick wrapped with the two-color haki and kicked towards Luo Hu. But relying on his speed alone, he couldn't keep up with Luo Hu's pace. A dazzling lightning bolt roared out and intercepted him directly. The terrifying hand covered with dragon scales slapped him directly on the top of his head with a fast and fierce slap. Boom! The deafening sound, like a horrific thunderstorm, directly caused severe pain in the eardrums of a large number of weak marine soldiers at the scene. Luo Hu used the dragon claw fist and directly touched his crown at zero distance. The world is peaceful. The surrounding warriors were all stunned in their places, staring at the motionless Luo Hu with serious eyes. And the one with haki wrapped all over his body but still got hit on the spot, his head exploded, blood splattered, and half of his head was blown to pieces on the spot and burst all over the ground. Even its entire body was shattered by the terrifying force, Haki, and after turning around for more than 10 circles, it slowly fell to the ground like mud. In less than 3 minutes, he single-handedly killed the vice leader of the Knights of God. Is this really the kind of power that should exist in this world? This is too terrifying. Even a terrifying guy like Rox who has dominated the ocean for decades might not be able to do it, right? A group of marine warriors who were trying to take advantage of the situation, including Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kong, He and others, were shocked when they saw Luo Hu slap the vice leader of the Knights of God in the face. Although Luo Hu had killed 2 members of the Knights in the Valley of Gods. But that was the result of a sneak attack when the opponent was seriously injured. Now, the person Luo Hu killed was not just a member of the Knights of God, but an experienced and extremely powerful deputy captain. Such a high level of combat power was killed in a very short time. Even the rocks can't do it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 137.10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 101.73. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 1000.96. After standing there quietly waiting for the basic three-dimensional attributes to be filled into his physical body again, Luo Hu kicked out and directly blew the corpse of the deputy leader of the Knights of God in front of him into a bloody mist. After the blood mist dissipated, Luo Hu's figure was once again clearly imprinted in the depths of everyone's pupils. At this moment, all the strong people who have reached the top level of observation Haki can clearly feel that Luo Hu's aura has become even more powerful. The green scales on the terrifying half-dragon's body became darker, revealing an incomparable sense of hardness. This guy. Is the blue dragon fruit about to awaken? It's so scary. You are already so powerful that it's terrifying, but you still want to continue to strengthen yourself. Could it be that this evil ghost is planning to easily kill the strongest fighter in an instant before he will stop? Kongu, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and other marines who were trying to take advantage of the situation all looked at him in disbelief. This B************ D Luo Hu is obviously just a little kid. Such age and such terrifying strength simply cannot be matched together. At this moment, the 5 elders who were actively besieging rocks also noticed Luo Hu, who was killing people indiscriminately on the battlefield. What a terrifying talent. If we let this guy continue to kill, maybe he will really break through to that level. But to be able to achieve such a powerful strength, it is all thanks to Luo Hu's killing day and night that he was able to improve so quickly. No, this is absolutely impossible. After so many years, we have tried every possible means but have not been able to reach the state of perfection, and only Lord M has achieved that state. As we all know, in this chaotic world, if you don't have a firm heart, you will never survive. Luo Hu Haki glanced around at all the enemies around him. Or is it more than 100,000? Until now, Luo Hu has lost count of how many lives he has killed. Perhaps this is also a trace of clarity that Luo Hu is guarding tightly in his heart. No matter how powerful one's talent is, without the means to achieve immortality, there will definitely not be enough time to break through to the true realm of God. From observation Haki's perception, it was very clear that Luo Hu's overall strength was already one step ahead of Rox, the overlord of the sea, and was still continuing to grow. Killing tens of millions of people makes him a world beater. After a quick assessment, I found that Rox could still hold on for a while. Feeling that the three-dimensional attribute value had been improved by a small stage again, Luo Hu couldn't help but reveal excitement in his murderous eyes. What's more, all the people Luo Hu killed along the way were the lackeys who dared to stop him from taking revenge on celestial dragons. The strongest one with the highest combat power is really the most perfect supplement. The attribute value accumulated by killing one is more than killing 10,000 ordinary celestial dragons. It's time for you celestial dragons to feel the ultimate darkness of the world. 5 elders and others are beating rocks without any chance of fighting back. 50,000. He. At this moment, even those who have been in high positions for a long time and are the holders of the highest power in the world have to sigh that the gap between people is sometimes thousands of times greater than the gap between people and dogs. Killing one person is a crime, killing 10,000 people is a hero. Not to mention perverts like Luo Hu who have mastered all of Conqueror's Haki to perfection and can also gain additional abilities from various devil fruits. And if all the people killed along the way were enemies and he never chose to vent his anger on the weak, it would be even more commendable. Luo Hu sneered, and his terrifying dragon body disappeared in an instant. He teleported directly and continuously to kill John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, 3 useless guys. The next step is to deal with you guys. The 5 elders and the others were all shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Maybe. This kid's talent is truly unprecedented in the hundreds of years since the city government was founded. Even Rox, the strongest sea overlord of this generation, is still no match for this evil ghost. The reason is simple, because before he gained such powerful strength, he was just an ordinary civilian, a vulnerable fish. These are no longer important. They have lived for over 800 years but have never reached the level of perfection of Conqueror's Haki like Rox. 20,000. Almost a year has passed since he went to sea, although there is systematic help. He. Although he has killed many people and is full of sins, Luo Hu can be completely fair and honest. He has never killed any civilians since he went to sea, However, the members of the Knights of God who were fighting fiercely around them were already showing signs of retreating. The terrifying body consumed a lot of physical strength and used the ability of the teleportation fruit several times in a row to flash over. The real ultimate dark revenge has begun. Luo Hu's murderous aura became even more dignified. Along the way, whether it was the Marine, the senior agents of the CP organization, or the Celestial Dragon's warriors from the 18 families who were given special care, they were all listed as targets for killing. First, the senior CP agent who was completely brainwashed by the world government and didn't recognize his relatives was killed. Then came the Marine who shouted that he was sacrificing for justice and the Celestial Dragon's warriors who fled in all directions. Luo Hu's terrifying body rushed forward like a steel torrent, destroying everything that blocked his path. Not a single one was left alive. This is true even if there are a few people along the way who possess the qualities of a king like Conqueror's Haki. No way to escape the evil clutches. Luo Hu's current terrifying combat power has completely surpassed the strongest existence in the entire world. Not to mention the king's qualifications such as Conqueror's Haki. As long as the Haki level has not reached the ultimate, the strength has not reached the standard of the highest combat power. Then once it encounters the attack of Luo Hu, it will collapse like a meteorite hitting an egg, and be killed instantly without any room for reversal. Luo Hu has already surpassed Rox, the king of the sea, by a large margin. After all the killing along the way, Luo Hu's personal fighting skills and attack methods gradually return to a simple and unpretentious state. There are no more gorgeous attack moves, and no more brilliant sword skills. But each move directly represents the most powerful attack power in the world. At this moment, the 6 members of the Knights of God who were trying their best to kill John, Silver Axe, and Achiku all changed their expressions. All 6 of them had expressions of horror. Who is Luo Hu? This is simply surpassing Rox to become the most terrifying pirates in the world. Just now, Luo Hu killed their deputy leader instantly with just one strike of his sword. If a man like this were to come near them now, there's no need to think too much, he would definitely continue killing in the next second. Damn it! Increase your strength and destroy these 3 rookies first. You must concentrate if you want to deal with that evil ghost. We can't afford to be careless. Gather our strength and attack together. The 6 members of the Knights of God were divided into 3 groups, with 2 people in each group madly chasing and hacking at John and others with greater force, their bodies trembling nervously like mad dogs. After realizing that their opponent's strength had been raised to a higher level, John and the others suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Under this pressure, they could no longer withstand such high-intensity combat, and were hit by 2 extremely swift punches from the Knights of God in the next moment, leaving an extremely dull thud on the spot. Bang bang bang. Click, click. There were several consecutive crackling sounds of broken bones. John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the 3 last-place captains, were knocked to the ground one after another, spitting blood. Their bones were exposed and they looked extremely miserable. Useless. If it weren't for you bastards, there wouldn't be so many casualties in our family. Huff. Bang. While Luo Hu was still rushing over, the 6 Celestial Dragon's Knights acted without hesitation and attacked with great speed and force. A Conqueror's Haki entangled attack directly hit several people's temples. When Chief Nate insulted Nasajuro in the Hall of Power, that guy really acted out in a rage. If this was also acted out, then it's really scary. Right. Kill this B************* D first, and then go ask those old guys what they want to do. But the truth is that Luo Hu, the big pirate known as the Evil Ghost, is so powerful that it is beyond words. If their strongest fighters also attack together, there might be a chance to completely clamp down on Luo Hu. As for the real Celestial Dragons, except for the 5 elders, none of them has ever come out of the Holy Land. There wasn't even a single legitimate Celestial Dragon in sight. All the dead were members of their family. After today's war, the 18 celestial dragons' families can be said to have completely fallen. But the celestial dragons' knights just couldn't understand why the 5 elders already had such a big advantage, and they had to leave Impel Down, Eni's lobby and several high-level combat forces of naval headquarters idle and watching the battle. Damn it! Kill this evil ghost Luo Hu first. Several members of the Knights of God looked at each other, and after a quick calculation they realized something was wrong. The reason is simple. Although there have been heavy casualties on the continent surrounding the holy land of Mariehua, the corpses could be piled up into a mountain. Everyone. Actually, I have always had an idea that I don't know whether I should say it or not. Don't you realize that all the casualties in this war are warriors from our 18 families? Damn it. I was wondering why those guys who usually like to eat, drink and have fun wearing bubble masks are so quiet today. Alright brothers. Next we have to face that terrifying evil ghost. We were delayed for so long by these 3 damn guys that our families suffered such heavy losses. We should have used all our strength to kill these low-class pariahs from the beginning. After all, this war had been going on for so long, and almost all of the people who died on the scene were celestial dragons members of their family. The remaining ones were either pirates or useless marines. After the 6 members of the Knights of God understood each other's thoughts, everyone's eyes instantly became dark and cold, filled with unreasonable murderous intent. According to the rules, any one of the 18 families who had Luo Hu's head as proof could replace Nasu Shulangxing and gain the highest power. Then Nasu Juro used the position of the world's highest power as a bet and asked the 18 celestial dragons' families to work together to deal with the Rock's pirate. Several people looked at each other with dark eyes, and then noticed the terrifying figure slowly walking towards them. But most of these corpses are celestial dragons warriors from their 18 families, as well as countless pirates and marines. It's hard not to think too much. All 18 clan leaders were killed. The celestial dragons warriors who were gifted in the clan were also killed or wounded. Moreover, the 5 elders, who have the most combat power, were so slow in dealing with rocks alone. Among the members of the Knights of God, there was a guy whose pupils were slightly unfocused and looked like a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick. He spoke to his companions around him with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. In less than a second, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku were hit by this horrific attack and their heads exploded, bleeding from all 7 orifices. They flew backwards for dozens of meters and lay on the ground lifeless, with no one knowing whether they were dead or alive. It turns out that someone had planned this long ago. They want to completely return the power of the government to those guys. Yes. Now it has caused the loss of 18 of our families. It is so tragic that at least 20,000 noble warriors have died at the hands of that evil ghost. It seems that they came out together this time because one of the 5 elders, Zambaron v. Nasajuro, had an argument with the patriarch of the Nade family in the power conference hall. What about the so-called celestial dragons of noble bloodline? Apart from the 5 elders, there seems to be no one else. Damn it, are those 5 old men planning to eliminate all the manpower in our 18 families? After hearing their companions' questions, several celestial dragons' knights nearby also realized that something was wrong. What they fear is not sacrifice, but the despair of being forced to die because the situation is tightly controlled by the upper class. As for us, the common beasts of burden, we will all be hunted down and exterminated, and completely lose our status as celestial dragons. Aren't these guys' schemes a little too deep? We are all part of the celestial dragons. If this is really one of the 5 elders' plans, then these old guys can definitely debut as actors. This kind of acting doesn't look fake at all. The terrifying body consumed a lot of physical strength and used the ability of the teleportation fruit several times in a row to flash over. The real ultimate dark revenge has begun. Luo Hu's murderous aura became even more dignified. Along the way, whether it was the Marine, the senior agents of the CP organization, or the Celestial Dragons warriors from the 18 families who were given special care, they were all listed as targets for killing. First, the senior CP agent who was completely brainwashed by the world government and didn't recognize his relatives was killed. Then came the marine who shouted that he was sacrificing for justice and the celestial dragon's warriors who fled in all directions. Luo Hu's terrifying body rushed forward like a steel torrent, destroying everything that blocked his path. Not a single one was left alive. This is true even if there are a few people along the way who possess the qualities of a king like Conqueror's Haki. No way to escape the evil clutches. Luo Hu's current terrifying combat power has completely surpassed the strongest existence in the entire world. Not to mention the king's qualifications such as Conqueror's Haki. As long as the Haki level has not reached the ultimate, the strength has not reached the standard of the highest combat power. Then once it encounters the attack of Luo Hu, it will collapse like a meteorite hitting an egg, and be killed instantly without any room for reversal. Luo Hu has already surpassed Rox, the king of the sea, by a large margin. After all the killing along the way, Luo Hu's personal fighting skills and attack methods gradually return to a simple and unpretentious state. There are no more gorgeous attack moves, and no more brilliant sword skills. But each move directly represents the most powerful attack power in the world. At this moment, the 6 members of the Knights of God who were trying their best to kill John, Silver Axe, and Achiku all changed their expressions. All 6 of them had expressions of horror. Who is Luo Hu? This is simply surpassing Rox to become the most terrifying pirates in the world. Just now, Luo Hu killed their deputy leader instantly with just one strike of his sword. If a man like this were to come near them now, there's no need to think too much, he would definitely continue killing in the next second. Damn it! Increase your strength and destroy these 3 rookies first. You must concentrate if you want to deal with that evil ghost. We can't afford to be careless. Gather our strength and attack together. The 6 members of the Knights of God were divided into 3 groups, with 2 people in each group madly chasing and hacking at John and others with greater force, their bodies trembling nervously like mad dogs. After realizing that their opponent's strength had been raised to a higher level, John and the others suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Under this pressure, they could no longer withstand such high-intensity combat, and were hit by 2 extremely swift punches from the Knights of God in the next moment, leaving an extremely dull thud on the spot. Bang bang bang. Click, click. There were several consecutive crackling sounds of broken bones. John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the 3 last-place captains, were knocked to the ground one after another, spitting blood. Their bones were exposed and they looked extremely miserable. Useless. If it weren't for you bastards, there wouldn't be so many casualties in our family. Huff. Bang. While Luo Hu was still rushing over, the 6 celestial dragon's knights acted without hesitation and attacked with great speed and force. A Conqueror's Haki entangled attack directly hit several people's temples. But the celestial dragon's knights just couldn't understand why the 5 elders already had such a big advantage, and they had to leave Impel Down, Eni's lobby and several high-level combat forces of naval headquarters idle and watching the battle. If their strongest fighters also attacked together, there might be a chance to completely clamp down on Luo Hu. Aren't these guys' schemes a little too deep? We are all part of the celestial dragons. If this is really one of the 5 elders' plans, then these old guys can definitely debut as actors. This kind of acting doesn't look fake at all. It turns out that someone had planned this long ago. They want to completely return the power of the government to those guys. Several people looked at each other with dark eyes, and then noticed the terrifying figure slowly walking towards them. In less than a second, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku were hit by this horrific attack and their heads exploded, bleeding from all 7 orifices. They flew backwards for dozens of meters and lay on the ground lifeless, with no one knowing whether they were dead or alive. Moreover, the 5 elders, who have the most combat power, were so slow in dealing with Rox alone. The reason is simple: although there have been heavy casualties on the continent surrounding the holy land of Mariehua, the corpses could be piled up into a mountain. After today's war, the 18 celestial dragons' families can be said to have completely fallen. Several members of the Knights of God looked at each other, and after a quick calculation they realized something was wrong. According to the rules, any one of the 18 families who had Luo Hu's head as proof could replace Nasu Shulangxing and gain the highest power. All 18 clan leaders were killed. The celestial dragon's warriors who were gifted in the clan were also killed or wounded. What about the so-called celestial dragons of noble bloodline? Apart from the 5 elders, there seems to be no one else. What they fear is not sacrifice, but the despair of being forced to die because the situation is tightly controlled by the upper class. Damn it! I was wondering why those guys who usually like to eat, drink and have fun wearing bubble masks are so quiet today. But the truth is that Luo Hu, the big pirate known as the evil ghost, is so powerful that it is beyond words. Damn it, are those 5 old men planning to eliminate all the manpower in our 18 families? Alright brothers. Next we have to face the terrifying evil ghost. We were delayed for so long by these 3 damn guys that our family suffered such heavy losses. We should have used all our strength to kill these low-class pariahs from the beginning. But most of these corpses are celestial dragons warriors from their 18 families, as well as countless pirates and marines. After hearing their companions' questions, several celestial dragons knights nearby also realized that something was wrong. It's hard not to think too much. Everyone. Actually, I have always had an idea that I don't know whether I should say it or not. Don't you realize that all the casualties in this war are warriors from our 18 families? As for us, the common beasts of burden, we will all be hunted down and exterminated, and completely lose our status as celestial dragons. After the 6 members of the Knights of God understood each other's thoughts, everyone's eyes instantly became dark and cold, filled with unreasonable murderous intent. There wasn't even a single legitimate celestial dragon in sight. All the dead were members of their family. Then Nasu Juro used the position of the world's highest power as a bet and asked the 18 celestial dragons' families to work together to deal with the Rock's pirate. Yes. Now it has caused the loss of 18 of our families. It is so tragic that at least 20,000 noble warriors have died at the hands of that evil ghost. As for the real celestial dragons, except for the 5 elders, none of them has ever come out of the Holy Land. It seems that they came out together this time because one of the 5 elders, Zambaron v. Nasajuro, had an argument with the patriarch of the Nade family in the Power Conference Hall. After all, this war had been going on for so long, and almost all of the people who died on the scene were celestial dragons members of their family. The remaining ones were either pirates or useless marines. Right. Kill this B************* D first, and then go ask those old guys what they want to do. When Chief Nade insulted Nasajuro in the Hall of Power, that guy really acted out in a rage. If this was also acted out, then it's really scary. Among the members of the Knights of God, there was a guy whose pupils were slightly unfocused and looked like a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick. He spoke to his companions around him with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Damn it! Kill this evil ghost Luo Hu first. After the 6 people looked at each other, you all realized the conspiracy behind this war. Wait a moment, I will attack the evil ghost from the front first. You guys should act according to the situation and attack his weak spots. Anyone will definitely make mistakes and flaws in a fight. As long as we can seize this opportunity, it will be the best time to defeat this guy. And no one can defeat the siege of 6 top fighters at the same time. Not even rocks can do it. The Celestial Dragon's Knight from the Museling Holy Family took charge of the overall situation and shouted loudly. Brother is right. Let us help kill him too. At the moment when Saint Muselinger finished speaking, thousands of Celestial Dragon's warriors from various families gathered around again. Although until this moment, the Celestial Dragons within their 18 families also realized the sinister intentions of the 5 elders and others. But once a Celestial Dragon, always a Celestial Dragon. Seeing their families suffer such a great humiliation, nothing they say can erase the pain in their hearts. We must fight for the honor of our family. Thus, in just a moment, this group of celestial dragons gathered together and blocked the members of the Knights of God, forming a human wall. Saint Muslinger was naturally moved by this scene, even though these celestial dragons from various families were always scheming against each other and mocking each other's slaves for being ugly or not strong enough. But when it comes to the critical moment, they are still very united. Although this is probably just to maintain their identity as celestial dragons. Everyone knows that if this war is ultimately lost, the Rock's pirates will never allow any celestial dragons to exist. Especially that evil ghost Luo Hu. Such a guy can use 1,000 tricks to execute all celestial dragons. It is even possible to make an entire plate of celestial dragons into lamb ribs and use it to open a barbecue restaurant through a global live broadcast. A strange laugh. What a forgetful bunch of guys. You weaklings think you can stop me? Facing the group of celestial dragons in front of him that formed a human wall and tried to stop him, Luo Hu let out a heartfelt laugh. Today, his personal strength has long been beyond the reach of numbers. Let alone these 1,000 celestial dragons warriors. Even if he came with 10,000 or even 100,000 heads. When you get to Luo Hu, you will only get 2 words. Kill them. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder, and Luo Hu's entire dragon body suddenly flashed with blue lightning and disappeared in an instant. Then, this piece of blue lightning pierced through the space directly, and rushed towards the celestial dragons in front of it with an extremely violent energy, and it was almost ultimate in a moment. After seeing this scene, Muslim Saint and others naturally retreated a few steps in tacit understanding, and directly placed the human wall in front of them at the forefront. It is obvious that the superficial gratitude of these members of the Knights of God is actually very calculated. At least they would be more than happy to have a group of cattle and horses coming to the front to attract firepower. Nowadays, everyone has become a celestial dragon. Who wants to go up and die? What's more, these celestial dragons' knights who are in high positions should value their lives even more. If someone is willing to block Luo Hu's attack, it means that God is willing to help them. Bright blue thunder crackled, illuminating the faces of the celestial dragons' warriors who formed a human wall. The fearless expressions on the faces of these celestial dragons' warriors did not change at all when Luo Hu rushed over. Come on, untouchables. Even if you kill us all, what can it do? They shouted at the rapidly approaching Luo Hu with their voices hoarse and eyes wide open. Luo Hu sneered with a look of disdain. Okay. Then I'll kill you all. Shichikichikichichichi. Aayawiawa. Screams rang out, and in just a moment of confrontation, thousands of celestial dragons from 18 families were chopped into 2 pieces by Luo Hu's sword. The cross-section of the broken bodies was so smooth that they looked like works of art, and they slowly slid down. Brothers! There's a flaw. Saint Muslinger roared with joy, his body became hot, and his 2 big hands, with powerful Haki and burning flames, bombarded Luo Hu who was wiping the blood. Boom! Saint Musling, who had always been very confident in his own strength, naturally charged forward without exception, wanting to seriously injure the arrogant evil ghost Luo Hu in front of him. He had been very cautious and watching the situation. After seeing Luo Hu kill more than 1,000 celestial dragons, he actually started to wipe the blood off the blade. Bang! Luo Hu had a smile on his face, and he gathered the muscles in his right hand tightly, squeezing the head of Musling Sheng, who was using armament Haki to defend himself but was close to collapse. He actually caught such an obvious flaw in the battle. For a moment, the 5 of them could only stand there at a loss, completely terrified. It's pretty useless, but it's still useful. Maramara fruit ability. Even if Haki had trained to the highest level, they still wouldn't have any chance of resistance. You may even be killed instantly by him. Don't worry. The other 5 celestial dragons' knights looked at Muselinger with serious eyes as he struggled madly with a look of horror on his face, but he could not escape from the terrifying dragon hand no matter what. The remaining 5 celestial dragons' knights were naturally unwilling to fall behind, and they followed the footsteps of the Muslim Holy Land and launched a charge. But for Luo Hu, who is 7 meters tall as 2 stories, his entire body is covered with dragon scales and his muscles look like they were cast from tungsten steel from outer space. Luo Hu is simply the most terrifying creature in the world. With extremely fast speed, precise accuracy, and terrifying strength, he grabbed the relatively delicate neck of Saint Muse Linger with one hand. There was even an extremely terrifying hot breath surging in the air. High-temperature flames exploded everywhere, flying and indirectly burning a group of celestial dragons that were still in a half-dead state. Hateful. No. What happened just now was not Muslinger's will at all. It was because, the evil ghost pushed past Muslinger at a faster speed the moment he took action, so he was caught by him. Luo Hu muttered to himself and then suddenly exerted force, cracking the head of the Muse Linger Saint who was already pale due to lack of oxygen in his hand, and the head exploded on the spot. The extremely relaxed movements showed a strong contrast in strength. Although the celestial dragon's night muslin is also at a height of more than 3 meters to nearly 4 meters. It will be your turn soon. Didn't this guy Muslinger say he was going to sign to house the evil spirit? How come he was subdued in an instant? He couldn't even run away. But just as they rushed forward quickly, a dragon hand covered with blue veins, dragon scales and wrapped with extremely terrifying Haki suddenly appeared in front of Saint Muse Ling without any warning. Luo Hu quickly tensed his arm muscles and tightly grasped Muslinger's throat. His right hand firmly held his head, leaving him no chance to resist. Logia Maramara Fruit Ability. Sniff. The whole person looked like an indescribable dragon god in the world, but it was not good enough at all. After Luo Hu's low voice fell. The gap between the two people was like an eagle catching a chick, and it was easily solved in one encounter. There was no dragging at all. The petite head of Muse Linger Saint, who was still struggling desperately and slapping Luo Hu's body with his hands, was pinched on the spot and exploded and flew to the ground. Apparently this Muse Linger Saint is also a demon fruit power, and is quite rare. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 91. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 12. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 190. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Logia Maramara Fruit Ability attributes, 100%. After beating the corpse of the Muse Linger Saint, whose attributes had been completely absorbed, into a bloody mist, Luo Hu looked up at the battlefield filled with corpses nearby. Then, his hands instantly exploded and burned with an orange-yellow flame filled with scorching high temperature. With the support of the terrifying physical strength of his whole body, the blazing fireball in his hand began to grow rapidly from a small size. In just less than a second, the original small fireball instantly turned into a ball of terrifying flames like a small island. Luo Hu raised his hand and threw it. With a bang, the supergiant fireball in his hand exploded directly on the spot, making an extremely violent roar and explosion. At the same time, a strong breath of flame quickly burned along the corpses on the ground, making a series of crackling sounds in the air and emitting a scent of meat. It seems, not so useless. After testing the ability of the Maramara fruit, which many Jaime say is so delicious that even dogs wouldn't eat it, Luo Hu also became interested. Maramara fruit is classified as Logia devil fruit after all. Although in the original story the young man Ace did not show very strong expressiveness, this does not mean that the Maramara fruit's ability is really poor. Didn't Akiji from the naval headquarters also eat a Logia ice fruit? Nanny. Is that rumor true? As long as a demon fruit power is killed by an evil spirit, the power on the body will be taken away directly by the other party. Then why were they able to develop instant freeze and ice age, large-scale AoE skills that can instantly freeze everything? It's time to pick a name, baby. The temperature is simply outrageous. Evil Ghost Luo Hu. After all, the development of devil fruit still depends on how creative the user is. The moment this white flaming sword appeared, everyone within a few kilometers felt an extremely hot wave of heat rushing to their faces. Pervert. I want to correct you. I am just a good young man who lives in socialism, has sunshine in his heart and hope in front of him. After the words fell. So the devil fruit ability depends on how the user uses it. As the large-scale flames at the scene burned all the bodies and blood on the ground to ashes, Luo Hu walked towards the remaining 5 members of the Knights of God and began to compress the fire power in his hand. Who is Bullet? He. Everyone was shocked when they watched Luo Hu crush the head of the Holy Land of Museling with one hand and then began to use the fire power of the Maramara fruit openly. Enel is generally okay. After all, the patch released by Oda has changed King Luffy's rubber fruit into the Nika fruit. As a top-level Zoan Sun God form, it is understandable that the fruit can control lightning and be immune to lightning strikes. Too scary. This guy can't even be called a pervert. He's simply a pervert among the devils. Of course, it is also possible that the old thief Oda introduced Ace too early in the early stage. Of course, if we have to talk about the most unfair cases, the worst ones would be Crocodile and Enel, who died on the spot due to the plot. In that era when there was no Haki setting and no fruit awakening, Ace's death was too unfair. While Luo Hu was experimenting with the ability of the Maramara fruit, he forced a smile and corrected the nicknames given to him by the people around him. Ace must be too weak, so he wasted such a powerful devil fruit. How could Crocodile, who was able to survive Bullet's attacks, be knocked unconscious by continuous attacks because he was afraid of water? If I continue to input more energy, I can increase the range of the fire attack, then what about compressing the energy directly? A pure white flaming long sword compressed to ultimate appeared in Luo Hu's hand. Every time you kill someone, you can gain their devil fruit ability. This kind of pervert thing has never been thought of by anyone. Luo Hu looked down at the flaming blade in his hand, which was swaying in the wind and exuding the ultimate high temperature all the time. Next moment. If you describe lousy like this, I will sue you for defamation. But it is a bit difficult to understand how a man like Lao Sha could fight Douglas Bullet in a one-on-one duel when he was young and still come back alive. The Black Snake Sword, one of the 21 great swords that Rox had given to Luo Hu for temporary use and which had killed tens of thousands of celestial dragons, had already turned into a pool of molten iron under the touch of the flaming sword. Burn, Maramara fruit. The Maramara fruit ability of Muse Ling's Saint was actually taken away by this guy. This man is clearly God. He was a representative figure who tied with Rayleigh at the age of 15 and had reached the highest combat power in the Rox era. Although this flaming sword has no entity, according to Luo Hu's own experiments, this problem can be easily solved by simply wrapping his armament Haki flow around the flaming sword. Moreover, after being wrapped with Haki, the hardness of this flame sword will directly reach a level higher than the 12 great swords of the Supreme Order. The Black Snake Sword that Rox's old master sent me before was of decent quality, but after such a long and intense battle and killing batch after batch of celestial dragons, it was inevitable that it could not withstand the pressure and had some cracks. Even though Luo Hu's armament Haki had been cultivated to the ultimate level, he still couldn't save the sword from being damaged. The reason is that when fighting against multiple enemies who have reached the highest combat power, the opponent's Haki has also reached the ultimate Haki. Although the opponent's Haki purity is much lower than his own, it is still Haki of the same level after all. After many hard fights, it will definitely be worn out. But now that I have used the flaming sword condensed by the power of the Maramara fruit, such accidents will not occur. Even if the opponent's Haki is strong enough to break the flaming sword, Luo Hu can condense a new flaming sword and chop it down in the next instant. In general, this flaming sword is the sword that all swordsmen in the world dream of. Although it is not like other famous swords that have a physical body and can be hung on the body at any time to be trained into a powerful black sword, the additional ability gained by the flaming long sword is the high temperature that can burn everything. Even the Black Snake Sword, which was a large and sharp sword at the beginning and had level 21, couldn't withstand it. This terrifying temperature melted it into a pool of molten iron. If you want to practice the black sword later, you can also find another famous sword that can reach the level of the Supreme Great Sword. The Supreme Sword is very precious and there are not many of them in the whole world. But considering Luo Hu's current strong personal strength, it will not be difficult for him to obtain one. However, Luo Hu's current terrifying size may not match his tall body. At least he needs to be a genuine large Guandao type like the Kusukumojiri in Whitebeard's hand. Since you are a long sword made of flames, your name from now on will be Qin Yan. Luo Hu looked at the flaming sword in his hand that was constantly emitting waves of terrifying high temperature, so he simply gave it a name that he was more familiar with. The name Qin Yan sword originally came from a weapon in a popular fantasy novel. However, Luo Hu thinks that his current flame sword is more suitable for this name. Of course, it would be very bad if Luo Hu named it himself. If he didn't use the name, then this flaming sword could only be called Fire's Joy. Holding the extremely hot green flame blade in his hand, Luo Hu looked with scorching eyes at the 5 remaining sweaty members of the Knights of God around him, then revealed a smile that he thought was very sunny and healthy. Everyone, I heard that you have been looking for me since you first arrived in the Valley of Gods. Laozi is standing in front of you now, why doesn't anyone move? I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Luo Hu showed a sarcastic smile of a villain and chased forward. At this moment, the remaining 5 members of the Knights of God had already been frightened beyond recognition by the heat emitted by the Qin Yan sword that Luo Hu had casually pulled out. Do you still want to kill all of us? Do you think the government is no longer able to stop you? Law Grandi, who was in the crowd, was frightened by Luo Hu's terrifying smile and his heart skipped a beat. He shouted in a timid manner. At this moment, as a member of the Knights of God, he even thought that he was the righteous one, and Luo Hu in front of him was the ultimate villain. Luo Hu's strength is really exaggerated. With just one slap, Saint Muslinger, a member of the Knights of God, was crushed to the point of bursting into pieces. Luo Hu burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. With this kind of expressiveness, what's the point? And not only do I know that, Laozi is also going to kill all of your celestial dragons. The only thing worth praising is that he used the mother fire developed by Vegapunk to restart Uranus and sink an island into the sea. Although they have not yet officially come into contact with this green flame sword, the high temperature emanating from the blade is enough to prove that this thing is definitely not a good thing. After all, no matter what, with his current combat power, even if that guy is strong, he can't kill him instantly, right? Call. He, weird laughter. The whole body was intact, only a pair of black fists wrapped around Haki remained in the place. Now he has directly absorbed the ability of the opponent's slight fruit and condensed it into a green flame sword with terrifying power. Saint Legrandi, who suddenly suffered such a serious injury, had no ability to resist at all. He could only watch as the raging fire on the green flame sword continued to burn his body. And now this confidential information has been known by these terrifyingly powerful pirates. Nanny. How did this guy know about Lord Im? This is our world government's top secret. After a few minutes. The temperature of this knife is too high. You have to wrap your whole body in Haki to get close to it. He, of course I know that Imu is the master of all of you celestial dragons. Luo Hu replied to the last sentence cheerfully, and then his figure disappeared instantly, using the ability of the teleportation fruit to flash over a great distance and directly appeared in front of several people. The Qin Yan sword in Luo Hu's hand became extremely hard after being wrapped with the ultimate armament Haki, just like a big guillotine chopping off a dog's head easily and comfortably. That horrible weird laugh coupled with the exaggerated size difference and the murderous villain smile. In the impressions of all celestial dragons, Yim is an extremely vague existence. They only roughly know that there is such a supreme ruler staying in Panga City. Only the 5 elders who possess the highest power in the world have the opportunity to meet Saint Lord Yim. Luo Hu's aura at this moment is truly terrifying to the ultimate level. And Legrandi Saint, who was extremely lucky and was directly chosen by Luo Hu, was chopped by the big knife and screamed on the spot. Before he could wrap around Armament Haki's body, he was burned and melted into a dry mist on the spot. After hearing Luo Hu's words, several members of the Knights of God were suddenly shocked. World government. What power can you, the so-called scumbags, have? Are you talking about the 5 elders who are said to have the highest power in the world within your government? Or are you talking about the saint who has been hiding and never showed his face? In the original story, even Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, was able to escape from the pursuit of the 5 elders and Luo Hu smiled with great confidence. After hearing the other parties attempt to use the government's prestige to suppress him. Although it is very likely that simply doesn't bother to take action. No matter how strong that guy is, can he be stronger than me? Are you kidding me? Laozi is now the strongest man in the world. But Luo Hu will not give up. He will kill ordinary celestial dragons, and of course he will not let go of the most primitive celestial dragons like Sheng. Go. Damn it, is there a traitor? Otherwise, how would this guy know about Lord Saint? The whistling sound of the high-temperature flames suddenly burst out, lingering in everyone's ears. Go. Suddenly, one of the remaining 4 members of the Knights of God realized that there was no need for them to continue fighting this war. Luo Hu's strength is simply not something that these ordinary celestial dragons knights can deal with. Such powerful and godlike pirates who have mastered countless devil fruit abilities need the intervention of at least the world's highest authority or Lord who only exists in legends. With just these people who are at the highest combat power level of the naval headquarters standard, no matter how many of them come, they are not enough to kill. However, how could Luo Hu, whose physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this point, let these little things slip through his fingers? Oink oink. Luo Hu kicked his feet with such force that a violent explosion sounded in the air. His huge dragon body turned into a blurry air wave that was hard to see with the naked eye, and rushed towards the remaining 4 members of the Knights of God in a terrifying humanoid Tyrannosaurus form similar to the Holy Lord. The speed of this body is so fast that it has reached the ultimate level. Combined with the fast Logia devil fruit like thunder fruit, it is as terrifying as an instant displacement. Luo Hu's figure appeared in front of the 4 members of the Knights of God almost at the moment when they were about to turn around and run away. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Luo Hu's terrifying dragon hand covered with dragon scales, with its incomparably brutal power, rapidly enlarged in their pupils. Next moment. A dull muffled sound appeared. Bang! The real scene was like a slap on a ripe Kirin watermelon, and the head of another celestial dragon's knight exploded on the spot, red and white tissues flew everywhere, and fishy blood splattered everywhere, covering the ground. Watching helplessly as another of their companions died tragically on the spot, the remaining 3 people let out crazy screams. Everyone was terrified to the core when facing the half-dragon Luo Hu in front of them. Just when Luo Hu was about to attack again, one of the celestial dragon's knights could no longer endure this extremely depressing moment of escape and simply chose to wrap his hands around his chest, and Haki rushed towards Luo Hu, howling. But before he could play any role, Luo Hu grabbed his neck with his dragon scales and claws and pulled him away. With a puff, the whole person, who was about 4 to 5 meters tall, had a watermelon-sized head that was directly pulled down by Luo Hu's terrifying power. Blood splattered and he died instantly, without even the ability to struggle. He didn't even have time to use Haki's defense. Huff. Feeling that he had killed people like crazy and had the power to turn celestial dragons into ashes in an instant, Luo Hu showed a villain's hideous grin, and the extremely hot pure white flames on his body suddenly spread all around. Amidst a terrifying scream, the Marines, senior agents of the CP organization, and other soldiers under the world government who came from all directions to support the celestial dragons were burned into piles of tall grains by the white flames that looked like lotus flowers, and scattered in the wind. Ha 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 ha. Resist me. This is what will happen to you, these people. I'm putting this on hold today. If anyone dares to come and support these celestial dragons, I'll kill 10,000 of them. If you have the ability to continue to gather 100,000 elite soldiers, then I have the strength to kill 100,000 of you. With a wave of his hand, he burned a large group of bodies with terrifying flames. For a moment, Luo Hu felt quite satisfied with his terrifying strength. Ever since he made destroying celestial dragons his core idea. He has been developing carefully for half a year, and only now has he finally possessed such terrifying strength. In this regard, Luo Hu is not like the protagonist in some villain novels who is timid and submissive. He doesn't even dare to kill an enemy and has to look ahead and behind, shrinking back. As a qualified pirate's villain, do you need to consider whether the enemy is a good person? If you dare to stand on the opposite side and fight against us, you must be prepared to lose your life. Mr. Pluton, the most classic villain in the anime world, once said. The world has never been divided into justice and evil. The world is just like this, either the wolf dies or the sheep dies, either the weak wolf starves to death or the weak sheep is bitten to death. Perhaps, this world is too cruel, but it is beautiful because of this. Luo Hu was once just an unknown little guy living on a small island in the pirates' world. Even his originally happy family became unhappy because of the appearance of celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are the nobles that the world government does its best to protect. At that time, Luo Hu was just a weak sheep that could be slaughtered at will. But now the attack and defense are aliens. Only after he truly possessed the power to control the world did Luo Hu deeply understand why the truly strong never cared about the number of deaths of the lower-class people. After a few seconds passed. The two celestial dragons' knights who suddenly lost their cheekbones were terrified to the extreme. They showed waves of pain, their faces twisted, and their bodies twitched under the control of the iron hand. Puff, crack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute. Agility increased by 10.39. As for the lives of other small fry killed along the way, it can only be attributed to the fact that they aided and abetted the evil and even dared to stand against themselves for the sake of celestial dragons. Luo Hu's two terrifying dragon hands with thick blue veins and densely covered dragon scales penetrated the space at a high speed. Even if these two people have already wrapped the ultimate armament Haki around every pore of their bodies, it will still be of any use. Died tragically immediately. Warm blood flowed on that terrifying big hand. But under Luo Hu's current terrifying strength, no matter how they struggled, that thick dragon scale hand did not shake at all. Luo Hu showed a cruel smile, and suddenly his arm strength doubled again. He pulled hard. This is what you sow for your own sins. He. Don't even think about running away. Luo Hu still admires such people very much. At least, for example, the justice in the heart of a weak little marine like Smoker is very pure. Even though his power and position in the government are not even worth mentioning, he still dares to use the phone to scold those in power. With incomparably terrifying power, he instantly grabbed the faces of the last two members of the Knights of God, clamped their cheekbones tightly, and then suddenly pinched them hard. The horror of one's own power is continuously output. At this moment, even if he doesn't use any weapons, he can kill the standard top combat power in an instant. No one can stop him. Luo Hu laughed crazily while grabbing the newly condensed Qin Yen sword in his hand. The terrifying blade flashed quickly as if it was directly across the sky, burning the air and causing it to twist. Then, it directly cut open the top of the head of a celestial dragon's knight and then burned the tissue inside into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes. Physical strength increased by 35.90. In the end, the pupils of these two members of the Knights of God bulged out and their faces turned bright red in the hands of Luo Hu, and they made their last crazy struggle. If these marine soldiers were truly dedicated to the true justice in their hearts. If any of you have the strength to escape from my hands, I will swallow this green flame sword on the spot. The reason why Luo Hu is so persistent in hunting down celestial dragons is because of the hatred in his heart and the sense of satisfaction brought by killing celestial dragons. Next second. Luo Hu, relying on his terrifying strength and invincible Haki, tore off the cheekbone of the celestial dragon's knight wrapped in armament Haki. After waving his hand to dissipate the green flame sword in his hand. Under the grip of this terrifying force, the cheekbones covered with the black armament Haki made a series of teeth-grinding crackling sounds. Because it doesn't matter at all. After killing another celestial dragon's knight, Luo Hu felt the power continue to surge. He became stronger than the last second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute. Strength increased by 22.12. What is important is what benefits can people get after these trees die. I want you to help me practice. The growth of power is really fascinating. After killing all the enemies in front of him, Luo Hu looked around and found that at this moment, no enemy dared to approach him. Golden Lion is still struggling with the leader of the Knights of God, Saint Fegaland Galen, and the winner is uncertain. Charlotte Lin Lin is also in a fierce battle of wits and courage with a guy who is at the level of deputy leader of the Knights of God. On Whitebeard's side, Sengoku was hit on the top of his head by a shock fruit because he was careless and didn't dodge. He was seriously injured and had to leave the field to recuperate. Currently, the two naval headquarters top fighters, Garp and Black Arm Zephyr, are engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. As for Rox on the other side, he was caught in an extremely difficult melee. As a world-famous overlord of the sea, he was directly attacked by 5 of the world's most powerful people. Except for those 5 unsportsmanlike 5 elders. We even added several top fighters from Eni's lobby and the advancement layer to attack Rox together. I have to say that after obtaining the blessing of Dark Fruit, Rox's personal combat effectiveness has indeed been greatly improved. Although he was currently being beaten up by this group of people and looking a bit embarrassed, he could at least still hold on. If we kill these 5 old men. Even if that old man Imu comes out, so what? Luo Hu tore off his torn shirt, revealing his extremely strong figure and muscular body covered with hard dragon scales. In the scanning induction of observation Haki, Luo Hu felt more and more that his image was a bit similar to the great sage lord in Jackie Chan Adventures. But compared to the vague image of the Holy Lord, the half-beast form of the blue dragon fruit is simply ultimate cool. With the blessing of this devil fruit, Luo Hu's temperament is not like that of an ordinary villain at all. Instead, it looks like an ultimate boss full of the true majesty of a dragon. After calming his breath a little, Luo Hu condensed his green flame blade again and walked directly towards the Rox battlefield. At this time, the 5 elders were still fighting desperately, trying to kill Rox, a strong man from the D clan. Damn evil ghost. What does he want to do? Zambalong v. Nasajuro, who was the first to feel the terrifying murderous intent, turned his head and immediately noticed the figure of Luo Hu walking towards him. And the members of the Knights of God who disappeared and fell to the ground, all turning into mutilated corpses. He widened his eyes in disbelief. In just a moment, all the powerful men around him were cleared out by Luo Hu. Although the initial plan of the world's highest powers was to weaken the power of these ordinary celestial dragons' families. But no matter how hard he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out what kind of strength it took to be able to kill so many powerful people in such a short time. 1 Rox is enough to give them a headache, what if they add Luo Hu who is even higher than Rox? However, although these supreme judges are a little weak, this kind of thing must never be allowed. There are even 2 women among these 3 judges who have reached the highest judge status. You actually look down on us like this. Where is the face of us and others? In an instant, the sword shadows connected together, forming a dense black sword energy. After hearing the order from the 5 elders, the 3 chief judges of Eni's lobby and the director and deputy director of Impel Down all took the order and rushed to Luo Hu with great momentum, ready for battle. If he continues to make trouble like this, won't even Lord I'm Saint be able to solve the problem? It's been less than a year since they met each other and this incredibly talented pirates debuted. The horrified Nasajuro naturally attracted the attention of the other 5 elders and the most powerful Saint Wakuri. If this terrifying guy were to enter the formation, the consequences would be disastrous. Damn it! Is there no one who can stop him? As the highest judge of the advancement layer, he is also the most powerful among the 2 women and 1 man. He has also mastered top-level swordsmanship, so his strength is barely up to par. Luo Hu's strength is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. We are about to put an end to the Rocks era. Don't go any further. But he is also one of the most powerful people in the world. After all, the naval headquarters is the most powerful and violent organization among the 3 armed forces of the world government. It has already reached this terrifying strength that can kill the strongest fighter in an instant. After looking around, they also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately became extremely vigilant. We have to at least hold him back. Activating the ancient weapon consumes too much energy and time. Nasajuro desperately waved the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand to bring more pressure to Rocks, while being wary of Luo Hu who was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, a top judge of Eni's lobby stabbed Luo Hu with a sword in his hand. Several top judges and directors of Impel Down shouted with stern expressions, blocking Luo Hu's way. No matter what, you have to hold on for a few more minutes. But for Luo Hu now, let alone these rookies, even if the 5 elders came in person, they would definitely not be his match in one blow. Even these so-called highest powers in the world, plus a group of strong men, are not enough for 2 people to chop them down. Of course, the strength of these so-called supreme judges and promoted directors certainly does not meet the highest combat power standards of the naval headquarters. You 5. Go stop the evil spirit now. Someone must come to stop him. This kind of strength and talent can be seen in Madara. The 5 elders must not be disturbed. Damn it! I told you not to go forward. We'll stop you now. The blue dragon scales wrapped around Haki's body were scraped off immediately, creating a dense mass of sparks. The ultimate armament Haki, plus the terrifying defensive blue dragon scales. Luo Hu's defensive ability is simply strong to the ultimate level. It has come to this, and you still dare to stand in front of Lousy. Should I say you are stupid or loyal? Luo Hu showed an extremely cruel smile. Long Lin grabbed the long sword with his left hand, and with his right hand, with extremely terrifying power and the Qin Yen sword burning with hot flames, he chopped down at the middle-aged man's chest like lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the judge who represented the highest combat power of Eni's lobby was chopped into 2 pieces by Luo Hu on the spot. Blood mist splattered, and he was killed on the spot. Even the terrible high temperature of the Maramara fruit directly burned his entire body into ashes in an instant. A gust of sea breeze blew over, and there was no need to prepare a funeral. Seeing one of the 3 highest judges being beaten to ashes so easily, the pupils of the remaining 2 female judges suddenly shrank on the spot. The face that had become tender and mature after being trained by the superior was terrified, and even the graceful long legs outlined by the curves under the judge's robe showed a trace of warmth. Although the 2 of them have been making a living under the sticks and surviving in the cracks for many years, and have seen many big and small scenes in the world before they have gained their current strength and status. But it was not until the moment they were blocked in front of Luo Hu that they deeply felt what true absolute power was. The 2 charming female judges were so frightened that they d their pants on the spot and didn't dare to make any movement at all. I was afraid that I would accidentally provoke this terrifying killing god in front of me. But even so, Luo Hu still does not intend to let the 2 judges go. After all, these are the fighting forces within the world government. Luo Hu is very clear about the truth that if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows, and the truth that villains die because of their soft-heartedness. Since you have chosen to serve the celestial dragons, and they are standing in front of you so openly, you must be prepared to be killed instantly at any time. Luo Hu's heart has long been determined to be as determined as an evil villain. After silently reciting the classic sentence, if you don't have a woman in your heart, your Tao heart will naturally become a success. What the hell is the difference between men and women? Luo Hu murmured in a low voice, like a rare devil in the world, which made people feel frightened. Luo Hu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the two long-legged judges whose looks were rated 9 points, and he activated the teleportation fruit immediately. Instantly wrapped in a terrifying two-color Haki. Luo Hu's terrifying body raised his elbow horizontally. The elbow is as sharp as a knife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes. Physical strength increased by 9.90. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute. Agility increased by 1.69. Since she dared to obey Gu Lixing's order and stood up to stop him, then her death was not unjust. The terrifying force hit that pretty white face like slapping a watermelon. All enemies must be killed. This boy is not capable of planning. Being merciful everywhere is what the noble and upright people should do. It has nothing to do with me. Even when Luo Hu took just one step forward, he teleported and chased after him as if he had shortened the distance. The terrifying and ferocious dragon scale hand swept over with a slap without mercy. Sir, don't kill me. I can do it if you want. I have a good figure and good oral skills. Please don't kill me. He, although the attribute values dropped from my body are a little less, it's better than nothing he. But. And the last female judge in Eni's lobby was hit by Luo Hu's elbow. The fleeing female judge exploded on the spot, and her delicate body that had fascinated countless men was completely turned into ashes under the terrifying temperature reflected by the Maramara fruit. Luo Hu is not the kind of loser who can't even walk when he sees a woman. After taking a final look, Luo Hu made a prompt decision. He must not let his Taoism be damaged when facing such a thing. They are just ordinary people. But unfortunately, her speed is not enough when facing Luo Hu, who possesses the teleportation fruit. One of the judges screamed in terror once again on the spot, with chrysanthemum-colored liquid dripping from his body. He hurriedly fled towards the 5 elders with his round thighs, not daring to fight at all. The last remaining female judge was so frightened when she saw her companion being burned to ashes in an instant that she knelt down and cried bitterly. What's more, killing these powerful guys can make your own strength more solid. It is difficult for an ordinary man to accomplish great things. That delicate face with tears in its eyes looks really hard to touch. Even the top-level armament Haki defense was ineffective. It was as if he was slapped in the face by an indescribable strong man, and his entire head was shattered to the ground. After all, most characters don't have the same state of mind as Luo Hu. Those guys who lose their minds like teddy bear when they see a woman are simply incomprehensible. Just do it. After using 2 consecutive elbow strikes to smash the chief female judge of Eni's lobby into pieces, Luo Hu looked at the piles of senior CP agents and other combatants who were retreating continuously. Things had developed to such an irreversible point that they had completely lost their last bit of desire to fight. No one can stop terrifying pirates like Luo Hu. Even if someone who was considered to be extremely powerful in the eyes of everyone rushed to the front, he would be killed instantly. He would not even be able to fight back. As for the remaining celestial dragons that were running the fastest, after feeling Luo Hu's gaze, they were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, looking filthy, as if they had encountered some great terror. At this moment, almost all celestial dragons were cursing in their hearts the fellow who had gone out to sea and provoked the Luo Hu family. If it weren't for that damn guy, perhaps this heinous farce of killing people like killing dogs would not have happened. Luo Hu will most likely just be a very ordinary pariah in this world, living a dull life in a corner. However, this devilish man is now a great terror that all celestial dragons dare not face. A devil forged by their fellow celestial dragons. In today's war alone, the number of lives killed by Luo Hu alone has already reached more than 150,000. Among the more than 150,000 people killed by him. In addition to the elite soldiers of the naval headquarters, the senior agents of the CP organization, the political guards of Eni's lobby and the prison guards of Impel Down. It is even more terrible, including more than 40,000 elite celestial dragons warriors carefully selected from 18 celestial dragons families. Such a heinous killing is simply unheard of. However, Luo Hu was not in the mood to care about everyone's thoughts at the moment. He just silently adjusted his mentality and began to walk towards the position of the 5 elders. So far, among the 18 family forces of celestial dragons, various powerful people have been killed and almost extinct. Even the Knights of God, which was composed of the most powerful and highest fighting forces among their family forces, was left with only 2 lonely figures, the captain and the deputy captain. These 5 elders don't look that strong. Luo Hu held the sword in one hand, standing quietly, muttering to himself as he watched Rox, who was fighting 5 old men, barely holding the situation. According to his guess, since Rox can directly challenge 5 elders with his current fighting power, then if he were to take the field himself, it would definitely be a much easier situation for the 4 of them. After all, Luo Hu believes that his current combat power is definitely much higher than Rox. He is able to kill any Haki who has reached the ultimate level of combat power in a 1-by-1 situation in seconds. Just for this reason, Rox cannot be compared. Although Rox himself can kill the strongest warriors alone. But there is an absolute difference between a single kill and an instant kill. This is just like what Akiji did when Doflamingo was instantly frozen in Punk Hazard in the plot. But suddenly, he felt an extremely cold breath staring at every pore on his body. We must not let this guy rush into the formation. Otherwise, Rox will be as terrifying as a beast that has escaped from its cage. We won't be able to stop him anymore. However, compared to the 5 elders, these old men were in a state of confusion while Luo Hu had already begun to calculate which old man to kill first. There had been no one standing there, but suddenly, a figure wearing an expensive silk robe and a black thorn crown appeared. However, just as Luo Hu raised the Qin Yen sword in his hand, which was emitting white-blue flames and high temperature, and was ready to teleport over to stab Zambalong V. Nasu Shulangxing, the old devil who had lived for more than 800 years in vain, in the moment. Even those who have been in high positions for a long time, when they encounter such a situation, they still find it difficult to calm down their emotions and face the murderous evil spirit like Luo Hu. Even Luo Hu's personal combat power is further perverted because of the various devil fruit abilities he has. Then it's decided to be you. Let Laozi also try the feeling of chopping the little Japanese devils with a big knife and making their brains fly all over the ground. The difference between Akiji and Kaido is like that between Luo Hu and Rox at this stage. Absolutely no problem. Even Rox and Luo Hu can't withstand the destruction of the ancient weapons made with lunar technology. Luo Hu cast a murderous gaze over the 5 elders for a moment, and then directly selected Zambalong V. Nasu Shulangxing, the one whose temperament and image annoyed him the most among the crowd. It was as if there was a god coming from all directions who could see through him completely. This feeling of being watched is extremely strong. Although Minggu is also a talented player with Conqueror's Haki, his talent is only slightly better than that of ordinary people. And anyone who has watched the outrageous film Black Sun 731 will definitely not be able to face the author with a smile. At this point, we have no better solution. We can only place our hopes on Lord Im. I hope Lord Im can recreate the method that killed Joy Boy in an instant. That only proves that you are not Huxiao. These 5 elders wearing kimonos look like the Japanese devils from Wanakuni. Although Luo Hu also liked watching some Japanese anime and some female teachers before he traveled to the pirates' world. Luo Hu's eyes were solemn, and he gripped the Qin Yen sword in his hand even tighter, staring straight at the holy land of Mariehua, a huge castle inlaid with gold and jewels all over. Has the strength of this evil ghost Luo Hu become so strong? Or is there no limit to his talent that can quickly increase in strength during battle? Just because you like looking at female teachers doesn't mean you won't kill those little devils. As the most powerful admiral in the Marines of that era, it was absolutely no problem for Akiji to kill a mere Shichibukai Doflamingo alone. Luo Hu has already reached the ultimate perfection, and the match is naturally Thunder Fruit's observation Haki that obtains a super wide range of sensing. You mean those 19 kings? After seeing how Luo Hu easily killed several of the strongest warriors in a second, the 5 elders and others' hearts almost jumped into their throats. If Akiji wants to kill Doflamingo instantly, he still needs to put in some effort. Damn it! How come these bastards can't even hold out for a minute? If you don't believe it, you can ask Doflamingo if he dares to take on the big black stick in Kaido's hand and perform the Great Wade Thunder 8 trigrams. Having a natural hatred towards this country is a necessary factory setting for every Huxia citizen, if there is no such factory setting. But this was just a single kill. But, one thing is one thing. After hesitating for less than a second, Luo Hu calmly chose the first target. After all, even the terrifying Joey boy back then couldn't do this kind of thing, and it's not like we don't have a backup plan. There was actually a huge orange-yellow straw hat floating in the air above the figure, spinning and emitting rays of light that looked like some kind of strange technology. But that's not all. After this straw hat that looked like a UFO rumored to have appeared on the future technology island emitted waves of cold air. The powerful warriors who were still alive on the field widened their eyes and looked with horror at the 19 shriveled bodies standing beside saint-like ice sculptures. Even the upper-level celestial dragons with some status in the other 18 celestial dragons families present were shocked to the point of being beyond words. The reason for this situation was that the 19 ice sculptures cast by the huge high-tech straw hat lock were exactly the same as the figures in the portraits that had been passed down in their family for hundreds of years. Each of these shriveled figures was wearing gold and silver, ornaments made of various expensive gems, and robes made of extremely gorgeous silk and satin. Even with their eyes closed, the majestic Haki temperament revealed between their eyebrows remains unchanged. Just from these images, we can tell that the identities of these 19 figures are definitely not simple. However, to everyone's surprise, these figures covered with thick ice debris seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not move at all. They just stood there quietly, receiving the cold air transmitted from the huge straw hat. Is this true or not? Why does the old man in the middle look so much like the charming ancestor of our Nader family? Then the guy with golden hair next to him should be the founding king of our Don Quixote family, right? Is this the true essence of the world government? The ancestors who established the world government are not dead at all. They are still alive in this world. Tianlong was almost driven to despair by Luo Hu. After seeing one frozen figure after another appear, people began to shout frantically as if they saw hope. The look on his face was one of that kind of joyful cry of having escaped death and finally seen hope again. I never thought that Lord M would pick out all these old guys. It's rare. I just wonder how much consciousness these old kings who defeated the huge kingdom still have in their bodies. Lord M Saint should be planning to use the dense and majestic blood energy above the red line to activate these old guys, right? Such abundant nutrients should be enough to revive these old bastards and squander them for a while. I hope their consciousness has been completely wiped out. The government doesn't need these powerful guys who don't obey orders. The 5 elders who were in the midst of a fierce battle naturally watched this scene that shocked the entire scene. As the strongest guard team under Lord M Saint, they certainly have the right to know the existence of these 19 kings. However, they only learned a little about this absolute secret from Lord Saint M, and did not know much. However, one thing is very clear, that is, the current 19 kings have all fallen into a deep sleep, and more than half of their consciousness has been completely controlled by Lord Saint M. Even after just 100 or 200 years, these 19 once powerful kings will completely become the gold medal fighters of the world government. But it's a pity that they have been sealed for more than 800 years, but they are summoned directly at this moment. I never thought that the things recorded in the ancient text I read decades ago were actually so true. I have to say, when it comes to being ruthless and two-faced, you celestial dragons are the purest ones. After taking the first look at these 19 ancient corpses filled with a cold aura, Rox felt an extremely intense shock in his heart. The blade in his hand, which was wrapped in two-color Haki and the black flame energy released by the dark fruit, suddenly swept through the space, erupting with a terrifying dark force, forcing back the 5 elders in front of him. Rox stood there with a frown on his face. He could clearly sense that these 19 once powerful kings were reviving. In Rock's memory, when he was only 18 years old, he set out from his hometown island to officially become a pirate. In that year, he was very lucky to obtain a stone tablet with information recorded in ancient characters from an ancient cave. The content recorded above is exactly about the insidious war that broke out between the alliance of 20 kings and the huge kingdom before the establishment of world government. However, Saint, who had just taken over the world at that time, naturally would not be willing to let such a powerful and extremely unstable factor as Queen Lily be out of his control. But just when everything was going well. This is because they had directly eliminated Saint and Queen Lily, who was in control of the Nefertari family at the time. At that time, he learned that his family would betray the Nefertari family of the huge kingdom because of Saint's plan to alienate them. After the war, he resolutely left the world government that had colluded with them and chose to live in exile in a foreign land, unwilling to use the so-called world noble status. That is to use the moon technology he brought to completely break the restrictions of the Red Line so as to develop the huge kingdom more perfectly, and thus truly unify all countries and races in the world. And with so many races gathered together, the powerful combat capability within the huge network will certainly be greatly enhanced. After learning about the magnificent war history 800 years ago through the recording tablets, Rox also paid special attention to the most special use of Uranus. As for Joey Boy's distrust, Sheng naturally did not disappoint this guy who was grinning all day long. The huge kingdom of that time was developing rapidly under the leadership of alien technology and the Moon Man Joy Boy. Almost all races in the world lived together in the entire country. Is this some weird devil fruit ability? It can actually suck the blood out of a corpse. It's really scary, just like a vampire. Hey, look at this. These corpses on the ground are so strange. How come they looked like all the blood was drained out in an instant and turned into mummies? So at that time, directly used the terrifying power of Uranus to instantly defeat Queen Lily and then preserve the body. The impact on the world at that time was absolutely immeasurable. After successfully gaining control of Uranus, used all kinds of sinister tactics to sow discord among the 19 powerful kings of the huge kingdom, and then directly re-established an organization that wanted to rule the world and fight against Joy Boy. A very serious problem has arisen. In order to activate the ancient weapon to officially open a gap in the Red Line and achieve the goal of unifying the world, people need to make sacrifices. So he has always had an unrealistic plan in his heart. The reason why he chose to try his best to seize the position of king of the world after becoming the world overlord was that he wanted to become a true immortal through this terrible weapon. And they specially left the letter D in the names of these people so that they can be identified. This is also the origin of why those guys in later generations who were born with special missions have D in their names. According to the text information on the stone tablet. Faced with this situation, Joy Boy was naturally very happy. However, in order to prevent him from destroying the world after obtaining the control authority of Uranus, he was also very smart to inject the blood information of a large group of people into the control authority of Uranus. So this is why there are only 18 families in the world government composed of 20 kings. This is the world government that now rules the entire world. It must also be ensured that the person who has the authority to control Uranus must be a person of good character and willing to contribute to the unification of the world. That is the ability to achieve immortality by using powerful energy to supply energy to the deepest level of human cells. With the power of immortality, can completely allow these weapons with terrifying power to extract his lifespan and launch attacks that can destroy any material in an instant. And they have successfully created the three major weapons in lunar technology, Uranus, Pluton, and Poseidon. You think, the thing that absorbed this blood could be the 19 ice corpses on Mariehua. Such a goal is naturally very clear and beautiful. Under the guidance of Joy Boy, dozens of kings in the huge kingdom received orders one after another, each completing their own assigned tasks and began to work towards the goal of unifying the world. At that time, the person who volunteered to stand up was Saint Sama, who now rules the world. But unfortunately, Joy Boy, the leader of the huge kingdom, came from a planet with extremely advanced technology, and all the lunar races were quite united. Because this powerful technological weapon will directly drain the user's lifespan every time it is activated as a blessing. As for the remaining members of the Nefertari family, they were completely ignored and exiled to an island full of harsh desert environment, leaving them to fend for themselves. Except for the fighting forces belonging to the world government, almost all the people at the scene looked at the 19 corpses on Mariehua that were recovering from their shriveled state to pearly and round shapes with extremely horrified eyes. The corpse resurrected. This corpse from 800 years ago was actually able to, for some reason, directly absorb the blood of the dead warriors at the scene to gain new life. Kulala, no wonder you guys on the marine side are so arrogant, saying justice will prevail all day long. I didn't know you actually have this backup plan. Whitebeard, who was fighting passionately with Garp and Zephyr, the two strongest fighters of the naval headquarters, was also looking at the 19 corpses of kings on Mariajoa, which were faintly emitting powerful conquerors' Haki. Their aura has changed from the dry and withered state at the beginning to the admiral level due to bloodsucking. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, I never said that I am from the government. I am also very surprised that the government has such a backup plan. It seems that we can no longer slander celestial dragons so openly in the future. Compared to Whitebeard's seriousness, Garp's performance was much more bland. Because in the early years when the world government nominated him for the first time to become the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, he had already heard some things from the five elders and others. However, as he was the only man in the naval headquarters who mastered both the ultimate armament Haki and the ultimate conqueror's Haki, he naturally disdained it. Even if these corpses were resurrected and had some strength, could they be harder than his iron fist? Garp asked himself, in a one-on-one situation, his iron fist is invincible. Of course, in Garp's ranking list, Luo Hu, the pirates with a sudden and uncanny talent, was naturally eliminated. Luo Hu's fighting ability is really weird. Not only has he refined conqueror's Haki, but he also possesses many terrifying devil fruits. If such a person were included in the combat power rankings, it would be extremely unfair to everyone. Just as Whitebeard and Garp's casual conversation gradually came to an end. The 19 frosty corpses on Mariehua gradually regained their color and slowly opened their cloudy and bloodshot eyes. At this moment, the conqueror's Haki emanating from them became even more powerful. But this doesn't mean that you can just ignore the team fight and go up alone to fight 5 people. Luo Hu took back the Qin Yen sword in his hand and chose to stand where he was, waiting to observe the situation before making any plans. You think our family power should be very strong now? I wonder if we have obtained a high-ranking position in the government. It is definitely difficult to hold the scene. Moreover, the person who caused such a horrific number of casualties is now planning to kill their old kings. The terrifying conqueror's Haki haunts the place again. Each one of them can be picked out individually and placed in the Age of Discovery to serve as a small boss for King Luffy to gain experience. In fact, what these guys don't know is that the so-called younger generations they are talking about have already suffered more than hundreds of thousands of casualties in Mariehua today. Where did this little guy come from? How dare you brazenly rush across the red line that belongs only to the world's nobles? Under the precise control of these 19 kings, these exploding conquerors' Haki directly covered the entire field, knocking down tens of thousands of pirates who had already rushed to the holy land of Mariehua, less than a few hundred meters away, on the spot. At this moment, power, status, money, fame. These things are no longer important to us. The most important thing is why the immortality that Mshin promised us has not been realized yet. The 19 kings gradually regained some of their weak consciousness, and then they roared on the spot like thunder, directly suppressing a large number of pirates who were charging forward. The 19 kings with the qualifications of a king immediately displayed their extremely powerful Haki talents the moment they were resurrected. Instead, he used this inexplicable technology to freeze us inside such a small thing and let us watch the passage of time. Is this guy trying to deceive us? That's right, old friends. What was the name of the last sea overlord who was able to attack Mariehua? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Boom 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 boom. After all, if these 19 old dangs act rashly before demonstrating their true combat effectiveness, they may very likely fall into a very dangerous quagmire. At this moment, the kings who had instantly killed tens of thousands of pirates gradually started to work with their old brains and regained normal consciousness. It's been a long time since we last saw this fresh air. Hasn't it been hundreds of years? However, even such a group of powerful pirates could not even last a minute, or even 3 seconds, in front of the conqueror's Haki displayed by the 19 awakened kings. They were all knocked unconscious by the Haki, foaming at the mouth. Luo Hu is so strong that he can kill 3 lanes in an instant and even stroll around the jungle at his leisure. Ha 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 ha. Our Nad family has always been the largest family force. Even if a long time passes, the Nad family will definitely be able to maintain its leading position. I just don't know which junior will be the team leader this time. Although Luo Hu already thought that he was invincible, what if he was besieged by 19 powerful people who were all at the ultimate Haki level at the same time? After the 19 kings easily killed tens of thousands of pirates in seconds, they sat down on the spot and began to talk about what happened hundreds of years ago and their eager expectations for the current development of their families. It's exactly the same as the novel. That's right. How many years have passed since that guy promised eternal life and freedom? And it hasn't been realized yet. If this continues, the memories in my brain will soon be worn away. What a headache, little girl. The 19 people are of different ages. Some kings are already in their octogenarians, while some are young people, such as the talented young warrior Fegaland Gallon Saint. The slender black and red Haki lightning roamed around like a chain of iron chains, piercing through piles of pirates on the spot, leaving a bloody hole as big as a bowl in the vital position, and one could even clearly see the beating internal organs inside. Kill Xiao Dang and Zhong Dang will appear. After killing all Zhong Dang, Lao Dang will appear. Once Lao Dang can't hold on, an even older Lao Dang will appear. This is just like the Bai Dang night parade in the TikTok short video. Nearly 30,000 pirates were charging forward intensively, and they thought they saw the dawn of victory, but in an instant they were swept away by the conqueror's Haki, which was like a monstrous god or demon. These pirates can almost be said to be the elite of the elite in the Rock's pirate team. 800 years ago, I promised you eternal life of true freedom. But the current conditions are not enough. As long as you persist, you will be able to walk in this world again in the future and continue to enjoy supreme power, glory and wealth. Just as the 19 kings began to murmur and speculate whether the immortality that Im talked about could be truly realized, Im, who was trying hard to control the straw hat, slowly opened his mouth to explain to everyone. Imu Sheng. I'm not saying anything about you. I remember you said the same thing when that incident happened 200 years ago, right? That's right. Can this thing be accomplished? When can it be accomplished? Can you give me a specific answer? I suspect she is pursuing us, but I can't find any solid evidence. If she continues to sleep like this, I might have suffered from Alzheimer's disease when I wake up next time. Except for Queen Lily, who remained silent with dull eyes and white pupils, a group of former kings were talking and directly transferred the pressure to him. Eternal life is definitely achievable. For example, am I not a living example? It's not that easy to achieve immortality. At least I have to collect enough conditions before I can act. Of course, if any of you 19 kings have any doubts, you can tell me now and withdraw from this plan, and give this quota to the other 18 kings. The voice that came from beneath Im's wide black robe was extremely cold and ruthless. Having mastered the absolute conditions, she can now completely suppress these 19 increasingly impatient old guys. Even after some time, Im will be able to use new technological means to completely erase the memories in these guys' minds, thus turning them into her thugs completely. But before that, she still has to do the necessary acting. Im Saint, you are joking. We old guys are just joking. There is no need to take it seriously. Yes, after all, it is eternal life, so it must be a bit difficult. Then we just have to wait a little longer. After seeing Im's cold attitude, the kings who were still complaining laughed and chose to ignore the matter. After all, they have waited for so many years, so it doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Anyway, they can wake up and play for a while every once in a while. Compared to turning into a corpse directly, this condition is already very good. Im did not choose to pay attention to the 19 kings. He just turned around silently and walked back to Pangu city wearing a huge straw hat. All that was left to everyone was a powerful, lonely and cold back. Faced with the attitude shown by their former collaborator Im, the kings could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Now the one who has mastered the technology of immortality is Im. Living under someone else's roof, they can only choose to obey other people's orders. The pirates who attacked Mariehua this time seemed very powerful. So many soldiers died, but no one stopped them. Just a few minutes after Im turned and left, among the 19 kings, King Nad Fort Lin, who was young and strong with various scars all over his body, understood the current situation on the field. After feeling the corpses scattered across the continent like a slaughterhouse, Bang Zi nodded in shock. As far as the current situation is concerned, it can almost be said to be the most tragic scene they have seen after awakening many times in the past 800 years. Countless bodies of strong men fell to the ground at the scene, some were cut in half or beheaded. How tragic it is. However, these 19 kings were powerful old kings who had experienced big scenes. The huge number of corpses could only cause them a brief shock at most. However, at this moment, the aura of the two pirates, Rox and Luo Hu, who were still standing not far from the holy land of Mariehua, made them secretly frightened. This is definitely the most powerful enemy ever. Things are quite tricky. Especially that terrifying aura, murderous aura seemed to be condensed around him, and Luo Hu, who looked like a god of death, was the most difficult to deal with. Even these ancient powerful warriors who defeated huge kingdoms single-handedly could fall directly into the hands of this young brat if they are not careful. However, the next moment, King Nad suddenly sensed an aura in his observation Haki that was extremely similar to his own bloodline. When he looked back, he found a figure that had been chopped in half but was still dying. Old Patriarch. Our Nad family's elite members, have been basically killed or wounded. That pile of tens of thousands of corpses were all carefully selected warriors from our Nader family. They were all gifted, but now they were all killed by that guy. The celestial dragon's warrior who was cut in two cried and shouted about the tragic incident to the ancestor-level Saint Nader Fordling. At this moment, the kings nearby naturally received the cries of their descendants who were still alive. Damn it! Where on earth did these pirates come from to dare to do such a cruel thing to our Don Quixote family? Our Nader family is such a powerful force, but it actually suffered the most casualties. Luo Hu, right? We must make him pay with blood. After realizing that the corpses on the ground that they had just praised were actually all the young reserve forces from their 19 families. The originally calm looks of the 19 kings instantly turned into extremely furious looks. So when they were just resurrected, most of the blood and energy they absorbed came from the corpses of their descendants. This is such a great shame. They had been expecting that their family would become more prosperous after a few hundred years, but now their faces looked as if they had been blamed and were even uglier than a clown. Just a few pirates without any status, position or rights. They actually dared to kill so many gods who had their bloodline. It's so abominable. Go and cooperate with the 5 elders to deal with Rox. As for this Luo Hu, I must kill that brat myself. With a distorted and dark face, Nad Fortlinsheng rushed directly to Luo Hu's position with a big knife in his hand. His expression was full of rage and frustration, as if he wanted to eat his flesh alive, drink his blood, peel off his skin, and break all his bones. The silhouette of the 20 kings. The spiral symbol usually represents the fruit of Zoan, but it seems unrealistic that all of them are mythical beasts. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? What kind of society is this now? There are still people who dare to say that they want to challenge me in a one-on-one fight. Even your saint wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? Luo Hu looked at Nad Fort Lin, the king from 800 years ago, rushing towards him with a big knife, with an extremely calm expression, and said with an extremely disdainful tone. With his current strength, as long as it is a one-on-one fight, even a strong man who has cultivated to the highest combat power will not be his match. This old guy didn't use up the good opportunity to launch a group attack, but instead came to challenge me in a one-on-one duel. He's like an old man who has eaten arsenic and died without knowing how he died. Ha 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 ha. What kind of arrogant brat are you, to dare to say such a thing? I'm not afraid to tell you that no matter whether it's the huge kingdoms we have defeated or the countless sea overlords that have appeared in the past 800 years, there are many people who are stronger than you. Even they don't dare to say that they can definitely defeat me. How dare you, a young brat, say such nonsense? Show me your sword. Whoosh! King Nader's powerful body suddenly shook and then disappeared almost instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind Luo Hu, with a flash of black lightning on the blood-red machete in his hand, and it directly wrapped around the ultimate state of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki and chopped down at an incredibly fast speed. The target was directly at the fatal back of Luo Hu's head. If his attack succeeds, even the most powerful human will suffer great harm from this fatal attack. In other words, if you get hit hard on the back of the head, even if you don't die, you will suffer from cerebral palsy or even lifelong disability. However, just when King Ned appeared behind Luo Hu and was about to chop him down, the experienced king suddenly realized that Luo Hu had turned around at some point, and a pair of indifferent eyes, as if they had ended the bloody smell of hundreds of thousands of lives, stared at his face murderously like terrible lightning. Even at this critical moment of life and death, King Nad could clearly count the number of dragon-scale armors densely arranged and interlocking on Luo Hu's terrifying body. Little thing, don't be so pretentious. Luo Hu finished his words calmly. The next moment, a pitch-black shadow swung out instantly before King Nader even had time to react. Boom! A merciless slap came, hitting King Nader's face, which looked extremely noble and powerful, quickly, accurately and fiercely. Sudden and heavy blow from such a terrifying force, the king first showed a trace of astonishment on his face, as if he did not expect why Luo Hu's speed could be so abnormally bad. He was the first to attack, and it was a sneak attack. Before the attack landed on the back of Luo Hu's head, Luo Hu's palm wrapped with two-color Haki had already hit him hard in the face. But 0.01 seconds later, King Ned's surprise completely disappeared. The terrifying force of Luo Hu's slap immediately penetrated into his cranial cavity as the skin came into contact with him, causing his entire head to spin 360 degrees on the spot and twist it to the back. The only sound heard at the scene was a very crisp clicking sound. With a loud snap, his neck was broken and his body flew sideways. Every cell in his body was trembling, just like Jerry the mouse who was hit by Tom the cat with a frying pan. It was a horrible sight. What a terrifying power. How on earth did you do it, little brat? King Nader, whose head was hit 360 degrees behind his back by Luo Hu's slap, shouted in amazement and grabbed his temples with both hands. All of a sudden, he twisted his head back to its original position. Although Luo Hu's slap was extremely powerful, it could easily kill any living person on the spot. But strictly speaking, he is the most special one among these 19 kings. With the special ability of Devil Fruit, he can instantly restore his body by absorbing blood. This is an extremely rogue ability. That is also one of the fundamental reasons why he is able to be at the top among the 19 kings. In other words, as long as the blood and energy at the scene is rich enough, he can almost survive in a special way like the 5 elders and others. This ability is just like that of the legendary vampire. As long as they have enough blood, they can survive forever and recover from any injuries. Ha 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 ha, are you dumbfounded, little brat? You're just taking advantage of your youth and strength to have a little bit of power, but it's of no use. When I was fighting against those strong men in Joyboy's huge kingdom, you were not even a fertilized egg. King Nader looked smugly at Luo Hu, who was in a confused state and somewhat doubtful whether his slap had weakened him. Ha 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 ha, little brat, don't doubt yourself. I'm so powerful that you can't even imagine. Nadforlan was delaying time by talking nonsense while quickly absorbing the huge amount of blood and energy at the scene to restore his body. His laughter was extremely weird. However, just as his voice fell, Luo Hu's big hand had at some point been holding a long sword that was emitting blazing heat and burning with terrifying white-green flames. He stabbed it down suddenly and pierced right through his mouth at lightning speed. Whoosh whoosh. After the extremely hot green flame blade pierced through King Nader's throat, it immediately released an extremely terrifying destructive force that burned every inch of his skin. The aroma of burnt meat could be clearly smelled from hundreds of meters away. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. You can't kill me with that kind of power. As long as my old buddies are dealt with, Rocks, you will be the next one to die. In almost an instant, King Nader, whose face was burned beyond recognition by the powerful flames condensed by the Maramara fruit, laughed with a distorted expression. Obviously, even if the Maramara fruit caused him some damage, it still could not cause a fatal effect. However, at this moment, Luo Hu really had no intention of paying any attention to the other party. Since the Maramara fruit can only cause a certain amount of damage, just add a few more devil fruit abilities. Or maybe the dark fruit from the power of darkness could produce a greater effect, like suppressing the regeneration ability of the 5 elders. Thinking of this, Luo Hu controlled the flame of the Qin Yen sword to burn the crying monster in front of him while clenching his left fist extremely quickly. After a flash of black light, it brought layer after layer of dark energy like the black smoke emitted from a chimney. Phew! The sound of matter penetrating the flesh appeared, and Luo Hu's fist pierced through King Nader's heart almost instantly. The dark fruit, which was burning like a flame, also quickly spread into King Nader's body at this moment. It will not stop until his entire figure is completely wrapped up tightly. At this moment, King Nad's face seemed to have changed, and quickly turned pale and snowless. How could it be? Why can't I absorb blood and energy? I can't even use the devil fruit ability. With an extremely horrified expression, he looked at Luo Hu, whose throat was pierced by a knife and whose heart was pierced by his left hand. He was so careless just now that he didn't even have time to use the devil fruit ability. He just wanted to play a trick on Luo Hu by relying on the ability to absorb blood and restore his body. As a result, the next moment, the little devil in front of him unexpectedly used some kind of devil fruit ability to directly block his means of absorbing blood and energy. He, why aren't you laughing? Keep giving lousy the ha 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 ha. Luo Hu looked at King Nader, who was almost frightened silly, in front of him with a grim tone and laughed strangely. Although he didn't know what kind of devil fruit ability the old man in front of him had, as long as it was touched by the dark energy of the dark fruit, no matter how terrifying the devil fruit was, it would have to retreat back into the body. The most vicious devil fruit ability is no exaggeration. After scaring the little thing in front of him who had lived for hundreds of years but was still as weak as a chicken with a terrifying look on his face, Luo Hu's interest gradually disappeared. Phew! After a burst of blood, Luo Hu grabbed King Ned's blood-red heart on the spot, and then pulled it out directly with the tendons and tubes. With a puff, he crushed it to the ground like tofu with an iron hand. The heart is one of the most important organs for the human body to survive. King Ned, whose heart was suddenly crushed by Luo Hu, was choked. On his forehead, blood vessels bulged with cold sweat. He tried his best to struggle out of Luo Hu's iron hand. His hands and feet flapped like a fish out of the river, but he was still helpless. Waste. You're still such a waste after living for 800 years. You dare to challenge me to a duel with your level? You are courting death. After crushing King Nad's heart on the spot, Luo Hu mocked Nadforlan Saint, who was gradually losing his power in his hands. Boom! Next moment, Luo Hu's arms shook violently, and the white-blue flames mixed with the black flames of dark fruit, as well as waves of hot magma madly poured into King Nad's body along the wound at the heart, causing King Nad, who was already dead, to instantly emit an aroma like roasted lamb on the plateau. After transforming into a barbecue master and grilling for a few minutes, Luo Hu suddenly waved his hand and smashed King Ned, who had turned into a ball of charcoal in his hand, into pieces. Blow away with the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute, strength increased by 506.80. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute, agility increased by 110.12. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attributes, physical strength increased by 360.88. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan Bug Fruit Mythical Beast Tardy Bear form, 100%. With the death of King Nader, Luo Hu also successfully absorbed the god-level devil fruit power in the other party's body. I didn't expect this guy's devil fruit ability to be a pervert creature like this. Luo Hu was shocked as he felt the strange power suddenly appearing in his body. As we all know, tardigrades can definitely be said to be the most tenacious species in history. As an ordinary species, it can actually rely on the characteristics of its life to tenaciously resist dozens of special injuries such as high temperature, high pressure, lack of oxygen, fasting, radiation, freezing, ionization, etc. and remain alive. Moreover, water bears can absorb nutrients in a special environment to repair their bodies very quickly, thus returning to a normal state of survival. Generally speaking, it is absolutely impossible to kill King Nader, who has the ability of pervert devil fruit. But this guy was careless because he didn't consider that Luo Hu actually possessed the dark fruit ability that could restrain all devil fruit abilities. It's a bit of a shame. Now that I have the blue dragon fruit, I can't display two Zoan forms at the same time. After taking a closer look at the new devil fruit abilities in his body, Luo Hu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Zoan devil fruit abilities cannot be used at the same time like Logia or Paramecia abilities. If possible, only one Zoan's devil fruit ability can be used to enhance the physical combat ability. However, just when Luo Hu was not giving up and used the forms of the blue dragon fruit and the tardigrade fruit with his left and right hands at the same time, the body, which was originally in the form of a blue dragon, suddenly grew 6 arms in the form of tardigrades at the waist at the same time. Ding! A conflict in the devil fruit abilities in the host is detected. Asking the host whether to fuse the fruit abilities. The system prompt sounded, leaving Luo Hu stunned for a few seconds. What happens if it doesn't merge? Ding! If the abilities of the devil fruit conflict and cannot be integrated, the host's body will explode to the ground because it cannot withstand the energy, and will be stuck on the floor and can't be dug out. Hiss. After reading the system's explanation, Luo Hu couldn't help but take a breath. It took him a lot of effort to kill so many people, and I don't know how many of them have reached his current strength and status. If he died due to the explosion caused by the conflict of fruit abilities, wouldn't that be a huge loss? You know, he is still a virgin now, he can't die in such a miserable way. And he hasn't finished killing all the celestial dragons in this world. The dream is not over yet. I must not die. Fusion ability. Quick. Luo Hu gave the order to fuse the fruit very quickly. The next moment, the energies of the blue dragon fruit and the tardigrade fruit, which were originally conflicting with each other in the body, gradually began to come into contact with each other. In a moment, Luo Hu's body returned to its normal dragon form and then turned into a special appearance with 8 arms. However, this change in him did not attract the attention of others. Everyone just kept their eyes on the Nad King Nadforlan Saint, who was burned into a ball of charcoal. King Nader is dead. The remaining 18 kings, through the induction of observation Haki, suddenly realized that Saint Nadforan, who had destroyed the huge kingdom with them and established an extremely great regime, was actually dead. He died right in front of a dozen of their old friends. Just a few minutes ago, King Nader was still rushing over with a big sword in his hand, looking for trouble with that little pirate. How could he die suddenly? The 18 kings who were besieging rocks all showed expressions of disbelief. King Ned is one of the most powerful kings among all the dozen or so kings. With the extremely powerful ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit, even if he is tired of living and wants to commit suicide, it won't be that easy for him to die, right? He had survived for more than 800 years, and had just been resurrected for less than 3 minutes when he was killed by an unknown young pirates. All the kings were extremely shocked and stood there with dazed faces. They originally underestimated Luo Hu, but at this moment they really realized that Luo Hu's strength was not at the same level as theirs. Damn it! What kind of trouble did this be ********** DM Shin cause? Even Joey Boy back then didn't have such terrifying strength, right? We must quickly solve the trouble in front of us. Don't worry about him, kill this rocks first. That guy is not from the D clan, Saint will naturally kill him. King Don Quixote is right, kill rocks first. Although he was very shocked by Luo Hu's ability to kill King Nad in just a few minutes. However, since they did not sense the unique aura of the D clan on Luo Hu, until this moment, the 18 kings still did not take him seriously. Only those who have truly experienced the World War 800 years ago can understand how terrifying the lunar technology brought by that guy Joy Boy is. Once that kind of power is activated, it will directly lock onto the void and there will be no escape at all. Even if a large island is targeted by technological power, it will be smashed into pieces in an instant without even a speck of dust left. No matter how strong a person is, he can't resist it. After a brief moment of surprise, 18 kings, together with the 5 elders who represented the highest power in the world, attacked together. The overwhelming attack almost submerged Rock's body in an instant. Above the red line, Luo Hu, who was relying on his willpower to resist the severe pain caused by the fusion of devil fruits, had no chance to support rocks who had been suppressed and disappeared. Both devil fruits are extremely rare mythical beasts in Zoan. Moreover, the blue dragon fruit is one of the most powerful abilities among the Zoan mythical beasts, so it is naturally impossible for it to be willing to be swallowed up by a new fruit that suddenly appears. Under the stimulation of the system, the two completely different devil fruit abilities are almost using Luo Hu's body as a battlefield to fight each other and devour each other's abilities. At this moment, the power of the Azure Dragon in Luo Hu's body would have made him curse uncontrollably if he could speak. Relying on the fact that he was the first to arrive and was more adapted to the state of Luo Hu's body, the Azure Dragon fruit was suppressing the ability of the new fruit in a form of indiscriminate killing. But no matter how the Azure Dragon fruit was devoured, the other party was always able to use its tenacious vitality to absorb nutrients from Luo Hu's body and restore it to a perfect state. This was also one of the reasons why Luo Hu was in so much pain at this moment. But this pain is not without benefits. In the process of these two devil fruits fighting and devouring each other, Luo Hu's body muscles, blood vessels and a series of basic accessories were directly further destroyed, reshaped and enhanced. This intense pain lasted for more than 10 minutes and then slowly dissipated. The two devil fruit abilities merged together and coexisted in Luo Hu's body in a state of no winner. The next moment, an unimaginable force began to grow from Luo Hu's muscles and physique, mighty and powerful, like a torrent of steel, constantly urging his body to become even more terrifying. Within a few seconds, Luo Hu's body entered a state of rebirth. At this moment, Luo Hu's body has become more sturdy and strong than before. Veins as thick as bamboo poles are densely distributed in every important blood supply part of the body. His body height of more than 9 meters, coupled with muscles like cast iron, is extremely powerful. Under Luo Hu's control, this new devil fruit ability still roughly appears in the half-dragon form of the blue dragon fruit. However, compared to the original normal form of the green dragon fruit, Luo Hu at this moment directly grew 6 new dragon scale arms. In other words, the blue dragon fruit at this moment has directly transformed into the form of the tardigrade fruit after merging with it. Blue dragon fruit 8-clawed blue dragon form. Supported by a strong physique, the muscles of these 8 arms covered with dragon scales are as hard as steel, and the blue veins of uneven thickness are intertwined with each other, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. After the two devil fruits merged with each other, they directly reached a state of awakening. Two ribbons, one blue and one gray, that appeared only when the Zoan devil fruit awakened, surrounded Luo Hu's back. But according to Luo Hu's estimation, he is almost there. Something's wrong. What does that figure in the smoke mean? Could it be that Rox is still alive? Luo Hu looked at the battlefield with a very serious look. Under the covering attack of so many top combat forces. The most powerful creature in history is indeed so terrifying. The abilities of the two mythical beast devil fruits merge to create a new mythical beast fruit. There are even 5 elders who all have the abilities of devil fruit. On the other side, just as Luo Hu was adapting to the use of his new devil fruit ability, the octopus blue dragon form, the situation on Rock's side was not optimistic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is an attack from the world's highest authority and the 18 celestial dragon kings. Even if he is made of alien meteorite, he should be beaten into scrap metal. At least Luo Hu could clearly feel that the coordination between his power system and the major tissues and muscles of his body had increased by at least 2 times. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared. There is absolutely no one who is my equal. After just a moment, a cloud of dust rose up at the scene, like a sandstorm. Suddenly, he was besieged by 18 powerful men from hundreds of years ago and the world's highest authority among the 5 elders, who was extremely powerful in itself. Even if he was extremely powerful, he could not hold on for even a second and was directly knocked deep into the ground by the overwhelming attack. This man is not dead yet. The next plan should be to deal with the Luo Hu pirates, who are known as evil spirits, right? We must deal with these 2 huge tumors here. Everyone could only stand far away and watch the fight between the world's top combat forces. Even if they got a little closer, they might be blown into pieces and exploded on the spot by the aftermath of their fight. Luo Hu couldn't kill all of these extremely luxurious lineups even if he cut off all 8 of his Azure Dragon arms. The improvement brought about by this wave is absolutely immeasurable. What's the use of being powerful? In front of the absolute power of the government, they all have to die. Isn't Rox a good example? A man who is a master of the sea still has to die under the siege of so many powerful men. On the world government side, even if we remove the naval headquarters and other miscellaneous combat forces, there are still 18 old kings left who have established the government. The group of ordinary marine soldiers around and the senior agents in the CP organization were completely unable to intervene in such a battle. The gap in combat effectiveness is too big. Hey, don't make it sound so simple. I heard from the pirates that Luo Hu's current status and strength are completely above Rox, and he has also become the captain. And I always feel that guy is twice as strong as Rox. Luo Hu stood there, looking at the crazy power surging out of his new body and couldn't help but sigh. Rox. Is that guy really dead? It's just like killing one by one. His current strength has far surpassed Rox, but he is still weak after all. Rox is definitely not dead. His observation Haki, combined with the Thunder Fruit's ultra-wide-range electromagnetic wave induction, could faintly penetrate the shield and sense Rox's thin breath. The aura exuded by Luo Hu at this moment turned into an indescribable horror. What an incredible man. It's terrifying that he could fight against 5 of the world's most powerful people alone and still hold on for so long. At this moment, Luo Hu even felt that he could kill all the strongest fighters in this era. Moreover, his whole body's ability to withstand blows has become even more terrifying than before. Even now, when facing some ordinary elemental energy attacks, he can achieve more than 80% damage reduction effect. Oh, it's my fault, I didn't expect that hidden deep in the holy land of Mariehua, there are so many terrifying old guys. You can't kill me. The will of the D clan will exist forever. One day, a man like me will come to this land. Amidst the red smoke and dust, a hoarse voice came out slowly, striking everyone's heart. Rox clearly just used a calm tone, but the emotions revealed between the lines were extremely hideous, terrifying and chilling. It was like the most hateful, angriest and most resentful words in the world. It makes people feel their hearts tremble. Of course, this is just the emotion that ordinary soldiers and weak CP agents will have. The powerful people present, such as the 5 elders and 18 kings, did not even change their expressions at all, as if they were watching a clown venting his emotions in boredom. Luo Hu stood quietly and watched rocks gradually become clearer in the smoke and dust. At this moment, his whole body was filled with black smoke, and he looked as if a black flame had formed and was floating unsteadily. Although a large, terrifying and fatal gap had been cut directly into the place where the heart was beating. However, the Haki revealed in that back view was extremely powerful and made people feel an extremely cold and palpitating feeling in their hearts. Although his current combat power has already far surpassed Rock's by a large margin. But in comparison, Luo Hu doesn't think he has surpassed that level of combat power. If he was the one who was attacked by 18 celestial dragons kings, how serious would the injury be? Even if it is better than Rock's current serious injury condition, it probably won't be much better. After all, that was an attack from more than 20 top experts. Even if his agility attribute was raised to the ultimate level, and he had the support of many devil fruit abilities for displacement, it would be difficult to escape from such a siege. However, compared to Rock's, Luo Hu personally values himself more. He currently has the ability of the upgraded 8-clawed blue dragon fruit. Now he already has the terrifying ability to recover from injuries quickly, similar to the 5 elders. In addition, the fusion of the abilities of the 2 mythical beast devil fruits has given him a strong physique. Luo Hu thought that even if he couldn't defeat the 18 celestial dragons kings, these people would not have the courage to catch up and stop him if he wanted to escape. Soon, the 18 celestial dragons kings, except King Nader who was killed by Luo Hu, took action. They directly surrounded Rocks, who was seriously injured and about to fall to the ground, in a circular formation, leaving no space at all. Brothers, your great Captain Rocks. I will stop here today. Follow your Captain Luo Hu, and retreat. Their target is me. As long as I die, you can return to the sea safely. Even if Rocks only made the choice in order to become the king of the world. If anyone could lead the Rocks pirates out of the encirclement and back to the sea in such a terrifying situation, it would definitely be Luo Hu. That brat was able to kill Saint Nadfortlin, his strength is not simple. We must kill him first. Rock said with emotion as he thrust the supreme sword blood kill into the red line. His originally Haki eyes turned to Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin and others who were still fighting fiercely. Just because you are a mere Rocks, you have no right to order lousy around. But Luo Hu could not deny that this guy did give him a lot of help. Even the B************ D Golden Lion, who had been clamoring to disband the branch house, was desperately fighting with the leader of the Knights of God, Saint Figaland Garen, with swords, and did not choose to flee Mariehua early. After all, even though he clearly knew that he had the ability to quickly improve his physical strength during battle and that Haki could even directly absorb additional devil fruit abilities, this guy still chose to fight him one-on-one. John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, 3 guys who were not active in training their Haki physiques on weekdays, had already died in this huge war. Even their bodies were chopped into pieces by the Marines, leaving no chance of rescue at all. Then his eyes went straight to Luo Hu's position. Why waste time talking to this guy? Just go ahead and kill them. Kill both of these untouchables. The next moment, the Celestial Dragon's kings, including 5 elders and 18 seriously injured Rocks, quickly flashed and directly surrounded Luo Hu, forming a lineup specifically targeting 2 people. Whether it is the physical aspect, or the ultimate armament Haki, observation Haki, or Conqueror's Haki, these are all reasons that cannot be avoided. Although these guys are usually domineering pirates and there is distrust among the team, at this moment not a single guy showed up to escape. What a troublesome guy. This is clearly teaching everyone everything he knows. The situation at the scene, which had been somewhat relaxed, seemed to be about to end, but now it became tense again as if this devastating war was about to end. After seeing that Luo Hu seemed to be ready to rush over to rescue him, Rock's originally bleak face finally broke into a smile. Rox already recognized these guys. Just these performances alone. The image of Rox is roughly like this. Damn it. If you want to save people, you have to see if you have some tricks. Are you looking down on us? Although when he just joined Rock's pirate almost a year ago, he did not recognize this guy Rox, he was just using the power of this team to take revenge on celestial dragons. At the moment when the words fell among the crowd. Even in the world of pirates, we still have to be kind and righteous. Stop your bullshit. You're not the only captain of this pirates group. Laozi is also a captain. At this moment, he realized that his identity as captain was indeed very attractive. Ha 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 ha, it's great that you have such a heart, take as many of those guys away as possible, Laozi really can't stand it anymore. If you really die on Mariehua, wouldn't Laozi be reduced to a heartless and low-level pirate? But as wars went by, Luo Hu finally recognized Rox as the captain. Luo Hu looked at Rox with some displeasure, as if he was making arrangements for his final wishes. It is not reasonable for Luo Hu to let Rox die in Mariehua. Rox could clearly sense that Luo Hu's strength far surpassed his. Luo Hu spoke calmly, ignoring Rox's orders. King Don Quixote is right. These two guys want to destroy the aristocratic kingdom that we have worked so hard to build. They must not be forgiven. Except for the dead King Nader, the remaining 18 celestial dragons kings surrounded Luo Hu and Rox. He the most original celestial dragons. If it weren't for you, perhaps this world wouldn't be so bad. Luo Hu's expression remained unchanged. He just quietly watched out for the 18 celestial dragon kings and the 5 elders who were waiting for an opportunity to strike. The world government has too much fighting power. It even made Luo Hu feel like he was facing a once huge kingdom. Boom! After feeling the exposure of having his entire body scanned by dozens of observation Haki, Luo Hu's eyes turned fierce, and his unprovoked murderous intent was revealed once again. At this moment, the octopus green dragon fruit, strength fruit, maramara fruit, thunder fruit, lava fruit, sparkling fruit, etc., a series of devil fruits that serve as the main output capabilities in Luo Hu's body all started to work, greedily sucking the tremendous physical strength from head to toe. Under the full output of various devil fruits, Luo Hu's personal height has now directly exceeded 9 meters. Waves of invisible terrifying power flow along the thick and purple blood vessels that are like bamboo branches, mighty and powerful. Strength, agility, and Haki have all been pushed to the ultimate level, emitting waves of terrifying power. But that's not all. After fully activating all the abilities of the devil fruit, Luo Hu's terrifying dragonman body, which was over 9 meters tall, grew several arms covered with dragon scales out of thin air at his waist, perfectly presenting the ultimate form of the 8-clawed blue dragon. With a bang, all 6 arms covered with hard dragon scales burst into terrifyingly hot bluish-white flames, and then the ultimate armament Haki flowed up and directly formed 6 flaming blue flame swords. Those who want to fight one-on-one, line up, one by one. After adjusting his combat power limit to the most perfect state, Luo Hu, with a grim tone, directly issued an edict of a duel to the 18 celestial dragons kings and the 5 most powerful people in the world. After seeing Luo Hu's terrifying image of multiple fruit abilities, the celestial dragons kings, who were originally full of confidence, were naturally frightened to the point of their hearts pounding. Damn it! Is this guy serious about having so many devil fruit abilities? How is this possible? Is he the Joy Boy from this era? No. Joy Boy only has one ability of the sun god Nika fruit. How did this guy do it? Damn you Imshin. This guy created such a huge mess, but he left it to us to clean up. Doesn't he have a terrifying weapon like Uranus? Why doesn't he use it? Don't be afraid of this brat, old friends. It's just the devil fruit ability, what's the use? In the end, this world depends on Haki. No matter how many abilities he has, they are just auxiliary. We will kill him. A group of celestial dragons kings, who were originally full of vigor and ready to launch an attack at any time, talked a lot and all stopped in their tracks. No one chose to take the first step forward. Because they could still vividly remember how Saint Nadforlan was beaten to ashes. Even though everyone has been cooperating for hundreds of years, on a battlefield like this where death is possible at any time, it is of course better to die with your brothers rather than yourself. Kulala la 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 la, Garp, did you see that? This kid Luo Hu has grown up to the point where we all have to look up to him. On the other side of the battlefield, Whitebeard, who was desperately fighting with Garp and Black Arm Zephyr, two of the naval headquarters' highest-powered admirals, couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw that Luo Hu and Rox had actually held back more than 20 high-level combat forces from the world government. Although at this moment he was beaten badly by the 2B************** D Marines, it did not mean that Whitebeard could not laugh at himself. Newgate's personal strength is limited, and he can't fight very impressively, but he can't withstand the powerful strength of his teammates. Whitebeard was passionately fighting against Garp's iron fist, and even though he was covered with wounds, he still held up his big guandao and was unwilling to retreat. After the word retreat was mentioned, Golden Lion's originally decadent mood became a little more energetic. He raised the two blades, Mu Ku and Ing Shi, in his hands and directly swept away the leader of the Knights of God. Although he is a crazy pirate, he really can't go crazy on a battlefield like this, which is like a meat grinder of lives. But if these 18 kings and the 5 highest powers in the world attack him at the same time, then he will really be unable to resist. The momentum of everyone standing in unison on the red line is simply terrifying. As for other ordinary pirates, they have never caught their attention at all. It is hard to imagine what kind of powerful person was needed in the huge kingdom 800 years ago to be able to deal with and delay such an organization for decades. As for why these celestial dragons are so hostile to the D clan, Luo Hu is not in the mood to find out more for the time being. The 20 kings who once defeated the huge kingdom and established the world government are not dead. If you are a coward, just retreat first. Thundering 8 trigrams. Ha 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 ha. Captain Luo Hu should have said so earlier. This leader of the Knights of God is really good at what he does. He made Laozi exhausted. Because he knew that once he chose to leave, Garp, Zephyr and others would definitely not choose to stop him, but would turn around and go back to support the 5 elders on the spot. Kaido. Stop watching the show. Go support the 2 squad leaders, Golden Lion and Charlotte Lin. After we defeat this wave, we will retreat. On the other side, Luo Hu remained vigilant, ready to face more than 20 strong men of the highest combat power level at any time. At this moment, the effect of Lion Fruit's ability is reflected in Ultimate. He doesn't want to engage in a head-on battle with these 20 or so old undead creatures right now. First flew towards the red line. Faced with Whitebeard's ridicule, Garp did not show any displeasure. The life and death of the world government has nothing to do with him. Luo Hu was wary of a group of terrifying celestial dragons kings who were surrounding him. 2v23. Battle results available. Lion Majesty. Lion Majesty. After all, there are really too many people in the world government. In a one-on-one fight, Luo Hu has absolute confidence that he can kill any celestial dragon's king in an instant. However, in this defense of the holy land of Mariehua, Garp personally realized the true strength of the world government. Ha 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 ha, Newgate and Linlin's boat tickets home have been bought. Take your people and prepare to retreat. In his own mind, he just wanted to pursue the justice he wanted. After hearing Luo Hu's order to retreat, Golden Lion's eyes lit up with joy. He swung his hand and suddenly slapped the soil of Red Line. Especially after seeing Luo Hu's bloody methods of killing thousands and tens of thousands of lives with just a wave of his hand, he admitted for the first time from the bottom of his heart that Luo Hu was a qualified captain, and a captain who was hundreds of times crazier than him. Stop talking nonsense, Golden Lion. Captain Luo Hu and Captain Rocks are already under enough pressure. If we leave, several top-level guys will come to support us. Golden Lion directly relied on the ability of Devil Fruit to grab a continental block of several hundred acres in size and floated it in the air in advance. Wahahahaha, Newgate, you should take care of yourself first. How dare you fight me and Zephyr at the same time? Today, I will smash your head with my pair of iron fists. He has discovered that these immortal dragons are only targeting him and Rocks, the D clan. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido, who was originally floating in the sky leisurely, immediately transformed into the most powerful half-beast form after receiving Luo Hu's order, and smashed towards the last deputy leader of the Knights of God who was passionately having S*X with Charlotte Linlin. Kaido's attack was aimed at the back of the head of the deputy leader of the Knights of God. There is no uprightness in the forms, only the most appropriate sneak attack. This is the most special fighting skill Kaido has learned from Luo Hu in the past year. What the hell is this dignity of the strong? As long as you can achieve the best effect, that is what we call true practicality. Anyway, since learning this trick, Kaido's mentality has completely changed. Now, if he can launch a sneak attack, he will never attack head-on. If he can find someone to fight in a group, he will never fight alone. Even if he had agreed with someone to have a life-and-death battle a month later, he would gather his fighting forces and launch a surprise attack on the opponent's hometown in the early morning of the next day under the cover of darkness. At this moment, the deputy leader of the Knights of God, who was entangled with Charlotte Linlin and couldn't get away at all, suddenly felt the cold feeling behind him and his expression changed drastically. His personal combat capability is at best on par with the highest combat capability of the naval headquarters. Even Haki hasn't reached the ultimate breakthrough yet. If the organization of the Knights of God had not been directly destroyed by Luo Hu in the Valley of Gods, he would not have been promoted at all. Just facing a big and tough pirate like Charlotte Linlin was already very difficult for him. Now with the recent rise in fame of Kaido, there is a real possibility that he will be killed. When he thought about the fact that he had not yet enjoyed his beautiful aristocratic years, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Damn pirates. 6 styles, iron body, maximized, gold steel. The moment Kaido swung the mace wrapped with the 2-colored Haki and hit him. He roared, his face firm and his eyes determined. All the muscles in his body tensed instantly, and his whole body became bigger like a wooden stake, nailed firmly to the ground, motionless as he used armament Haki, plus the highest defensive skills of Marine 6 styles. However, Kaido, who was already rushing over waving Haki, didn't care about that and used all his strength in one move. Because his spirit had grown to the top level of conquerors, Haki directly generated one thick black and red lightning after another in the void and splashed them wantonly. Brother Luo said it. Kill the celestial dragons if you encounter them. Kaido picked up his huge mace with one hand, and his eyes turned blood red. This is the most special variation of Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack. Next moment. Boom. With just the first sneak attack, Kaido relied on his powerful Haki to beat the powerful celestial dragons who was able to fight fiercely with a captain like Charlotte Linlin for several hours, causing multiple fractures on the spot. It is conceivable that he would be killed instantly on the spot. Luo Hu, who was already extremely nervous, was suddenly shocked when he heard that Kaido actually wanted to come and support him. An extremely dull sound erupted on the spot. The shrill wailing at the scene lasted for more than a minute before it completely stopped. The battlefield ahead is not something he can control at all. Wait a moment, I'll come to support you right away. At this moment, there are 9 people in the Knights of God, excluding Saint Fegaland Gallon who has left Golden Lion. If he rushes in with his current fighting power, he will only hold Luo back. Luo Hu was on guard against the Celestial Dragon's King who was surrounding him, while yelling at Kaido who was already trying to kill him. Kaido was in a fierce momentum, his dragon body swelled immensely, veins popped out all over his body and wrapped around Haki. He moved his neck and wrist joints vigorously, and there was a crackling sound. The other 2 deputy captains and 5 members of the Knights of God all died in this war. Even pirates of Rock's level were severely injured on the spot. Brother Luo. I killed a Celestial Dragon's Knight with a sneak attack. The Celestial Dragon's Knight, who was already stuck in a ground battle, could only scream in pain on the ground after being hit hard like this again, without any way to escape. He had just been hit hard on the back of his head by Kaido's all-out sneak attack, and now he was being suppressed by the female pirates Charlotte Linlin and could not move. I understand, Luo Gu. I'll leave now. Don't come over here. Take Newgate and follow Golden Lion away now. Don't keep trying to hold Lousy back. After successfully killing a Celestial Dragon's warrior with a sneak attack, Kaido was extremely excited. He roared and was about to transform into a dragon and rush towards the battlefield on Luo Hu's side. After the words fell. With the help of Charlotte Linlin, the Celestial Dragon's Knight once again swung his mace continuously, hitting the ground again and again, causing a wailing sound. He is even stronger than John, Silver Axe and Ochaku, the three weak captains who always ranked last and wanted to retreat. Originally, fighting against big pirates like Charlotte Linlin was already stressful enough for him. He could only allow Kaido, the pirate's alien with terrifying strength, to use Conqueror's Haki to entangle and attack him, hitting his cheekbones again and again. His entire face was sunken by the mace and he looked unrecognizable. Kaido, who was already halfway through the flight, sobered up immediately after hearing what Luo Hu said. Although this guy's current growth rate is comparable to that of the protagonist in a cool novel, if he rushes into the battlefield on his side with such combat power. The mace swung by Kaido's strong and powerful body collided directly with the vice-captain of the Knights of God who was in iron body posture in front of him, making a dull and loud noise. The collision between the hard mace and the flesh directly exploded with a continuous air wave. "AA. You are too weak right now. It's useless for you to come here. Not only will it increase Lousy's pressure. Saving people is difficult, isn't it? Celestial dragons. Die to Lousy." Kaido's tone was flat. At this moment, with the help of the power of the blue dragon fruit, his strength had increased to a level comparable to that of a squad leader. Kaido's huge dragon body performed a 360-degree spiral turn in the sky, and immediately changed direction and rushed towards Whitebeard's position. If you can't even last 3 seconds, you will be beaten into pieces by these 18 Celestial Dragons Kings. Snap! Ignore those pirates. Everyone, concentrate all your strength and kill Captains Luo Hu and Rocks together. It seems that the world government also intends to release all the other pirates, just to kill Luo Hu and Rocks, the two instigators of the war. Even though Whitebeard had been severely injured by Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, no one continued to chase him. After a large number of pirates rushed onto the floating continent controlled by the Golden Lion, more than 20 to 30 strong men who had reached the highest combat power standards on the scene all aimed their spearheads at Luo Hu's position. The 5 elders, the 5 most powerful people in the world. 18 ancestors of celestial dragons that lived hundreds of years ago. In addition, there are 4 top fighters from the naval headquarters, Marshal Kongu, the hero Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, and the resourceful General Sengoku. That is to say, currently Luo Hu and Rocks, who has been severely injured and is dying at any time, will have to face 27 powerful government forces at the same time. There are even more than 100,000 Marines and various types of ordinary army soldiers waiting covetously around. To be honest, the best decision I, Rocks, have ever made in my life was to let Whitebeard go to Alcatraz to pick you up and join the Rocks pirates. I never thought that in such a life-and-death battlefield, there would be someone willing to risk death to save my life. But unfortunately, there are too many high-end fighters on the world government side. Even if you are stronger than me, you still have no chance. I'm giving you one last chance now. Just turn around and leave, don't look back. Let me, the number 1 captain, take the blame for you. After all, Lousy is Rocks. How can a man like me allow such embarrassment? Rocks bled almost every time he spoke. His entire body, skin, muscles, and bones were in shattered state. He looked pale and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all about his injuries, which were so serious that he could die at any time. Although his tone was full of regret for this action and reluctance to leave the world, it could be seen from his resolute eyes that this guy really intended to die calmly. However, the more Rox wanted to die, the more Luo Hu thought he had to pull him back. I have more than 10 kinds of devil fruit abilities all over my body. Plus the fully conditioned conqueror's Haki. Even if I can't defeat the world government, there will be no problem in escaping with one person. Do you still want to show off your power as captain? Even if you want to die today, Laozi will keep your life until tomorrow. Laozi is not the captain of Rock's pirate for nothing. You are not qualified to give orders to Laozi. Luo Hu ignored Rox's desperate attempt to get him out of the battlefield. Instead, he just silently activated the ability of the Paramecia meatball fruit between the palms of his hands that were tightly holding the blue flame sword, forming a bunch of raised meat pads like those of a cat. This is the teleportation ability developed by the Paramecia fleshball fruit. Normally speaking, developing a Paramecia devil fruit requires a lot of imagination and must be combined with the moment when the fruit's ability is activated in order to be effective. But Luo Hu is different from the local natives. Having already read the original anime story, Luo Hu is very clear about the development direction of most of the meatball fruits. In the short moment of gaining the power of the meat puff fruit, Luo Hu had automatically mastered all the fruit power development paths he had ever seen. This is a talent that is usually highly praised by the strong men. Just surrender. Put down your weapons immediately, kneel down and surrender. We can still leave you a good death. If you continue to resist, there is no point. Do you two still think you have a chance to escape? The D clan will only cause unrest in the ocean forever. We should have strangled all of you 800 years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a tragic disaster today. The 18 celestial dragons kings advanced forward cautiously, gradually narrowing the encirclement, while constantly engaging in psychological disintegration between words. Ha 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 ha. Just relying on a bunch of you guys? You think you can kill me, Rox D. Zebek? That's just wishful thinking. One day, Laozi will return to this continent. Rock's tone was very calm. After he finished speaking, an extremely powerful conqueror's Haki swept the entire audience again. On the extremely high ground of Red Line, strong gusts of wind kept blowing on the captain's cloak that was already badly damaged behind rocks. The conqueror's Haki, which had reached its maximum level, continuously generated violent black lightning, which blasted the red ground into fine cracks. The entire scene was as terrifying as if the ultimate boss was releasing his final big move. Rock's sudden release of Conqueror's Haki instantly stopped everyone in their tracks for a few seconds. Everyone was worried whether this overlord, who was already low on health, had any ultimate killing move that had not been released yet, and they were ready to grab someone and die together. However, the reality is that it is extremely unexpected for everyone. Rock suddenly burst out with this extremely powerful conquerors, and then Haki activated the teleportation fruit extremely quickly and flashed directly to Luo Hu's position. The continuous flashing along the way, the two legs running so hard that they almost looked like phantoms, were totally unlike the Sea Overlord Rocks who had just leaked Haki. Hey, hey, hey. This is the last of Laozi's energy. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them now. Rox frantically squeezed out the last bit of his physical strength and rushed directly in front of Luo Hu. However, before he could shout out the next word, Luo Hu's dragon scale palm, which was several times larger than a palm leaf fan, had already slapped Rox directly. Plan. Special fruit ability sound effects appear. The power of the meatball fruit in Luo Hu's body exploded rapidly, and Rox was knocked flying on the spot at a speed invisible to the naked eye. This extremely outrageous scene almost blinded the eyes of dozens of strong men in front of Luo Hu. F***K. Where's that damn D-clan? What kind of weird devil fruit ability is this? Is it a monster-level creature regenerated by the will of the world? Impossible. This ability has never appeared in the devil fruit encyclopedias recorded by the world government over the years. Humph. Just trying to attract attention. With the speed he just ran, Rox will definitely be killed on the spot by the impact the moment he hits the ground. In the crowd, Zambaran v. Nasajuro, who had already transformed into a centaur skeleton horse, was trying to explain the situation with a frown on his face. Just when they launched an attack on Rox, the first-generation Kitetsu, one of the 12 supreme swords in his hand, had already cut Rox's heart across. Even if the Op fruit awakened, it would be difficult to treat such injuries. In addition, he was just blown away with such a high impact force. Therefore, Nezushiro had already received the news of Rox's death in his heart. In his opinion, Rox. There's no way he could survive. Very good. Now that the guy who inherited the will of Joy Boy D has been killed, the next target should be this damned evil ghost, right? We must kill all these damned pariahs in Mariehua. This is the fruit of our lifetime of fighting, and we must not let others sully it. The dignity of the gods cannot be violated. Let's go together. Kill him. After hearing Nasajuro say's analysis, the group nodded and thought it made sense. After all, no matter how strong Rox's personal fighting ability is, it is not much different from the former Joey Boy. With such serious injuries and such a horrible blow, he is definitely going to die. After feeling complacent that they had once again shattered the D clan's dream of overthrowing the regime, more than 20 strong men above the admiral level surrounded Luo Hu again. Ha 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 ha, who wants to be the first to rush up and die? Laozi fulfills his wish for a Kinder Surprise egg. Faced with the siege of the 5 elders and 18 celestial dragons kings, Luo Hu did not choose to use the meatball fruit to knock himself away. Because, at this moment, his fighting power has reached the ultimate level, and even before escaping, he has to kill a few more people. However, just after Luo Hu finished speaking, the situation on the scene became extremely delicate. The group of celestial dragons kings who were about to rush forward to surround and kill Luo Hu stopped in their tracks and looked at each other without making any moves. The 5 elders of the Nerona family, who represented the real rulers of the world government, frowned and took a few steps back, choosing to hide themselves behind. What's going on? Is there no one who dares to go up? There's really nothing we can do. Then I'll just have to let Mariehua sink here. Luo Hu spoke lightly, and then his extremely thick long legs covered with purple blood vessels suddenly stepped on the ground. The terrifying force penetrated the thick red line, directly creating an extremely dense spider web crack. As the red dirt flew everywhere, the energy of the dark fruit flowed directly along the contact between the thighs and the ground, generating a powerful attraction. Dark water. Luo Hu exhaled lightly a breath of black air. Afterwards, a dark tide like a vast ocean directly covered a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, directly plunging the figures of more than 20 strong men on the scene into darkness. Even with Luo Hu's terrifying physical support, the range of dark fruit's ability was directly exerted to the ultimate level. The sky above the holy land of Mariehua, which was originally clear and bright, fell into a terrifying ultimate darkness in just a few seconds. A dark force that can even devour light sources. It's the ability of dark fruit. Hiss. This damn guy actually possesses the power of the dark fruit. Damn it. It's all because of those damn guys. They actually gave the evil power of dark fruit to God's Valley as a bullshit reward. That's right. If those little ghosts hadn't made such a mistake, Rox wouldn't have obtained the dark fruit ability, and Luo Hu, the evil ghost, wouldn't have become so powerful. Once they are restricted by the dark fruit and have the ability to be immortal, then once their heads are chopped off, they will really die on the spot. The 18 celestial dragons kings did not hold back and launched various long-range attacks without stopping for a long time, until they slowly stopped when they saw that Luo Hu's figure had disappeared from observation Haki's perception. Haki's strength was so strong that it caused a series of violent roars after it appeared. However, their repeated retreats at this time naturally made the celestial dragons kings who were ready to make a move extremely dissatisfied. 18 neatly arranged strands of Conqueror's Haki that had reached the ultimate level were twisted into an extremely powerful spiritual force and directly blasted towards Luo Hu. Any of these terrifying moves, if used in the Great Pirates era, would definitely be able to easily severely injure any so-called strong man on the spot. The Dark Fruit's ability to limit the energy of the Devil Fruit directly through the genetic level is too restraining for them. After figuring out the key point, the 18 Celestial Dragons Kings burst out with terrifying momentum on the spot. But after all, these old guys established the existence of world government. Although on the surface, the power of their family has been almost hollowed out. King Don Quixote angrily scolded them with an extremely unhappy look on his face and then ignored the 5 elders. Instead, he and his old friend surrounded Luo Hu and looked for his weakness. It turns out that they were just overthinking everything. The Swordsman's/Wave, Armament Haki Release, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement, Ultimate's Physical Attack, all rushed towards Luo Hu. They have used almost all the long-range attack techniques they can use. Isn't it just a bunch of little pirates? Is there any need to be so scared? In this chaotic world, there won't be 1 or 2 sea overlords appearing every year, right? Even if the admiral or 4 emperors of that era came, they still wouldn't get any benefit. After listening to King Don Quixote's explanation, the Celestial Dragons King suddenly understood. You useless thing. After this war is over, I will definitely ask that fellow Imsheng to take over the power for a period of time. Among the crowd, King Don Quixote, who was relatively young and had a rebellious look on his face, turned around with an extremely unhappy look and yelled at the 5 elders who were retreating again and again. After this dark force, like the tide of the Dead Sea, wrapped around their bodies, the 5 elders who already possessed the power of immortality changed their expressions and took a few steps back again. The Conqueror's Haki that rocks exploded at the beginning, which had reached the ultimate level, directly shocked all of them. In fact, since they have the largest number of combat forces, there is no need for them to be so cautious. After everyone looked at each other warily for a moment, King Don Quixote directly made this crucial statement. No matter how powerful this evil ghost is, can he still withstand the power of dozens of our God clan kings? However, this does not mean that the identities of 5 elders and others can be directly ranked ahead of them. That's right. I've been watching these bastards for a long time. Since before the war started, they have been hiding in the back and not charging. Have they lived too long and are too afraid of death? The Celestial Dragons Kings took a step forward one after another, using all kinds of abilities to attack Luo Hu directly. The terrifying energy was venting everywhere, and even the extremely hard continental shelf like the Red Line seemed unable to hold on and cracked directly over a large area, forming huge cracks that spread for hundreds of kilometers. There was an extremely violent roar around the entire Mariehua, and even the huge and exquisitely crafted castle was covered with dense cracks. How can you be so frightened by a lowly pariah? Boom boom boom. On the surface, these 5 elders are known as the holders of the highest power in the world government. One after another, the Celestial Dragons' villas and apartments, all inlaid with preserved gold, collapsed, raising a cloud of rich dust. Ha ha ha. Old guys, aren't we being too cautious? With our strength, why don't we just rush in like we did to Rox and beat him to death? Hey, hey, hey. What on earth do you guys mean? You enjoy the power of the government, but you want to hide behind and do nothing? After the dust settled, Luo Hu's dragon body covered with scars appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, more than 90% of Luo Hu's hard dragon scale skin, muscles, and bones were directly shattered in such a terrifying attack. Luo Hu, who had never suffered such an injury since he went to sea, grimaced in pain as the pain went straight to his soul. At this moment, he somewhat regretted staying here to experience the same attack that Rox had suffered. However, for Luo Hu, although this injury looked very scary, it actually did not hurt his origin. As long as a short period of time passed, his 8-clawed green dragon body would be able to recover as before. After the joint attack of these Celestial Dragons Kings, Luo Hu had a general understanding of his current defensive capabilities. At least if those guys don't dare to use Conqueror's entanglement to fight him in close combat, then it is basically impossible to cause serious injuries to him. Under such circumstances, that is to say, can kill. He's still standing. This guy's defense is at least 3 times stronger than Rock's. Damn it. For safety's sake, we can only choose to attack from a distance. Otherwise, if we use Conqueror's entanglement at close range, we will definitely be able to kill this evil ghost directly. Let's do it again. We can't let this guy get away like this. The expressions of the 18 celestial dragons kings changed drastically and they all showed extreme shock. Originally, they thought that Rox, a member of the D clan who inherited Joyboy's will, was already strong enough. But they never expected that the young pirate standing in front of them was actually an even more terrifying existence. But this was only a moment of shock for them. After they found that the combined attack of the 18 kings could instantly injure Luo Hu, everything seemed much simpler. That's right. Even if this guy has strong defensive capabilities, he will definitely not be able to hold on if the 18 of us kings launch another attack. King Don Quixote in the crowd seemed particularly excited. As the youngest and most eccentric of the 18 celestial dragons kings, his favorite thing to do was to completely end the lives of those talented young men. It seemed that only such extreme behavior could make up for the pervert feeling in his heart. You old thing, you are so mean. Looking at King Don Quixote, who was not far away from him and was still jumping up and down, instigating other celestial dragons to attack him. A blood-red cold light burst out from the pupils of Luo Hu's upright dragon eyes. No nonsense at all. Before this group of undead celestial dragons launched another attack, Luo Hu's terrifying body rushed forward quickly and fiercely. The calf, which was also covered with purple dragon scales, stomped suddenly, and the hard red soil ground exploded directly. Red stones flew everywhere. Luo Hu's terrifying 8-clawed dragon body directly set off an extremely powerful air wave. The 6 dragon scale arms on the upper body each grabbed a 3 or 4 meter long green flame knife with a scorching high temperature, and chopped down directly in front of King Don Quixote. The celestial dragon's king in front of him was killed directly by Luo Hu's sudden and terrifying sword attack. Facing Luo Hu, this terrifying monster, the 18 kings did not slack off at all. They immediately burst out with momentum and black light surged all over their bodies. They rushed directly towards the 7 or 8 kings who were good at close combat swordsmanship and physical skills, and fought back with fists and swords. Hey hey hey. He's so fast, hurry up, guys. The extremely expensive silk clothes on the entire upper body were completely shattered into ashes, revealing a huge gap on the chest that was more than 90 centimeters long, or even nearly 1 meter. The extremely rare Conqueror's Haki entanglement technique seemed like a worthless toy here, directly forming countless black lightning balls of different sizes, bursting out in extremely terrifying power. Under the induction of observation Haki, King Don Quixote clearly showed ultimate panic. However, at this moment, Luo Hu's 6 blue dragon arms hold 6 blue flame swords, all of which are generated by 100% full-level armament Haki, which is even more terrifying. The hot blue flaming sword condensed directly, and chopped down quickly and fiercely at the little creature in front of him, who seemed to be only 3 or 4 meters tall. The speed between the flashes of lightning reached the ultimate speed. Puff. He. Your teammates don't want you anymore. In addition, the celestial dragon's king who had punched Luo Hu in the heart naturally did not stay on the spot and knocked Luo Hu's dragon body back several steps. His whole body was filled with blood and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The celestial dragon's king was severely injured by Luo Hu at the first move he made when they met, and he ran away on the spot and turned into a shadow. The high-temperature green flame sword emitted a terrifying black light with great force and heaviness. The blazing flames seemed to be able to burn through the air directly, and collided fiercely with the fists and swords of 6 or 7 kings at the scene. Boom! He was too arrogant just now, and he had unknowingly become the leader among the crowd. A violent roar broke out at the scene, like a terrifying thunder destroying the world, and appeared in everyone's ears. Die! I can't take it anymore. Damn it! This demon's power is so terrifying. Even the ultimate armament Haki can't resist his power. Escaped directly to the rear where 5 elders and others were staying. Even though he had made sufficient defensive preparations and wrapped the ultimate armament Haki around his entire body, turning it into a sheet of black muscle, it was still ineffective in the face of Luo Hu's terrifying power attack. However, no matter how powerful these 7 or 8 celestial dragons kings who are good at physical skills are, they are still unable to protect King Don Quixote from Luo Hu's attack. Each of them is an extremely powerful ultimate Haki owner. Pick any one of them and put them in the later Great Pirates era, and they are all characters who are definitely above the 4 emperors. He simply chose to let go of the resistance of one arm and let the opponent's fist wrapped in black light hit his chest. Luo Hu spat out a large mouthful of blood, then stared fiercely at the celestial dragon's king who beat him. King's punch. I can't do it anymore. You guys hold me down for a while to recover before you come back. King Don Quixote's body was pinned to the ground by the Qin Yen knife wielded by Luo Hu. His strong body was pinned to the ground like a piece of pork to be slaughtered. AA. In the fierce battle, everyone roared with murderous intent, adding some momentum to their moves. Without any exception, the entire arms of the 7 or 8 kings were entangled with armament Haki and conqueror's Haki that had reached the ultimate level, intertwined with black light, and filled with extremely terrifying power. Luo Hu, who was holding several green flame swords to resist several celestial dragons kings, took some time to show a compassionate smile to King Don Quixote who was lying on the ground in a daze. The battle scene when these people work together is extremely terrifying. There is no need to introduce too much about the strength of these celestial dragons kings. Little thing. Do you know how to hit someone? How dare you come out and mingle in society if your fists don't hurt anyone? Too outrageous. So, could it be that a young brat like you doesn't take us, the God clan, seriously? I didn't say today that you can fight against us alone. Even if there are 3 of you, we can still beat them to death here. The disdainful look on Luo Hu's face deeply hurt the celestial dragons kings who had been noble and arrogant for 800 years. The 7 or 8 men filled up their positions again, and the king, who was attacked from all directions, roared at the top of his lungs with a ferocious face. Every punch, kick and sword are the most advanced attacks from the sea. Boom 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 boom. There was a roar above the battlefield of several people. Luo Hu was outputting terrifying flames, thunder, magma, ice and other types of output fruit abilities with all his strength. With the coordination of multiple abilities and the blessing of strong physical strength, Luo Hu was able to fight on equal terms with 7 or 8 top strong men for a while. Every time fists and kicks collided, swords slashed, it was all a clash of ultimate Haki. Even Luo Hu's battle with the celestial dragons kings had almost reached the point where it was impossible to see any of their movements. The marine soldiers watching nearby could only vaguely see the blurry figures emitting various elemental abilities, as well as the land exploding everywhere. After this extremely fierce battle lasted for dozens of minutes. Boom! Luo Hu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His broad and thick dragon scale palm grasped the Qin Yen sword that was burning with blazing flames. He directly seized the gap that several kings were desperately guarding, and slashed King Don Quixote's thigh with a fast and fierce blow. Snap! There was the crisp sound of bones breaking, accompanied by the roar of air explosions that continued everywhere. The body of King Don Quixote in front of him, which was originally nailed to the ground by the blade, broke free after suffering such severe pain and flew backwards. He hit the ground in the distance like a cannonball, spurting blood. His face was purple and embarrassed, and emotions were surging all over his body. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. King Don Quixote, who had finally escaped from the damn flaming sword, had a distorted look on his face and spat out a mouthful of thick blood on the spot again. At this moment, his expression was no longer as lively, confident and unruly as before. He raised his gloomy and bloodshot eyes and looked at the terrifying dragon body that was still fighting with other kings, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The strength of this evil ghost Luo Hu really exceeded his imagination. Even the former Joy Boy, when faced with such a situation, would never have been able to perform more amazingly than him. This guy's strength was enough to fight against 7 or 8 powerful kings without losing, and he could even find time to overcome any disadvantages. Suddenly he attacked and chopped off his right leg in front of everyone. At this moment, he suddenly lost the strength of his right leg, which was reduced by more than half. He had no confidence at all to rush forward and fight with terrifying pirates like Luo Hu. Because he was not participating in the battle at this moment, he could sense it very clearly. If him had not completely controlled Uranus's ancient weapon at that time. Just standing there, Im Sheng's eyes, which revealed his boundless Haki, remained deep and unchanged as he simply stared at Luo Hu's recovering body. Joy Boy, who should have disappeared in the long river of history, actually appeared on the land of the holy land of Mariehua. He thought that he had already broken through to such a powerful level at such a young age, and then he directly led Nerona Imsheng to defeat the huge kingdom established by Joy Boy with the help of the power of lunar technology weapons. Moreover, the wounds with flying dragon scales caused by their joint attack were now healing at a rate of every minute and every second. The outcome of the war between the giant kingdom and its alliance of 20 kings remains to be seen. The group of 5 elders, who represented the highest power in the world, chose to follow Saint Im in silence. Everyone fought hard and pushed Luo Hu back several steps. However, just as he had this thought in his mind, a female voice that sounded too soft and accompanied by boundless Haki like surging waves appeared. Ha 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 ha. You old bastards. It seems like you are totally useless. While fighting fiercely, Luo Hu, who was using the time to quickly recover from his wounds, grinned and thought of killing all the celestial dragon's kings. Is this true? Could it be that the legends of the great terror deep in the holy land of Mariehua that the former marine marshals have spoken of are all true? But it was not until this moment that he truly realized what a true strong young man was. This was the first time that Luo Hu faced this kind of thing that looked very difficult to deal with, so naturally he took a few steps back with great caution. The kings were speechless for a long time as they looked at Joy Boy, whose pupils were distorted and white, and whose ears were extremely long as a skipping rope in their memory. After Luo Hu chopped off his right leg again, the aura of his whole body seemed to become more condensed and fierce again. This guy's body was actually preserved so well by Im Saint. Joey Boy. Im Saint, what are you planning to do? After only a short period of fighting, Luo Hu's injuries were more than half healed. Such a recovery ability is simply terrifying. The celestial dragons kings nearby who did not choose close combat all showed surprise on their faces. The pride in King Dan Quixote's heart was completely shattered. The moment this female voice appeared, hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers who were watching the battle at the scene, as well as those small Karami agents of the CP organization, instantly fell into a coma, foaming at the mouth, and unable to react at all. On the other hand, the marine quartet of Kongu, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, who were not greatly affected due to their strong strength, seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. This guy, how on earth did he obtain so many devil fruit abilities? He watched helplessly as his right leg, which was left on the battlefield, was shattered into pieces of flesh and blood in the aftermath of the fight. This guy is actually willing to take action. At this moment, the memories of the celestial dragons kings from 800 years ago were immediately evoked. They all opened their eyes wide, their mouths so wide that their jaws couldn't close, and their faces were filled with disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. At that time, Joey Boy was truly powerful and he was able to hold back the pace of that group of old guys by himself. They all turned their heads with horror and looked at the tall figure standing next to Saint Im, who was like a giant white iron tower. The power of King Leonard's mythical beast species six-legged bear fruit was directly absorbed and integrated by him. That's it. You are very powerful, join me, and become a god who is second to none and above everyone else. All of them are people who lived hundreds of years ago. They are obviously not giants, but they have a longer lifespan than giants. Who exactly is Joy Boy? Why do the giants with such terrifying auras seem to be controlled by others? Can Luo Hu still defeat the world government? It seems that this brat Luo Hu is bound to perish in front of the holy land of Mariehua today. The power of the government is far beyond what an individual can resist. The four Marines present looked at the increasingly chaotic situation with some doubt in their lives. In Kongu's opinion, Luo Hu's talent is indeed terrifyingly strong. Ever since he was on a mission on Devil's Island and had a close combat encounter with Luo Hu, Kongu had no doubt about this. With just one punch, the powerful punch that he relied on for survival and became famous was learned by Luo Hu. This kind of talent is unheard of. Now, less than 2 years after going to sea, he has led the Rocks Pirates directly to the holy land of Mariehua. Set a horrifying record of killing tens of thousands of celestial dragons. One-on-one conversation. These celestial dragons' kings may not be my opponents. It is not even a problem to kill them. After the brief shock, Garp also roughly understood the strength of these 18 celestial dragons' kings from 800 years ago. Although each of these kings possesses ultimate armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, even Haki of the same level has differences in strength. Judging from his current level, his armament Haki is already very close to perfection, just like a barrel filled with 8/10 of water, only a tiny bit away from perfection. Although the armament Haki of the celestial dragons kings is at the same level, the level at most is only about 10th of my level. I am far behind him. Garp. You are not allowed to say things like that again. Ha 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 ha, I know. Just pretend I never said anything just now. Garp scratched his head a little embarrassedly, saying that he just let it slip by accident. To be honest, up to this moment the pirates had more or less felt the insignificance of their own power. Even if these pirates were just guessing verbally, Kaido would not hesitate for a moment and would stab them through with his mace. Kaido, who was also transforming into a human form on the floating continent, silently held the deformed mace in his hand. But that guy's strength is really terrifying. He can actually fight against 6 or 7 celestial dragons kings of the highest combat power level at the same time. Originally, he thought that Rox, who could fight 3 strongest men at once, was the most powerful person in the world. Whitebeard also looked at the increasingly blurred location of the holy land of Mariehua with a solemn expression. Thinking of this, Whitebeard gradually made up his mind. He wanted to try to pursue his dream like Roger. Even if Luo Hu hadn't scolded him to follow the main force and leave the holy land, Mariehua, Kaido would never allow himself to take a step back. Ha 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 ha, whether Luo Hojia joins the world government is one thing, but whether Captain Rox can survive is another matter. Captain number 1, Rox D. Zebek, is now missing, and his life or death is unknown. I never thought that we would get to this point and encounter so many masters and strong men. We are just one step away from overthrowing the world government. Even Rox in the Rox Pirate, who they are now working together to form, is an even crazier guy who just wants to turn the world upside down. Luo Hu, the second captain, has now been strongly invited by the world government and is about to become a member of the government. Kaido will never allow these damn pirates to spread rumors that in his mind, the world government is nothing and killing celestial dragons is like killing a dog. Even the corpses were trampled into pulp by the soldiers who swarmed in. Who says it's not true? Captain Luo Hu has killed at least 70,000 or 80,000 celestial dragons, even if there aren't 100,000 of them. How can he join the government after such behavior? Orlololololo. What the hell are you bastards talking about? How could a man like Luo Gu betray us and join the world government? The high-level combat power on the world government side is far beyond the ability of a small Rox pirate like them to resist. While Luo Hu and Yim Sheng were staring at each other, the remaining members of the Rox pirates who were floating in the air and moving away from the red line were also looking at this wonderful scene and talking about it. After this war, he was seriously injured and no longer as young as before. Although he still wanted to go and support Luo Hu at this moment, the serious injuries he suffered from Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr did not allow him to fight vigorously anymore. Maybe I should try to pursue my own dream. I want a big family. Ever since his hometown Sphinx Island, he has always wanted to have a group of family pirates formed by the bond of family ties. If you dare to spread such rumors again, Laozi will use this thick black mace in my hand to pierce your skin and let you feel the pain of bleeding with thorns. But what no one expected is that there would be another pervert among perverts like Luo Hu. The Golden Lion said with envy while controlling the red lion's plates to drift away and taking a deep puff of his gold thread cigar. Damn it! What kind of bullshit is that government strongman talking about? How could Captain Luo Hu agree to their request? Join the world government? Kulala, that guy should be able to survive. Even though his heart was cut in half by the 5 elders, didn't Rox always say that he had 2 hearts? Abandoning teammates is something only low-level pirates would do. What's more, the Zoan Azure Dragon fruit that he is now using extremely skillfully was given to him by Luo Hu himself. But unfortunately, after so many years, the teams I encountered were either ordinary guys who valued treasures as their life, or some low-level pirates who only knew how to fight and kill all day long. After Whitebeard muttered this silently in his heart, his inner thoughts became more and more real. Didn't John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the 3 captains who were once as powerful as the wind and rain in the pirates, also die in the war? Kaido had just been sent out to sea with a high reward from the naval headquarters, and not long ago he met Luo Hu on the sea, and they then spent such a long time together. Joining the world government? That's a really shameless suggestion. Luo Hu, who was standing on the red line with a fleshy lump between his palms ready to escape at any time, smiled humorously at Yimsheng, who was covered in a black robe in front of him. Luo Hu has a very clear understanding of his own positioning. His only goal in life is to execute all the celestial dragons in the world. How can a man's determination change at any time? It is the coolest to carry out your dream from beginning to end. Besides, even though the white giant in front of him looked strangely powerful, Luo Hu was not the kind of person who would be weak-legged. If he is given some more time to recover his strength and injuries, even this Joey boy will really be able to possess strength beyond the highest combat power. Luo Hu also had enough means to smash his head on the spot and shatter it into pieces. However, just as he finished speaking, the originally clear sky had gradually turned into a cloudy one. Boom! Violent thunder began to rumble between the clouds. The moment a long thunder dragon streaked across the sky, a trace of water vapor began to fall and turned into a downpour in the blink of an eye. Finger-sized drops of rain hit Luo Hu's hair, cheeks, and dragon scales all over his body, which looked like they were made of diamond, making crackling sounds. After exhaling a breath, Luo Hu looked up into the sky at the straw hat-shaped object hidden among the clouds, faintly visible in the lightning. Even Uranus is ready directly. How can such a clumsy island-destroying weapon possibly keep up with the speed of the strong? Luo Hu raised his head confidently and looked towards the position of Yimsheng, 5 elders and others. The raindrops from the violent thunderstorm washed away all the blood stains that had already solidified on his body, and then he laughed with an unwavering tone. You be *********** D celestial dragons want to cooperate with Laozi? Dream on. You still want to invite Laozi to join this bullshit world government? You are simply overestimating yourself. One day, Laozi will kill all the celestial dragons in this world. Not a single one will be left alive. After the voice fell, Luo Hu stared at Yimsheng's position and then laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha. Even your Nerona family is no exception. Yimsheng's calm body trembled slightly, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he exuded an undisguised ultimate murderous intent. Her expression beneath the black robe changed from indifferent and calm at the beginning to ferocious in an instant, and terrifying anger surged out from her bulging chest. The target was directly aimed at Luo Hu, who was still standing there laughing crazily. So, You are ready to die calmly today, right? Im slowly raised his slender fingers, and relying on the power of the blood in his body, he began to control the Uranus that was constantly rotating between the thunderclouds. With Im Sheng's active control, waves of violent energy began to gather like pillars from high in the sky, and an extremely dangerous aura gradually condensed. This is a powerful weapon created with the advanced lunar technology from 800 years ago. Originally, this was the huge kingdom of Joy Boy, and it was a powerful weapon created to defend the country from foreign invaders. Such a weapon would consume a large amount of energy with each attack, or it would have to be driven with an infinite lifespan. Unlike other ancient weapons, Uranus's attack is the most advanced and agile, and it also comes with a position-locking function. No matter how far away, once locked by Uranus, it will be completely annihilated and dissipated under the terrifying energy. Go to death calmly. You are thinking too much. Lousy means. Luo Hu looked up at the sky disapprovingly. Uranus, who was already ready to go, laughed arrogantly. The ability of the meatball fruit that had been prepared in advance was instantly activated, and a group of extremely soft flesh pads were directly formed between the broad palms. Under Uranus' spatial guidance, this group of purple energy condensed together, like a lightning ball, and directly turned into light and shadow and disappeared in an instant, tracking directly towards the area where Luo Hu had just disappeared quickly. After circling in place for less than a second. And at the moment this ball of violent energy appeared, it almost directly evaporated a large area of all the thick dark clouds in the air. No one can resist such a terrifying attack. And just stood there. Even though the distance is so far, it can still directly produce such powerful high-temperature damage. What will happen if it catches up with us? Even the powerful pirates like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, etc., still cannot avoid the severe pain caused by skin burns. Chi. Plan. Tear it up. It was clearly several miles away from them. Yet it was still able to burn their skin with its residual power. The power of the purple energy that just slid past them a few miles away was so terrifying that it reached the ultimate level. At this moment, everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Luo Hu's entire huge and strong dragon body was instantly wrapped up by a huge bear paw-shaped bubble at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and then disappeared in an instant. The energy power is simply terrifying. Hey, what happened just now? At this moment, wherever Uranus' terrifying energy passed. Even at this moment, Golden Lion, who had been confident all his life, felt a sense of panic. On the other side, the remaining members of the Rock's pirates who had not yet left Mariehua stared at the horrifying scene of a dark purple energy ball flashing past their eyes with trembling pupils. In just the instant they appeared, all the pirates on the continent of Shattered Red Earth were burned by the energy and suffered severe burns. There were even quite a few ordinary pirates whose eyeballs were burned out due to the purple energy directly injected by Twilight, turning them blind on the spot. I will definitely come back. What on earth is going on with that terrifying ball of energy? The palm that had grown fleshy pads lightly touched his body. The sky and the earth changed color. This boundless power that seemed to have reached its critical value instantly broke away from Uranus's gun muzzle, and like a real purple storm, it continuously distorted the nearby space. Thousands of lightning bolts were densely packed in the sky. Uranus began to spin rapidly, and then a dark purple beam of blazing energy burst out directly. I'm afraid he'll be blown to pieces in a minute. The unique sound effect triggers the devil fruit ability. It was as if the entire world was left with only high temperature and dark purple energy. Im Sheng, who was watching all this with a calm mind, revealed in his ruby-like blood-red pupils an aura that only those in power in the world could possess. Among the crowd, only Charlotte Lin, a female pirate with naturally thick skin, was able to withstand this wave of damage and only suffered redness of the skin. Then he stared at Im Sheng, who was still hidden in the black robe, and imprinted the other's expression and aura deeply in his mind. Could it be that the world government is using it to hunt down Luo Hu? Can Luo Hu really withstand this level of attack? On the other side, Kongu and others who were still on the holy land of Mariehua, watching Imsheng's personal show, widened their eyes again as if they had never seen the world. Is this the power that comes from the controller of the world government? This is really outrageous. Is this kind of power really within the reach of human beings? Technology. Kongu's expression changed drastically as he looked at the sky, which was still in a dark purple color, and his arm, which had been severely burned by high temperature despite having used armament Haki to resist it in advance. Marine, can you really achieve your own justice? It's impossible to resist the world government. Sengoku also looked embarrassed as he felt his skin turn red and blisters grow on his arms. Even at this moment, the conqueror's Haki that originally dominated the world in Sengoku's heart began to show fear and retreat. What Sengoku didn't know was that from this moment on, his conqueror's Haki would never have any breakthroughs again. Apart from the two figures above naval headquarters, Garp next to them was naturally also very shocked as he looked at the still extremely violent energy aftermath in the sky. However, Garp himself did not fail to notice that, even though he did not make any Haki defense, the dark purple energy did not cause any harm to him at all. At the same time that Garp and the others were still looking in amazement at Lord Saint Im, who was leading the 18 celestial dragons kings to slowly walk away. At this moment, Luo Hu, who was wrapped in a bear paw-shaped bubble, turned his head with annoyance and looked at the dark purple energy ball that was following him like a green-headed fly and was getting closer and closer. Is this the Uranus that Saint Im used to destroy an island with a single wave of his hand? Shouldn't Vegapunk still be peeing and playing in the mud on that remote east island in Bakumor at this time? Without the Holy Mother Flame invented by Garpunk as an energy source, what on earth did this Im use to activate Uranus? Feeling the increasingly hot energy behind him, Luo Hu's pupils began to flash a fierce light. This purple energy ball seems to be a force that does not belong to this dimension. No matter how you resist, you cannot offset the damage caused by this energy. Even Luo Hu had transformed his entire body into Logia elements such as fire, lightning, magma and even ice, which were of no use at all. This super concentrated 8+1 purple energy ball is like a force that can directly burn the deep levels of human genes and is simply unstoppable. Boom! The next moment, this energy ball condensed into a dark purple ball and crashed directly into Luo Hu's bear paw bubble with a bang. At this moment, Luo Hu quickly wrapped his ultimate armament Haki around his entire body. The dark green scales that came with the Octopus Azure Dragon Fruit's ability were layered together, revealing a steel-like solid edge. It raised his defense to the ultimate level. Thick blue veins and blood vessels continuously transport powerful energy to the muscles in the body, blasting out magma, thunder and other extremely powerful elements towards the energy ball with a destructive aura. In a moment, Luo Hu integrated all the skills and moves he had used in his life into one, and continued to resist the attack of the energy ball that had begun to destroy his body. Boom! Boom! The high explosive elements mixed from the exploding magma, thunder and flames combined into two powerful forces that collided violently in the air. An ultimate wave of terror erupts. The two energies eroded each other, and in a flash, the energy seemed to have reached its limit and suddenly exploded. The violent explosion directly swept across all surrounding matter, and then the energy ring generated by the explosion quickly shrank back. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hu's entire huge dragon body was completely covered and swallowed up by the aftermath of the explosion of two balls of terrifying energy. The roar of explosion. It was as if the world was coming to an end, and all the thick clouds within a range of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in the sky were shaken into bubbles and completely dissipated. Even the surrounding space was violently distorted and transformed by this huge energy. It seemed as if it could be torn apart at any time. Ziz ziz. The sound of oil popping and the strong aroma of meat produced by the high-temperature roasting of the meat spread in the sky. In the process of this extremely high-energy destruction, Luo Hu's dragon body continued to grow new flesh buds, and in the blink of an eye it was burned into ashes by the energy again and scattered by the wind. The ultimate recovery ability of the dual mythical beast fruit abilities is like an unlimited water pump. constantly consuming the essence of the body to fight against the energy substances that are constantly destroying the body. The body is continuously reborn and destroyed. Kaz. I don't know how long this intense consumption lasted. Luo Hu only felt that his body seemed to be hollowed out by the 8-clawed green dragon fruit in his body, and waves of extremely uncomfortable emptiness lingered throughout his body. In short, it's the feeling of kidney deficiency, just like being squeezed dozens of times in a row at night. In the end, the energy in Luo Hu's body was completely exhausted by the energy ball. The dragon's body below the chest was completely destroyed by the dark purple energy aftermath and turned into ashes. Is this going to die? Even Laozi is cheating, he still can't beat that him. Does this world government have to be completely ended by King Luffy? As his body began to be destroyed and turned into ashes, Luo Hu felt a little unwilling and took one last look in the direction of Mariehua. He only killed tens of thousands of celestial dragons in this year. It's not enough at all. Moreover, the celestial dragons he killed were just ordinary celestial dragons from the Holy Land. He didn't kill any of the celestial dragons in the Nerona family founded by the sanctuary of him. What af********* G loss. Luo Hu felt that his control over his body had begun to slowly dissipate, until all sensations completely disappeared. In the end, there was only a faint thought left. P.S. The setting of this book is, the operator of the ancient weapon 800 years ago will not be harmed, that is, the people who inherit the bloodline of the D clan will not be attacked by the ancient weapon. In addition, the protagonist's strength will not decline as his body is destroyed, that would be a bit too bloody. Those Admiral level ones must be killed instantly. In addition, the protagonist will never show mercy. There may be more supporting characters to kill in the future, so please read with caution. Overall, the decision of the Holy Land this time was completed very successfully. Those disobedient celestial dragons' family forces have basically been cleared out by the Rock's pirates' forces. The Sea Tyrant Rocks and the murderer Luo Hu, the two cancers that opposed the regime, have all disappeared. Seeing that Lord M. Saint had once again led the dozen or so celestial dragons kings who were almost completely under control and the bodies of Joy Boy back to Panga City. Saint Topman Vacheli, one of the 5 elders, looked around at the sea of blood and corpses. I remember scanning the scene several times where the corpses were piled up densely like mountains. Then he stroked his iconic horn beard with great satisfaction. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the effect of today's war. According to the original plan of the 5 world's highest powers. This war, in addition to defending the Holy Land of Mariehua. The more important decision is to proactively clean out most of the celestial dragons' families that have seriously affected the power of the government. The power of the world government has been concentrated in the Nerona family for 800 years. Each of those guys is a gifted new Geo. Keeping them in an awkward position will definitely cause dissatisfaction among them. This is especially true for the Nad family and the Figurand family, 2 families that are rich in powerful talents and have deep cultural heritage. Where's Kongu? Call back immediately and ask your naval headquarters to dispatch another 100,000 marine soldiers to clean up the corpses and debris in the Holy Land of Mariehua. Except for the bodies of celestial dragons, you can take the rest of the marines back and bury them if necessary, and pay them compensation if necessary. Also, submit a summary report on the damage from this war to my desk before tomorrow. After successfully resolving the problem of political division within the government and the Rock in the Rock's pirate pit, Saint Wachuri was in a very good mood. Yes. I will submit a war summary report to your desk before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After hearing the orders from the 5 elders, Kongu, who was already the marshal of the naval headquarters, was instantly shocked, saluted on the spot, and then indicated that he had received the order. After seeing that almost every one of the 5 elders was in a good mood at this moment, Kongu hesitated for a moment and began to question the thoughts that he had already made in his heart. Mr. 5 elders, about the remaining pirates in Rock's pirate. Otherwise, they cannot get to this position by force alone, but also need a politically correct mind. If one wants to make good use of this positive image, then an evil force is needed to check and balance each other's development. The remnants of the Rock's pirates don't have much fighting power left. As long as the various government agencies cooperate with each other and cooperate with the naval headquarters, most of the big pirates in this world will be brought to justice. Well, we will give your question serious consideration. Go back and wait for the news. Once we have made a decision, we will order your Marines to take action. After Kong Gu listened to Chief of Staff He's report in silence, his originally resolute eyes seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked around somewhat bewilderedly, seeing piles and piles of corpses gathered together like a brutal scene. This will be a great era for pirates. Having lived for hundreds of years, each of them has already become the best among the best. Moreover, the Marines who died were basically talented Marines who were qualified to be promoted to the rank of school officers. This is no less than drawing blood and blood from the naval headquarters. Some things should just be kept in your heart. There is no need to speak them out and embarrass the generals and commanders of the naval headquarters. This. Master Five Elders. Does the naval headquarters need to immediately launch a suppression operation to wipe them out? You know. Even though the pirates are suffering heavy losses now, this trend is bound to explode sooner or later. Marshal Kong. Our naval headquarters only had one elite marine force that was deployed, and the number of casualties was close to 110,000. Almost all of them were wiped out. Marines' justice, after all, can only cover a small area. After all, the world government still needs a positive image to guide the ignorant people at the bottom of the member states. Losing so much at once will have a huge impact on the naval headquarters' actual control over the ocean in the future. At this moment, Haki, the chief of staff of the naval headquarters, walked up to Kong Gu, Garp and others and spoke in a heavy voice. In such a huge war, there will be no lightly wounded soldiers. The losses suffered by the naval headquarters this time are several times greater than those suffered in the Valley of the Gods. These Marines will be the backbone of the naval headquarters for the next few decades. In other words, the pirates' forces in this world, which have been relatively peaceful, are about to start to become troubled again. Although, he doesn't care about the so-called just cause of Marine and the powerful forces of pirates. This is the sky during the God Valley War. After listening to Konggu's suggestion, Saint Watchily frowned and waved his hand impatiently, signaling the other party to go back and wait for news from him and others. Konggu looked at the five elders, Watchily Sheng and others with great anticipation. But after all, they also have to maintain the basic operations within the government. Pirates are almost inexhaustible and inexhaustible creatures, so they are simply the best substitute. This is a worrying era. Although he knew in his heart that their naval headquarters was just a facade for the world government. Konggu felt heavy in his heart as he tore off the tattered and blood-stained cloak of justice from his shoulders. A person was muttering to himself, and gradually he didn't know what he was saying. He just walked back to the naval headquarters alone. But in order to execute the perfect justice in his heart, Konggu, as the marshal of the naval headquarters, still wants to fight for it. Konggu wanted to say something else, but at this time several five elders had already walked towards the Hall of Power in the Holy Land of Mariehua with their hands behind their backs. The Great Pirates Era.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.